This is Audible.
Everyday Millionaires: How Ordinary People Built Extraordinary Wealth, and How You Can Too. Written by Chris Hogan. Read by the author.
Introduction. The American Dream is alive and available. Chris, do you really think it's possible for someone like me to become a millionaire? I was sitting at a book signing table in a large chain bookstore. It was a cold night in late January, somewhere in the middle of the country. And I was on the last leg of my book tour for my first book, Retire Inspired. Now, I'd been on the road for 2 weeks, meeting all kinds of wonderful people across the country. I talked to people who were doing really well financially, and I talked to people who weren't. The guy in front of me that night, who we'll call Chad, definitely wasn't. I could see it in his eyes. He was beat down, broke, and starting to lose hope that his life would ever be any different than it was at that moment. The thought of actually becoming a millionaire at some point in his life seemed like a fairy tale to him. Absolutely, I said. Chad, I don't care who you are, where you're from, or what hand you've been dealt. Anyone in this country can become a millionaire. Now, I'd like to say that this guy stood up straight and walked out of the bookstore with a new sense of hope and determination. Although I've seen that response many times, it just wasn't in the cards that night. He sighed, took his signed book back from me, and said, "Man, I wish that was true, but it's not." With that, he walked out of the door just as hopeless and discouraged as he was when he walked in. And to be honest, I'm not even sure why he bought my book. I'd like to think that he read it and used it to start building his retirement, but I'll never know. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people have asked me that same question as I've traveled the country teaching people how to build wealth. I'm talking about people from every walk of life, from well-dressed executives to grocery store clerks in checkout lines. They want to know if it's possible for someone like them to become a millionaire. Sometimes they catch a vision for the millionaire life and get to work on a plan to achieve it. Too often, though, people react like Chad, shaking their heads and walking away. They buy into the myths about millionaires that have spread throughout our society. They think millionaires have some special advantage or were born into money and have had opportunities that aren't available to other people. They believe the headlines that say rich get richer while the poor get poorer. So they do nothing, sitting there while fear and apathy take them further and further away from where they want to be. But then on the other end of the spectrum, I've had the incredible opportunity to meet thousands of millionaires over the past decade. As I travel for speaking engagements, it seems like millionaires are crawling out of the woodwork across the country. The more millionaires I meet, the more fascinated I become with who they are and what the average millionaire looks like. It isn't what I imagined when I was a kid, that's for sure. One day while I was co-hosting the Dave Ramsey Show radio program with my friend Dave Ramsey, we started talking about the idea of average millionaires. On a whim, we asked the listeners to call in if they had a net worth of $1 million or more. Well, the phone lines lit up. We knew there were plenty of millionaires out there, of course, but even we were surprised at how many calls we got and how similar their stories were. We decided on the spot to make the Millionaire Theme Hour a recurring part of the show. So on one hand, I was faced with the endless stream of people who doubted they could become millionaires. On the other hand, I kept meeting more and more millionaires. I started to ask myself, if becoming a millionaire is as difficult as some people think, why do I keep meeting millionaires everywhere I go? That question got stuck like a splinter in my brain. I just couldn't escape it. Over time, I developed a passion to understand what makes the average American millionaire different from everyone else. And that passion led me into a massive research project resulting in this book. According to a study from the Spectrum Group's 2017 Market Insights report, there are almost 11 million millionaires in the United States today. That's more millionaires than ever before. That same report, though, shows the number of people living paycheck to paycheck is on the rise, with 1 in 3 unable to cover a $2,000 emergency with cash. You may be surprised to learn that even some affluent two-income households are struggling to make ends meet. Well, what's going on here? How are there more millionaires than ever before and more people living paycheck to paycheck than ever before at the same time? What do the millionaires do that everyone else doesn't? And that's exactly what we set out to discover. The Ramsey Solutions research team and I recently completed the largest, most comprehensive research study of millionaires in history. The last major research project involving millionaires was Thomas Stanley and William Danko's landmark book, The Millionaire Next Door, which was originally printed in 1996. Stanley and Danko believed that everyday people, men and women just like you and me, could become millionaires. They put a spotlight on the typical American millionaire, and they realized millionaires lived pretty mundane lives. These were men and women who most people would never assume to be wealthy. The Millionaire Next Door radically reshaped our understanding of what millionaires look like and how they behave. And my research team and I wanted to know if those findings still rang true more than 20 years later. Over the past year, we have surveyed or interviewed over 10,000 American millionaires. We targeted people with a net worth of more than $1 million, meaning the total of all of their assets, bank accounts, and investments, minus debts, totals $1 million or more. Most of them, 89%, have a net worth between $1 and $5 million. The rest have a net worth well over the $5 million mark. We asked this group everything we could think of to help us get a crystal clear picture of who they were, how they acted, where they lived, and what they did for a living. I also wanted to know where their money came from and how long it took them to hit millionaire status and what their wealth meant to them. In the first half of this book, we will examine the most common myths that are perpetuated in our society about the wealthy. We actually asked millionaires to tell us what objections they'd heard over the years and why so many people believe it's impossible to hit the $1 million mark. Of all the arguments we heard, 3 key myth categories rose to the top. The wealthy didn't earn and don't deserve their money. The wealthy take big risks with their money. And the wealthy have a leg up in education and careers. Now, I'll challenge these assumptions with cold, hard facts based on research. As you read through these myths, many of the arguments will sound familiar. After all, it's what the culture has told us about millionaires. We can't get through one news day without reading headlines about how the wealthy are destroying our nation and how the rich are gobbling up the world's wealth for themselves. You'll be interested to learn, though, what millionaires themselves think about these things. Frankly, they think these myths are total garbage, and so do I. Once I debunk the main millionaire myths, this book will explore who these millionaires are and what enabled them to become financially independent. To do that, I'll unpack 5 key attributes about everyday millionaires that will show you how millionaires act, think, plan, work, and invest. You'll discover that millionaires take personal responsibility, millionaires practice intentionality, millionaires are goal-oriented, millionaires are hard workers, and millionaires are consistent. In all, I'll show you from research how what you think and what you do are infinitely more important to wealth building than what you make. The truth is, the vast majority of millionaires we studied are hiding in plain sight. You would never guess that these men and women are millionaires. The thing that sets them apart isn't the amount in their investments or retirement accounts. It's their mindset about money. And you can adopt this same mindset for yourself. I'll show you how. Now, I don't know where you've come from or what you've chosen to believe about wealth and the wealthy. Maybe you've bought into the negative news that it's impossible to become a millionaire in America today. That may be why you picked up this book. You want to see if maybe, just maybe, you have what it takes. If that's you, keep reading, because all of our research and conversations with millionaires have led us to a conclusion that will surprise you and give you hope. Person after person told us strikingly similar stories, starting with little, if any, money, being financially responsible, making basic investments over a long period of time, and achieving millionaire status. You'll see many of their stories throughout this book. As you read, you'll discover these aren't special people. They're smart people. And the good news for you is that you are smart. And with time and experience, you can become even smarter. I told you about Chad earlier. He didn't believe he could ever become a millionaire. He chose to believe the myths and lies. And it was easier for Chad to tell himself that he was destined for financial stress than to believe he could make his financial dreams a reality. Well, that definitely wasn't the case for Sheila. I was on the same book tour, doing another signing in another city, and as I'm signing books, I heard a thud as a book landed on the table in front of me. I looked up and saw Sheila, a 30-something single mom with her 10-year-old son in tow. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Chris, the cycle ends here." I didn't even have to ask her what she meant. I could see it in her eyes. She was letting go of her old beliefs and had chosen to change her financial destiny. She broke several generations of poor me, why me, and not me thinking with that one statement. I'll be honest, I got chills in that moment. I even teared up because I knew I was witnessing something truly life-changing, not only for her, but for her young son as well. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Today, Sheila is most likely on her way to millions because she believed she could do it. As we start this book together, I want you to believe what Sheila believes. I want you to believe what every one of the 10,000 millionaires that we've studied believes. I want their belief to become your belief. We live in one of the greatest countries in the world with the greatest opportunities imaginable. If you believe that millionaire status isn't within your reach, my goal in this book is to show you that it is. And if you believe that you don't have what it takes to get there, I'm going to help you to believe that you do. My team has talked to over 10,000 regular men and women just like you who have faced the same doubts and fears throughout their lives just like you have. And guess what? They crushed doubt and fear on their way to millions. This book isn't a theory, and it certainly isn't a fairy tale. It's a real-world, research-driven handbook designed to change your paradigm or worldview about wealth and the wealthy. This is how 10,000 millionaires built their wealth, and I'm going to show you exactly who they are, how they act, and how you can join them. No luck, lottery, or inheritance required. Let's do this. Chapter 1. You've been lied to. I want to start this chapter out with a few simple questions. Questions that you may be asking yourself right now. Is it possible for the average Joe to become a millionaire in America today? The news talks a lot about the income gap, saying things like the little man can't get ahead, or the American dream is dead. But is that really true? Is the American dream really dead and gone? Is it available to anyone? Or is it something only reserved for other people, rich people? I've asked these questions many times, and I've struggled because there were things that I wanted to achieve, but I just didn't think it was possible for someone like me. Growing up, I believed millionaires were born into money, and I certainly was not. As a black kid in a single-parent home in Kentucky, I felt like the odds were stacked against me. My family wasn't poor, but we weren't wealthy by any means. My mom did an amazing job providing for me and my brother, but there wasn't a bunch of extra money just laying around. Becoming a millionaire seemed like a faraway fantasy, something completely out of reach for me. Back then, I thought the key to building wealth was to chase after a higher and higher income. I believed that more money coming in would automatically cause me to build wealth. Imagine my surprise when that didn't happen. The more money I made, in fact, the more things stayed the same. I kept waiting for the next raise, the next promotion, always pinning my millionaire hopes to the next thing. You want to know what the next thing was that finally enabled me to start building wealth? It was a career change in my 30s. I walked away from a growing successful career in banking and started down a completely different path working with Dave Ramsey. He taught me step by step how to not only get out of debt and live on a budget, but also how to build wealth, real wealth, the way that most of the country's average millionaires do it. Dave's information was a game changer. After I had worked with Dave for a while, I started doing financial coaching, spending my days teaching men and women how to take control of their money. These people started to get out of debt and gain a new vision for their financial future. That's when it hit me. If I was going to teach other people how to build wealth, I had better be doing it myself. That was the shot in the arm I needed to put these simple principles into action. And talking with other families about their money all day, every day, gave me the accountability that I needed to stay on track. I began to do more with what I had. As a family, we changed our budget, made saving and investing our top priorities, after giving, of course. We stopped wasting money and put every dollar to work, building the life that we once thought was impossible. It started to take shape right in front of our eyes, and we discovered a new sense of peace and control that we'd never known. We also began dreaming about retirement, thinking about all that we wanted to do. We were slowly becoming the average, everyday millionaires that I've spent so much time researching. And now I want to show you how you can become one too. Demystifying millionaires. When I was a kid, I didn't really understand what a millionaire was. I just knew I wasn't one. When I saw a famous actor or athlete, I'd think, that guy's a millionaire. He can do anything. I thought millionaires had it made. If they saw something they wanted, they could just have it without a second thought. It's like they had a magic wand that shot out dollar bills and made all their dreams come true. They lived on Easy Street, and that was 1,000,000 miles away from my little house on Simmons Street. As a young boy, it never occurred to me that I could have what they had. $1,000,000 might as well have been a made-up amount of money to my 12-year-old brain. That kind of wealth seemed completely unattainable. It wasn't until much later that I finally learned what a millionaire really was. Once I figured that out, it took a lot of the magic and mystery out of the word. At that point, millionaire became less of a dream and more of a goal. What is a millionaire? I found the word millionaire means different things to different people. There's an emotional component and a mathematical component. On the emotional side, I believe people desperately want to experience a sense of financial independence. And by independence, I mean they want to know that their bills will be covered without them having to work for the rest of their lives. They want to know that there will be a day sometime in the future where they can choose not to work, when they can experience full control over their time, without driving their family's financial situation off a cliff. That kind of freedom and security sounds pretty good, doesn't it? I want you to become financially independent, and I can show you how to do it. This book, though, is about millionaires, and millionaire status is more mathematical than emotional. So what is a millionaire? First, I'll say, I'm not talking about people who earn $1,000,000 a year. I'm always surprised when someone thinks that's what a millionaire is. And that's not it at all. A millionaire is simply someone whose net worth is at or above $1,000,000. Net worth is the key phrase here. And like I said in the introduction, it simply means everything you own minus everything you owe. It's the total value of all your stuff, your house, cars, bank accounts, investments, and other assets, minus your liabilities, which are also your debts. For example, if your home is worth $300,000 and you owe $200,000 on a mortgage, You would subtract that $200,000 debt from the home's value, leaving you with $100,000 of equity in that home. If you added that to the $50,000 in your 401k, the $8,000 in your savings account, the $2,000 in your checking account, and the $10,000 value of your paid-for car, your total net worth would be $170,000. So when I say we studied over 10,000 net worth millionaires in preparation for this book, I mean we talked to over 10,000 people whose net worth tops the $1 million mark. That doesn't mean that they have $1 million sitting in a checking account. And it doesn't mean that they have $1 million annual income. It means that the total value of everything they own minus what they owe is more than $1 million. The majority of them, as we'll see later, have most of their money in basic investments like a company 401k. Of course, most have already paid off their home mortgage, so the full value of their home is also included in their net worth. Some have invested in real estate, so the value of those properties counts toward their net worth. When your net worth tops $1 million in cash, investments, and assets, congratulations, you're a millionaire. And as you'll see throughout this book, being a millionaire is more attainable than you've ever imagined. A farm-bred millionaire. Like I said before, I used to have some wild ideas about what a real millionaire was when I was younger. If you're struggling with some of the same misconceptions I was, I think the stories you'll hear in this book will radically reshape your view of the typical American millionaire. In fact, if you were to meet the people we talked to, you would probably be shocked to learn they were millionaires. They aren't flashy or highbrow. They're regular people with normal jobs, often with humble backgrounds. They're people like Rob. Everyday millionaire. Rob grew up on a farm in Western Canada. His father was a professional farmer who raised dairy and grew produce. Wait a minute. Am I saying a millionaire had parents who were simple farmers? That's right. In fact, you're going to see that several of the millionaires featured in this book come from farm backgrounds. Remember, these aren't trust fund babies. They're normal people. Of all the millionaires that participated in our research, we found that the most common occupations of their parents were sales, farming, engineering, small business ownership, and accounting. Notice titles like Vice President of Global Operations or Chief Executive Officer aren't in that list. You'll see later that most everyday millionaires, along with their parents, never had job titles like that themselves. But let's get back to Rob. With a wife and 6 children to provide for, his father was a hard worker, and he expected his kids to work hard too. The family always had enough, Rob recalls, but they never had any extra. For example, Rob says they always had food to eat, but there were several Christmases without many gifts. He got 1 new pair of pants to wear to school each year, and those pants became work clothes at the end of the school year. Any minute he wasn't in school or studying, Rob was working the farm with his family. He took this intense work ethic to college, where he developed a passion for learning. Of course, his family had no money to send him to college, so he was on his own financially. He worked hard every summer to pay the next year's tuition bills, and he worked during the school year for living expenses. Forced to manage his money so carefully, Rob developed a lifelong commitment to saving money. Today, when people ask him his secret to building wealth, he falls back on one of the first financial principles he ever learned: basic saving. If you spend more than you make, he says, you will never get rich. According to Rob, it's just as important to get a good education. Rob didn't let his poor farm background keep him from pursuing a degree. In fact, his passion for learning ultimately led him to complete several, including a law degree. From that point, Rob enjoyed a long career practicing law and teaching in local colleges. Despite a good income as an attorney, Rob and his wife always prioritized saving and never spent money foolishly. He kept his cars an unusually long time, driving his last one for more than 20 years. Before any purchase, Rob has always asked himself, do I really need this? If the answer is no, he doesn't buy it. That kind of financial discipline has enabled Rob to amass a fortune of more than $3.5 million throughout his working life. This is something he thinks anyone can do if they set their minds to it and avoid the two sins that he says steals people's wealth-building potential: trying to keep up with their neighbors and waiting too late to start saving for retirement. I never excuse my spending by saying, I'm only young once, he explains. Instead, I said, I'm only going to be old once, and I want to enjoy it. Throughout his career, Rob built his wealth through simple, commonly available investments. He took advantage of his company's investing plan as soon as it became available, and he put the rest of his investing dollars into retirement plans and mutual funds. He never received an inheritance either. Every dollar of his fortune is the result of his own hard work, careful planning, and financial discipline. That's a recipe, he says, anyone can use to become a millionaire. No excuses. I love stories like Rob's, mainly because they destroy most people's views of the stereotypical millionaire. Can you picture Rob sitting back while a team of servants wait on him hand and foot? I can't. This guy works hard. He doesn't throw his money around and flash cash just for the sake of it either. Do you think he would have reached that level of success if he didn't have the financial discipline to save his money instead of waste it on new cars and giant houses only meant to impress other people? No way. Rob is the definition of a self-made man. The only inheritance he received from his parents was a work ethic that would put most of us to shame. He threw hard work, education, financial discipline, sacrifice, and patience into a crock pot. And now he's enjoying the rewards that cooked up slowly and steadily over time. And that, my friend, is something you can do too. Listen, there is absolutely no reason why someone with the right information shouldn't retire with at least a $1 million net worth. It doesn't matter where you live or what you do. It doesn't matter what your parents have or don't have. It doesn't matter if you'll get an inheritance or not. Those are all excuses broke people use to explain why they aren't winning. Your wealth-building potential comes down to one and only one person. That's you. If you want to become a millionaire, you're the only one who can make it happen. You just have to be willing to stop making excuses and start making progress. So what's the problem? If someone like Rob can become a millionaire in this country, then why isn't everyone retiring with millions in their retirement accounts? I think it's a matter of belief. People like me and Rob will tell you that it's possible for you to become a millionaire, but our voices may be drowned out by all the fear, myths, and lies that you hear everywhere else. We doubt that we have what it takes. Then we let doubt shake our confidence and influence our belief in ourselves. And like Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. My goal in this book is to help you believe you can do this by showing you from research how other millionaires have done it. Fighting fear and lies. The world around you doesn't want you to know that becoming a millionaire is possible. We've been told lies about who millionaires are, how they act, and how they got their money. We've been told that the average millionaire has had everything handed to them on a silver platter. We've seen how Hollywood portrays the wealthy, and it leaves a sick feeling in our stomachs. We are bombarded with headlines every day that try to convince us the wealthy are the enemies of the middle class. We're told that rich people get richer off the backs of the poor. We're sold a bill of goods that entitlement programs, tax relief, Social Security, and government-run health care will take care of us. And it seems like the younger you are, the more likely that you are to believe this garbage. For example, we found that 74% Almost 3 out of 4 of millennials believe millionaires inherited all their wealth. That's significantly more than the 52% of baby boomers who believed it. The truth is, they're both wrong. Way wrong. Only 21% of millionaires received any inheritance at all, and only 16% inherited more than $100,000. But wait, let's go further. Only 3% of millionaires received an inheritance at or above $1 million. Think about that. 74% of millennials believe millionaires inherited their millions, but the vast majority of millionaires either didn't get any inheritance at all or certainly didn't get enough to make them millionaires. We'll dig into the research more in the next chapter, but what accounts for this huge gap between belief and reality? It's because of all the lies that we hear that are intended to make us feel better about our own situations. Listen, if you feel stuck and you're not hitting your financial goals, I don't want anything or anyone to make you feel better about it. I want you to get fired up about changing it. We also hear all these messages about how terrible rich people are. Wealth and the pursuit of wealth is somehow looked down upon, as though everyone striving to build wealth is doing something wrong. We see headlines that highlight what some rich, greedy jerk has done, and we get confused. We start to think that rich is the problem and give the greedy jerk part a pass. Why? If someone's a greedy jerk, it doesn't matter how much money they have. They aren't giving the wealthy a bad name, they're giving themselves a bad name. I don't want you to become a greedy jerk, but I do want you to become wealthy. You, like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, can put your wealth to work for good causes. You can make this world and your neighborhood a better place for everyone. By building wealth and using it responsibly, you can fight back against the lies the world is telling you about the wealthy. All these things work together to create a distorted picture of what the typical American millionaire looks like. We've taken what we've seen in movies and in the news and turned those untruths and half-truths into several myths about millionaires. Then we fall back on these myths as excuses for why we can't do it, won't do it, and shouldn't do it. The problem is, though, that a lot of people are doing it, and they don't look, sound, or act like what you'd expect. Instead, they're like Karen and Walter, a millionaire couple we talked to from the West Coast. Everyday millionaires. Neither Karen or Walter came from money. In fact, both of their families struggled to make ends meet when they were young. Karen's parents worked to support their own family of 5, as well as Karen's father's mother and sister. Those expenses taxed Karen's dad's salary from the post office and Karen's mom's income as a nurse. But Karen says she was never without the essentials, like food and clothes. Walter, on the other hand, grew up in an especially poor home, and he went to work at age 14 to help support his family. Despite the financial struggles, both families impressed the importance of giving on their children. In fact, Karen said her parents gave her 2 checks every birthday. One check was for Karen to write to herself to purchase something she wanted. The other check was for Karen to write out to a charity of her choice. This powerful lesson turned her into a lifelong giver and always ensured Karen had a heart of gratitude, no matter how much money she had. Walter and Karen were high school sweethearts and dated for years while they both completed college and graduate degrees. With little family financial support, the pair still managed to avoid student loans, paying for school with cash, grants, and scholarships. This set them up to win big time as they launched into their careers. Karen got a job in health administration, and Walter began his career as a CPA. Having grown up with so little, both were naturally frugal and never got caught up in the need to impress other people. They lived simple but fulfilling lives, making giving a priority, avoiding all the debt except a mortgage, and raising their 2 children with a firm understanding of how to manage money. The couple took advantage of company retirement plans as soon as they started working. That early start, they say, was the main factor that led to their wealth today. Walter and Karen never received an inheritance, never lived a flashy life, never bought more than they needed, never spent more than they made, and always made giving and saving their top priorities. Along the way, they paid off their mortgage more than 10 years early, sent 2 kids to school debt-free, bought a condo for their kids to live in while in college, and invested consistently throughout their entire careers. Today, all that hard work has paid off, as the couple is sitting on a net worth of $6.1 million. I don't think our kids realize what they're worth. We don't even consider ourselves wealthy. That's something we heard over and over again from the millionaires we studied. Despite the myths you hear and the depictions you see on TV, most millionaires are low-key, keeping their wealth under the radar. Walter and Karen don't need to flash their wealth to impress other people, and they aren't in a race to spend it all before they die. Instead, they're doing what they've always done, taking care of their families, giving to causes they care about, and investing their time into local charities. They also remain committed to their marriage, spending 3 to 4 months a year traveling and experiencing the world together. Typical millionaires, people like Walter and Karen, aren't trying to keep up with anyone else, and they don't care about impressing people. They're just living their lives, taking care of themselves and their families, and quietly serving other people. That's why most of their neighbors would be shocked to learn how wealthy they are. They don't fit the mold of what society tells us millionaires look like. A race you can win. If you believe you could never become a millionaire, then you will always prove yourself right. You'll never save enough or work hard enough to overcome that core conviction. However, if you open yourself up to the possibility, the probability, that $1 million net worth is within your reach, then you'll already be halfway to the goal. Your success will follow your beliefs. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. You have to believe that you have what it takes because you do. Of course, if you set your goals toward millionaire status, there will be plenty of people who try to convince you that it can't be done. They'll explain all the reasons why someone like you can't become a millionaire. I've got a trick for dealing with people like that. It's a secret that I use to make them disappear. It's easy to remember, too. In fact, it's just 3 little words. Prove them wrong. When the world tells you that you can't do it, don't believe it for a second. Just put all your effort and work into proving them wrong. A great example of this is the late Roger Bannister, the first man in history to run a mile in under 4 minutes. Up to then, many people widely believed that such a feat was impossible, that human beings simply couldn't run that fast. Some even believed someone's heart could explode from that effort. Roger Bannister didn't listen. He chose to follow his own beliefs and reject the other voices. Then on May 6, 1954, Bannister made history by completing the mile in 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds. And guess what? It didn't kill him. His belief that he could do it enabled him to overcome the naysayers and the experts who said it couldn't be done. That's not all, though. 6 weeks later, someone else broke Bannister's record. No one had ever broken the 4-minute mile before, but now 2 different people had done it within weeks of each other. Today, more than 60 years later, the 1-mile record has dropped all the way down to 3 minutes and 43 seconds. All it took was one man saying, "I can do this. I will do this." Once he proved it was possible, others embraced the possibility for themselves and made it happen. As I shared in the introduction, there are now almost 11 million millionaires in America. That's 11 million people who've proved it is possible to build real wealth in this country. These folks didn't buy into the lie that to become a millionaire themselves, they needed to come from a wealthy family or inherit a bunch of money. They rejected the voices that said it couldn't be done, and they made it happen. That's great news for you, for me, for all of us. You don't need a rich family. You aren't out there against impossible odds. 11 million people have gone before you, blazing a trail and busting the myths and lies that want to hold you back. This is a race you can win. And by the way, when you get there, don't apologize for winning. Don't feel bad about your success. Enjoy it. Too many people are afraid of building wealth. They act like they don't deserve it and feel guilty for achieving more than someone else. That kind of false guilt is a foreign concept to most millionaires who fought their way to the top through hard work and sacrifice. You see, the millionaires we studied believe something that many people today would find revolutionary. They unapologetically believe winning is better than losing. They aren't ashamed of their success. In all of the interviews our team conducted, we didn't find anyone who apologized for building wealth. In fact, they were all proud of themselves, and they should be. They've done an incredible job building fortunes that will not only change their lives, but also change several generations of their families. That's definitely what I call winning. Winning is never a bad thing. Everyone would admit that they want to win. Nobody would say that they would prefer to lose. When my sons were younger, Brock, the most competitive of the bunch, came off the football field with his head down. His team had just lost 55-10, and it hurt. He spent the whole drive home in silence. When we got home, he got out and walked up to his room. 10 minutes later, this kid still hadn't said a word. Now, I usually give my boys 10 minutes or so to pout, but after that, it's time to talk. So I went up to his room, trying to give him some comfort, but also making sure he wasn't being a sore loser. Finally, he looked up at me and said, "Daddy, I think I hate losing more than I love winning." The weight of that statement pressed down on me over the next several days. I realized I felt the exact same way. I hate to lose. I want to win. I want to win every time. But do I win every time? No. Does that stop me from trying? Absolutely not. I turn those setbacks into setups to push me further the next time. That's exactly what the millionaires we studied do too. They didn't let their humble beginnings stop them from winning. They didn't give up when things got hard. They put their heads down and fought through it. And they came out the other side victorious. That's what winners do. And there's nothing wrong with winning as long as you play the game with integrity. Busting the millionaire myths. Let me be clear. Anyone who tells you that you can't become a millionaire over time is lying to you. They may not know they're lying, but they are. They've probably just bought into the doubt and rhetoric themselves. They can't admit it's possible for you without admitting it's possible for them too. And doing that would immediately make them face their own financial failures. It's easier to believe something is impossible than to get to work making it happen. So these people simply perpetuate the same myths and misbeliefs that were handed down to them. I'm fed up with the steady diet of lies our culture is force-feeding us about what it means to be a millionaire. It's time to break that cycle and bust through these millionaire myths once and for all. In the next few chapters, I'm going to walk you through the 3 most prevalent myth categories about millionaires that came up during our study, using research and firsthand accounts from everyday millionaires. We'll examine whether or not the average millionaire actually earned or deserved their wealth, if millionaires really take huge risks with their money, and if millionaires had an unfair advantage in their education or careers. By looking past the assumptions and examining the truth behind these myths, I'm going to show you that you, yes you, can be a future millionaire. Now, let's bust some myths. Chapter 2. Millionaire Myth. The wealthy didn't earn and don't deserve their money. Look at him. I bet he never worked a day in his life. I hear statements like that all the time. In the news I read, on the shows I watch, and from the people I meet. And I bet you have too. It drives me crazy when people make snap judgments about strangers. I remember a time when this kind of thoughtless rhetoric was directed at the poor or the homeless. Nowadays, though, it seems like people are more likely to fling baseless insults and assumptions at the wealthy. They see someone who is winning, and their first reaction is to think, "Look at Daddy's little princess. Must be nice to have such rich parents." Or maybe, "Those hands have never done an honest day's work. Thinking these things is bad enough, but it absolutely drives me crazy when someone actually says something like that out loud. When someone I know goes off on a little tantrum about how easy rich people have it, I get both irritated and frustrated. To me, it's the worst form of whining, and I don't have time for that in my life, and neither do you. Statements like these perpetuate one of the most annoying, flat-out false myths I've ever heard about wealthy people, that they've had everything handed to them. This myth is based on jealousy, envy, and ignorance, and you've got to get past those if you want to join the millionaire ranks yourself. If someone sees a wealthy person driving a Tesla, for example, it's a lot easier to assume the owner came from a wealthy family than to think about how hard the other person must have worked and how they had to sacrifice to be able to afford a $100,000 car. That's the thing about millionaire myths. When we're faced with someone else's success, it makes us think about why we can't do it instead of how the other person did it. That's the thing about millionaire myths. When we're faced with someone else's success, it makes us think about why we can't do it instead of how the other person did it. To make ourselves feel better, we make excuses like, I can't be a millionaire. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Well, guess what? Neither was I. And neither were the vast majority of millionaires in this country. They weren't looking for a handout. Their hands were too busy working. The idea that wealthy people have had everything handed to them is a myth, and it's one we need to debunk once and for all. Myth number 1, wealthy people inherited all their money. Truth, 79% of millionaires received zero inheritance, meaning only 21% received any inheritance at all. 84% received $0 to $100,000, which means 84% of millionaires did not receive enough inheritance to make them millionaires. Have you heard the term celebutante? It's a mashup of the words celebrity and debutante that the entertainment media industry came up with. They use it to describe someone who is famous for being famous. That is, these are people who haven't personally done much, but who are rich and famous anyway. Reality television is littered with men and women like this. Everyone seems to know who they are. The funny thing is, no one really knows why, and yet there they are, clogging up my social media feed and screaming for my attention on TV. This really bugged me early in my career. I was working my tail off trying to provide for my family, and yet I saw all these social media stars raking in money hand over fist. For a hard-charging, hard-working guy like me, it was a little frustrating. My perspective has changed over the years, though. What ticks me off these days is that people actually believe this ridiculous stereotype is what a typical millionaire looks like. They see a celebrity's child and say, I'll never be wealthy because I don't come from money. If that sounds like you, you're telling yourself a lie, and you're using that lie to excuse your own shortcomings. Excuses won't take you where you want to go, so it's time to shut them down. The truth about inheritances. According to our research, most millionaires are first-generation rich. That means they worked hard, made sacrifices, and lived on a plan. While some people like to believe rich people are just born wealthy, the stats prove otherwise. We saw in the previous chapter that only 3% of millionaires received $1 million or more from an inheritance. 3%. That means if you lined up 100 millionaires, only 3 of them would say that they inherited a majority of their money from their family. We also saw that only 16% of millionaires inherited more than $100,000. If that's what the research shows, then it's mathematically safe to say that at least 84% of millionaires, if not more, built their wealth on their own. That's without help from their mom, dad, or their rich Aunt Edna. So the idea that the wealthy all inherited their money is nothing more than a cultural myth created to keep you from winning. Don't fall for it. The typical millionaire may be self-made, but what about the really rich people? What about the billionaires hanging out in the upper echelon of society? Surely they're just living off several generations of family money, right? Wrong. The definitive list of wealth in America is the Forbes 400. This is a highly researched, well-maintained annual list of the richest people in the United States. There is a lot of money represented on this list. In fact, everyone on the list is a billionaire. That's billion with a capital B. At the top of the 2017 list is Bill Gates, with a net worth of $89 billion. At the bottom are 13 different people tied for last place with $2 billion each. Poor guys. You may think it takes several generations to accumulate that much wealth, which would make the Forbes 400 a who's who of inherited wealth. But the truth is, of all 400 people on the 2017 list, only 7% benefited from an entirely inherited fortunes with no additional effort of their own. But the truth is, of all 400 people on the 2017 list, only 7% benefited from entirely inherited fortunes with no additional effort on their own. Compare that to the number of people who came from nothing, those who were dirt poor and overcame significant obstacles, which represents 8.5% of the Forbes 400. What does that mean in layman's terms? It means more billionaires rose from nothing and overcame incredible adversity, such as poverty, homelessness, and early abuse, than those who simply received an inheritance from their parents and lived off of it without contributing to the wealth themselves. While approximately half the people on the list inherited some money, almost everyone included on the Forbes 400 has actively participated in establishing and growing their own wealth. Apparently, the days of sitting back and coasting on old money are over. These findings from the Forbes 400 and other third-party studies are backed up by what my team and I uncovered in our own research. Let's go back to something I mentioned in Chapter 1. Like I said, 79% of millionaires received no inheritance at all from their parents. That means only 21% of millionaires actually received an inheritance. You know what's interesting about this? The Survey of Consumer Finances by the Federal Reserve reported on the percentage of American households who receive inheritances. You want to take a guess at what that percentage was? 21%. That's right. Millionaires in the general population receive inheritances at the exact same clip. Don't miss this. Millionaires are no more likely to receive an inheritance than their broke neighbor who's living paycheck to paycheck. So what's the secret for the first-generation millionaires then? Well, the research shows us that it's the opposite of the silver spoon family handout mentality. It's the can-do work ethic they learn from their parents. 8 out of 10 millionaires come from families at or below middle-class income level. When we break that down, 48%, so almost half of all millionaires, describe their parents' household as middle class. 27% described it as lower middle class, and 4.25% of them described it as lower class. It seems that real millionaires aren't waiting around for someone else to hand them a fortune. Instead, they put their head down and get to work with fierce determination, focusing their energies on long-term goals. That, not mom and dad's money, is how they build wealth and declare their own financial independence. And this reality should empower you to know that yes, you too can reach millionaire status. A self-made millionaire. One of the best parts of my job is the opportunity to talk to millionaires across the country. This is something I love to do when I guest host the Dave Ramsey Show and when I go to speaking engagements. Pretty much every millionaire story I hear fits the same pattern. Almost none of them attribute their wealth to an inheritance. You'd probably even consider most of the stories I hear from millionaires to be boring. You may think that they tell me how they invented some new technology or how they rose to the top of the corporate ladder, but those people are few and far between. Most of the time, the stories I hear from millionaires are too dull to get a feature article in Fast Company. These are people whose names you'll never know because the individuals aren't all that exciting. They're just normal people. And normal people generally aren't newsworthy. For example, let me tell you about a guy we interviewed in our millionaire research named Thomas. Everyday millionaire. Thomas grew up in the Midwest and started with literally nothing. In fact, he remembers only having 2 shirts and 2 pair of pants for a long stretch of his childhood. He came from a dysfunctional family with an alcoholic father and a mother who struggled with mental health issues. As a result, he was in and out of 3 or 4 different foster homes as a child, and both his parents died far too young. Those early years taught him 2 important lessons. First, he learned that drinking alcohol would lead him away from future success. Second, he knew that he did not like being poor. Despite coming out of poverty, loss, and hardship, Thomas had a clear vision for where he wanted his life to go. But he knew he'd have to work for it. Thomas went to college in the 1960s and graduated with a math degree before being drafted into the Vietnam War. After serving 4 years, he returned to school to pursue a PhD in math, which he planned to use working for the Department of Defense. Instead, Thomas got sidetracked by a new passion: teaching. He taught math in a few different colleges for his entire career, spending 37 years in education before retiring with a net worth of $2.6 million. Did he come up with a new mathematical breakthrough that revolutionized education? Did he use his math skills to make a killing in Vegas? No. Thomas made his millions slowly and steadily, working in a job he loved and designing a life that allowed him to build wealth on his terms. What was his secret? He says he always paid himself first, stayed away from debt, paid for everything he bought with cash, worked extra hours, and made wise investments. Sophisticated stuff, huh? The best inheritance. I like Thomas. Sure, his story isn't packed with thrills and adventure, but it's the perfect example of what I've been talking about. Wealthy people are rarely born into money or inherit their wealth from a rich aunt. I sure didn't. Like I said earlier, I grew up in a single-parent, low-to-middle-income household in Kentucky. My mom worked hard, and she made sure the same strong work ethic was instilled in me. As an athlete, that meant I poured my energy and focus into sports, which eventually landed me a football scholarship. I used that opportunity to get a quality education, which led to a good job, which enabled me to turn generations of Hogan finances around. Proverbs 13:22 says, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children." That's a charge that I take seriously. Today, my 3 sons have a much different lifestyle than I had growing up. And it's my job to not simply leave them a pile of money when I'm gone, but to leave them with the work ethic and character that they'll need to take the Hogan legacy even further. That's the kind of inheritance I want to leave to my children. Your personal wealth or retirement plan shouldn't depend on someone else dying and leaving you a fortune. Instead, wouldn't it be cool if you were the one who built a fortune to leave to your kids and grandkids? What if several generations of your family look back on you as the J.D. Rockefeller of your family tree? It doesn't matter how wealthy or how broke your parents were. Your wealth potential is in your hands, not theirs. I've never had wealth handed to me either, but that doesn't mean that I can't create wealth to hand off to my children. Every wealthy family started somewhere. Why shouldn't it start with you? Myth number 2, wealthy people are just lucky. The truth is, 76% of millionaires say that anyone in America can become a millionaire with discipline and hard work. Michael Phelps is unquestionably the most successful Olympian in history. Now retired, he brought home more Olympic medals than any other athlete in any sport. He started his Olympic career at age 15 in 2000, when he became one of the youngest males to ever make the Olympic team. He didn't medal that year, but he made a big splash, so to speak, on the international swimming scene. In the 2004, 2008, 2012, and 2016 Summer Games, with a little more experience under his belt, Phelps was unstoppable. He racked up medal after medal in several different swimming events. In all, Phelps brought home 28 medals, 23 of which are gold, before retiring from Olympic competition. Most swimmers competing against him over the past 15 years probably hit the pool just hoping to come in second. The thing that's really interesting about Michael Phelps isn't just his success. It's the fact that he was made to swim. I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean his body is custom engineered for swimming. I've seen research breaking down his physical advantages, and it's crazy. His arms are longer and his hands are larger than average, enabling him to move more water with each stroke. His feet are bigger than average for his height, giving him a 10% advantage with each kick. He has a disproportionately long torso compared to his legs. His chest is double-jointed. His lung capacity is off the charts. Like fellow gold medal swimmer Rowdy Gaines said, if you're putting together a human being from science, this is what you want. It would be easy to write Phelps off as lucky, attributing all his success to genetic factors that he was born with. And while all those genetic advantages make him a powerful force in the water, they wouldn't mean a thing if he didn't put in the work to earn his wins. Before he retired, Phelps practiced up to 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, during peak training times. He swam nearly 50 miles a week. He had a rigorous weightlifting routine. He had one of the most challenging nutritional plans of any athlete, consuming 12,000 calories a day. He prioritized rest and recovery. He would write his goals down and put them where he could see them every day. For nearly 20 years, this man spent all day, every day, thinking about and fine-tuning his body for swimming. Sure, he has some genetic advantages, but none of those things would have mattered if he hadn't worked and worked hard for his success. Some people, though, overlook how hard Michael Phelps worked to be the best in his sport. They think his winning streak was based on nothing but luck because of his genetic makeup. That's how a lot of people see millionaires too. They think the typical millionaire just dove into a pile of money with no hard work, no plan, and no effort. They chalk it all up to luck or the lottery. The idea, the notion that wealthy people are simply lucky lottery winners, married into money, or have some genetic advantage that normal people don't have, is a myth. And it's one of those that will keep you from ever becoming a millionaire yourself if you believe it. Waiting for lightning to strike. The myth that millionaires are simply lucky takes a lot of different forms, but they all come down to one main idea. Obtaining wealth is random. People view wealth like lightning strikes, as though they have no control over when and where the million-dollar lightning bolt will strike next. They say things like, only special people strike it rich, not me. They think the only way to build wealth from nothing is to marry into money or invent the next iPhone. Since wealth is random, they see the lottery as a valid strategy. Hey, if building wealth is simply a game of chance, why not? Even if they don't play Powerball or Mega Millions, they may believe that wealth comes down to a DNA lottery, a random mix of intellectual or physical advantages that enables only some people to become famous actors, athletes, models, or inventors. I think that every one of these things is an excuse. It's easier to believe that wealth is random and therefore unattainable for normal people than to hunker down and go about the hard work of building wealth. Our research has found that most millionaires are self-made. That is, they started with nothing, worked hard using the principles and attributes I'll discuss later in this book, and built wealth over time. That's the long road, though. When I sit down with someone and show them how they too can become a millionaire, I often see a flash of defeat wash over the person's face. People don't want to hear about a 20-year plan for building wealth. They want to take a shortcut, and they've convinced themselves that's how most millionaires made their money. They've come to believe millionaires get their wealth through luck, lottery, marriage, or special advantages, and they use that belief to excuse their own lack of effort. Why even try to build wealth if you don't think you're one of those special people? Listen, I want you to get to the point of $1 million net worth, and I'm going to show you that you have what it takes to win. But just know, sitting around and dreaming about ways to luck yourself into wealth is a lot easier than focusing on how to work your way into wealth. The thing is, what looks like luck to the outside world is usually the result of years, probably decades, of hard work. This isn't a new misperception either. 2,000 years ago, the Roman philosopher Seneca observed, "Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity." My friend and mentor Dave Ramsey has a more down-home spin on this. He likes to joke, "I've been working my tail off for 25 years, but now I'm an overnight success." The problem is that people don't recognize the time and energy most millionaires put into building wealth, and forget the stereotypical rich entrepreneur or celebrity. Let's make it more personal. I want you to picture your next-door neighbors, just a regular couple with regular jobs in a regular house on a regular street. Nothing fancy about them. They wear jeans, drive old cars, have kids in public schools, and they do their own yard work. You got that image in your head? Now imagine finding out that this couple has $3 million in their retirement account. What would be your first thought? Would you think about how they've built wealth slowly over time? Or would you assume that they just received a big inheritance, filed a groundbreaking patent, or won a court settlement because of a random accident? Most people in my experience would assume that there was a lightning strike moment for the couple rather than thinking their wealth was a result of many years of discipline. One of these start from nothing, decades in the making millionaires that we talked to was Sandra, a retired police officer from Southern California. Everyday millionaire. Sandra grew up in a stable two-income household, but her family certainly wasn't rich. Her father was a foreman for a county library department, and her mother was a newspaper proofreader. She describes her family back then as having just enough to meet their needs. They had one car, they didn't go out to eat often, and her parents had perfected the art of frugality. Sandra even remembers the family making their own Christmas ornaments one year to save money. She says her parents' approach to finances had a huge impact on her and gave her a lifelong commitment to frugal spending and long-term saving. Those two habits had served her very, very well. Sandra began her career as a beat cop in the 1960s. She worked her way up to lieutenant before leaving the police department after 27 years of faithful service. She married during that time, but the couple never had any kids. That left Sandra with a lot of spare time after leaving the police force. So she decided to go back to work. She had a great second career as a customer service representative for a regional airline, where she stayed for 12 and a half years. After retiring again, she found herself bored at home. So she did what she'd always done. She went to work. She started a third career as an office administrator for a doctor's office, where she still serves today. Throughout her career, beginning with her early years in the police department, Sandra's lifelong knack for saving led her to invest in tax-favored retirement plans. When the 401k was introduced, she dove into it. She found that she had good instincts for investing. She put those instincts to work in her retirement accounts and some real estate investing she and her husband did on the side. She always kept her spending in check, telling us that she never wanted or needed to live a luxurious lifestyle. Today, although she's never received an inheritance or started her own business, Sandra and her husband are worth $2.3 million. They've achieved financial independence slowly and steadily over the past 40 years. They've enjoyed their life along the way, always paying cash for whatever they needed, and now they're free to live however they want in retirement. Sandra isn't lucky. She didn't win a DNA lottery. She worked her butt off. She set a goal early in her life, and she didn't let anything or anyone get in her way. She earned her way to success, and now she's reaping the rewards. Sandra's story is just one of thousands I've heard from other men and women. People no one ever expected to make much of their lives, build wealth, or retire with millions. But who cares what other people expected of them? Most millionaires I know aren't content with the hand they're dealt. And you shouldn't be either. Instead, maximize every opportunity and overcome every obstacle in your way to reach your goals. That's the attitude that drives the success of the millionaires We studied. And it's the same attitude that will drive yours if you're bold enough to go for it. Scarcity versus abundance thinking. As long as you believe that only lucky or special people can become millionaires, you will never become one yourself. You might think of all the different reasons why you could never build wealth, telling yourself, I'm just an ordinary person, or I'm not smart enough, attractive enough, or talented enough, or I don't have enough opportunities, advantages, or connections. Focusing only on your limitations is what I call scarcity thinking. It's the voice in your head that says, there are a limited number of opportunities, and I didn't get my chance. The opposite of that is abundance thinking, which says, there's enough opportunity to go around. And that's the mindset of every millionaire I've ever talked to. People who are winning financially see opportunity around every corner. They know that a rising tide raises all ships. So they aren't concerned when they see other people building wealth. They know there's enough opportunity for everyone, so they aren't threatened by someone else's success. Now, let's contrast that to scarcity thinkers. They only see limitations, usually looking at others' success with a little jealousy and contempt. They'll walk around with a poor me way of thinking, always listing the reasons for why they can't get ahead. They feel victimized, as though other people are gobbling up all the opportunities that would otherwise make them rich. Scarcity thinkers can't see the opportunities around them because they've never been taught that those opportunities are there for them too, not just for other people. If that's you, you've got to change that mindset right now. Maybe life has dealt you a hard hand, or maybe you've gotten knocked down more times than you can count. I get that. Many of the millionaires we've studied have had those kinds of experiences too. But at the end of the day, you've been lied to. How? People have told you that you can't do it, that success is not for you. You've been surrounded by people who are trying to hold you back. But you don't have to believe those lies. You get to choose what you believe. You don't have to be a victim to victim thinking anymore. Don't focus on your limitations. Focus on all the opportunities around you. The same opportunities others are using to build wealth for themselves and their families. Those opportunities are there for you too. Don't let anyone keep you from reaching for them. Everyday millionaire. When I think of focusing on scarcity or abundance, I think about a man from the Midwest named Mac, who my team interviewed. If anyone could have naturally grown up focused on limitations, it'd be Mac. He was raised under constant financial pressure. In fact, his parents moved the family almost every year when he was young because they were always looking for cheaper rent. His father never graduated high school, and both parents worked low-paying, blue-collar jobs. At the age of 8, Mac was responsible for getting himself up in the morning, going to school, and coming home, all on his own. Despite the constant moves and holes in his school shoes, Mac never felt deprived. He instead chose to look for opportunities. That mindset led him to graduate college and join the Army before starting a long career in the insurance industry. Throughout his career, Mac and his wife lived a modest, debt-free, frugal life. They didn't get distracted by flashy cars and luxuries, instead opting to save as much money as they could for as long as they could. He liked his job, but Mac had his eye on a goal. He wanted to retire early at age 55. Over the years, Mac was able to indulge on a few things, such as nice furniture and a private school education for their daughter and special needs son. But through it all, he kept his eye on the prize. He worked and saved and worked and saved. When his company rolled out a 401k plan, he jumped in and maxed it out every year. He told us that he never planned to become a millionaire. But one day he opened his investing statement and saw a 7-figure balance staring back at him. He was blown away, mainly because he knew he and his wife wouldn't be a burden on their kids, and because he was happy to have a financial legacy to leave them. He realized he had changed his family tree. Mac worked a little longer than he originally planned, retiring at age 56 with nearly $3.8 million to live his dream retirement life of hunting, fishing, reading, cooking, and gardening. He has a peace and freedom that his parents could have never imagined. And more importantly, his children have grown up looking for opportunities rather than accepting limitations. He isn't a celebrity, business whiz, lottery winner, or financial genius, but he is a millionaire. Technically, a multi-millionaire. Not bad for someone with vivid memories of walking to school with holes in his shoes. Mac had the same opportunities as anyone else, if not less, and he took advantage of them. You can too. Most millionaires are regular people. The research we conducted blows a hole in the idea that millionaires either inherited all their money or got hit by some magic $1,000,000 lightning bolt. We know millionaires don't really believe in luck. In fact, we found that millionaires are 15 times more likely to say becoming a millionaire is about discipline over luck. We gave the millionaires in our study a list of items that could contribute to someone becoming a millionaire. Then we asked them to rank them. What ranked number 1, beating out all else? Financial discipline. What ranked number 2? Saving consistently. Discipline and consistency. These two factors outweigh a high-paying job, inheritance, luck, and the DNA lottery every time. And the good news is, we can all choose discipline and consistency. They aren't reserved for special or lucky people. Anyone can commit to a life of financial discipline and adopt consistent behaviors that will build wealth over time. I can't show you how to strike it rich overnight, but I can teach anyone, and I mean anyone, how to become a millionaire over the long haul. The bottom line is that wealth isn't random, and it isn't reserved solely for others. It's available to you too. Chapter 3. Millionaire Myth. The wealthy take big risks with their money. A popsicle. You want to invest that much money into a popsicle. In my many years as a wealth coach, I've been honored to sit with hundreds of millionaires. Most of them, as we're seeing in this book, are smart, hard-working, unassuming people. They've built their wealth low and slow, managing risks and maximizing their rewards. Occasionally, though, I meet someone with a crazy scheme that they just know will double their money. No matter how hard I try, sometimes I just can't talk these wide-eyed dreamers out of it. I remember one guy in particular. He's a well-known hockey player on one of the NHL teams up north. He'd been on a hot streak for a while, and his salary had grown to more than he ever expected to make. Now, at that point in my career, I thought I had heard it all, but this guy proved me wrong. We had talked about some smart investments over the past year, and he had seen his wealth begin to take off. But one day, he came into my office with an investment opportunity I'd never heard of. Popsicles. "Chris, listen to this," he said, as we got started with the session. "A friend brought me an investment opportunity that sounds like a gold mine. We're funding a company that's going to make, get this, get ready for this, cough syrup popsicles. Doesn't that sound great? Kids hate cough medicine, but they love popsicles. This is going to make a killing." I wasn't sure I was hearing him correctly. I asked him how much he was investing, and he replied, $250,000. I already wrote the check last week. When I asked him what his wife thought about all this, he told me that he hadn't talked to her about it. When I asked him what the company's projections looked like, he told me he hadn't seen them. When I asked him who else was back in the company, he told me he didn't know. The look on my face started to chip away the excitement that was plastered across his. I looked at him and said, "So let me get this straight. You invested $250,000 into a company you know nothing about that makes a product that most people aren't interested in, and you did it without discussing it with your wife." He nodded. I leaned back and said, "Well, good luck telling your wife that you just threw away $250,000. Of course, this sports star lost his money. That investment never went anywhere, and he had some serious explaining to do to his wife. The only opportunity that experience gave him was a chance to learn some hard lessons about risky investments. While stories like this can be funny and get a lot of attention, this isn't normal behavior for the vast majority of millionaires across the country. If you watch TV or believed everything you read online, though, you'd think this is exactly what most millionaires do. You'd think they take gigantic risks on stupid investments every day, just lucking their way into enough wins to keep their wealth growing. Almost all the millionaires we talked to in our research shared the similar stories of building wealth slowly, avoiding unnecessary risks, and doing the same simple, almost boring, investing practices over and over across many years. If you want to become a millionaire yourself, it's time to let go of the wide-eyed, get-rich-quick view of investing that leads most people off a cliff. Instead, you need to do what most millionaires do. Understand risk. Pick investments that balance the risk and reward you're comfortable with, and never get distracted with opportunities from people who don't know what they're talking about. Let's dig into all of this and bust this myth for good. Myth number 3. Wealthy people make risky investments. Truth. 79% of millionaires reach millionaire status through their employer-sponsored retirement plan. The world of investments is full of different products, vehicles, and opportunities, and most of them are garbage. People have come up with endless numbers of ways to creatively lose money, and smart millionaire-minded men and women stay away from almost all of them. Now, does that mean most millionaires stay out of the stock market, stuff their mattresses with dollar bills, and build wealth one cookie jar at a time? Not at all. There's nothing wrong with investing. Hey, I love investing. The problem isn't that investing doesn't work. The problem is that most people don't have a clue what they're doing. I've already written an entire book, Retire Inspired, on how to build your dream retirement, so I won't rehash all of that here. What I can do, though, is tell you what most of the millionaires we studied do with their money. It starts with an understanding of risk. Risk and reward. The term risky investment is a bit of a misnomer. The truth is, practically all investments come with some element of risk, and that's not a bad thing. In investing, risk basically refers to the chance of losing your money. If you're scared of the stock market and choose to keep all your money in certificates of deposit, or CDs as they're called, at your local bank, you're taking on a low degree of risk. Chances are, when the CDs mature, you'll be able to get your money back out. Of course, if the banking industry completely collapses or inflation skyrockets while your money is tied up, you could lose money, but it's generally safe. On the other hand, if you're a hockey player making a speculative investment in cough syrup popsicles, you're taking an extremely high degree of risk. The stars would have to align just right for you to ever get your money back, let alone make a profit. Where people start to get confused, though, is by thinking that all risk is bad. That's not true at all. Risk is tied to reward. The more risk you take, the more reward you could achieve. The world is full of risks that we take every day. Driving a car is a risk. Going on a roller coaster is a risk. Meeting a stranger for coffee is a risk. Despite all these risks, most of us still manage to get home safe every night. How? It's because we understand the risks, mitigate them as much as possible by taking safety precautions, and accept the risks in return for the rewards we hope to get. Millionaires understand that risk is something to be managed, not avoided. Being too blind to risk is like jumping out of a plane with no parachute and hoping for the best. But being too scared of risk is like owning a Ferrari and never taking it out of the garage. You never get to fully experience what you've worked so hard for. You only make progress towards your goals once you understand how risk-tolerant you are. If you want to see a millionaire who understands risk in every part of life, let me introduce you to Joe. Everyday millionaire. Joe's been a scholar, soldier, prosecutor, and philanthropist. This guy is a machine, and he's faced and managed all kinds of risks throughout his life. As a teenager, his parents sent him to a 4-year prep school. He didn't want to go at first, but looking back, he knows the work ethic and study habits he developed while going through that rigid academic program set him up for a lifetime of success. Not even law school presented much of a challenge to him compared to what he faced in that high school. Joe studied psychology at Duke University before starting graduate school to prepare for a career in advertising. When he realized most of those ad account executive jobs would require him to move to Chicago or New York, and being frustrated by high turnover he saw in the advertising world, he decided to change his career goals. The Vietnam War was raging during this time, and Joe knew he'd likely get drafted. To get ahead of the curve, he enrolled in a 2-year Army ROTC program in grad school. That way, he thought, he'd at least be able to enter the military as an officer. Graduating in the top 10% of his class, Joe could choose which job in the Army he wanted. He volunteered for the infantry, jump school, and eventually the Army Special Forces. He was ultimately wounded in combat and released from the Army on a medical discharge. When Joe returned home, he took advantage of the Army's GI Bill to pursue a law degree. He began his law career as a prosecutor for the state of Florida, but the bureaucracy and red tape made it hard for him to get ahead and grow his salary. That inspired him to leave his state position and open his own law practice. Not surprisingly, this hard-working soldier grew his practice and his salary quickly. Through it all, though, he never let his spending get out of control. The voice of his father always rang in his ears. Invest half of what you make, never go into debt, and never spend any money you don't have, and you'll be all right. Joe built his financial life around those principles, and it worked for him. Throughout his career, even when he earned well above 6 figures per year, he made a practice of investing half of his income into mutual funds. By keeping his spending in check and faithfully investing so much over so many years, Joe was able to retire comfortably at age 48. He spent the first 10 years of his retirement traveling with his wife and doing all the things he wanted to do. Although he's allowed himself some nice things, those extravagancies have been few and far between. His wise money management, in fact, has left him in a surprising situation. He doesn't need to use his massive investment accounts to support himself and his wife. His Army pension, combined with his state pension from his years as a Florida prosecutor and a little bit from Social Security, provide him plenty of income to live on each month. It doesn't cost me much to maintain my lifestyle, he said. So if he doesn't need it to live on, what's Joe doing with his nearly $2.7 million net worth? He's giving it away. Years ago, he set up a private 501c3 foundation to facilitate his outrageous giving. Over the past decade, he's given away $3.5 million of his personal wealth. With no kids and enough money to comfortably live on, Joe and his wife have set a goal to give away all their wealth before their death. Plus, they donate a huge amount of time doing volunteer work through their foundation and other charities. This guy is a hero in every sense of the word. He's given his time, his money, and even his blood to make this world a better place. Let's break down Joe's story a little bit. He risked jumping out of airplanes, but he managed the risk through expert military training. He risked changing career goals, but he managed the risk by thoughtfully weighing the options and matching his career to his lifestyle. He risked half his income in the stock market, but managed the risk by choosing mutual funds instead of other, riskier options. He risked giving away his wealth, but he managed the risk by establishing a foundation to properly evaluate charities and the tax treatment on his giving. Every step of the way, Joe faced risks and found a way to manage it. Where others may have seen risks or limitations, Joe only saw opportunities, and he's made better use of those opportunities than anyone could have imagined. A spectrum of investments. To put risk into the context of most typical investing options, let's think of it like a spectrum of investments from low risk to high risk. On the super conservative, low risk end of the spectrum are things like CDs and bonds. These are generally safe, meaning there's a low chance you'll lose money. However, there's also low reward because you aren't assuming much risk. On the other high-risk end of the spectrum, you've got things like day trading and cryptocurrencies, which I'll discuss in just a moment. With these things, you could make a huge amount of money overnight, but you're more likely to lose everything. That's because the degree of risk is out of control, and the odds of something going wrong outweigh any potential reward. Plenty of people participate on both extremes every day, experiencing a lot of ups and downs along the way. Interestingly enough, though, almost none of the millionaires we studied engage in either extreme. Instead, they keep their risk and reward ratios in check by sticking with proven, consistent investments with long-term track records. In fact, the most common path to wealth creation among the millionaires we studied was investing in growth stock mutual funds through their company retirement plans. 79% of millionaires used employer-sponsored plans like the 401k to build their wealth. That's right. The boring retirement plan your company probably offers is the most important piece to millionaires' financial success. That's because the 401k and other employer-sponsored plans generally provide a way to participate in relatively stable investments, get tax-favored growth on your returns, and probably get a match from your employer, and set your retirement savings on autopilot through paycheck deductions. I love employer-sponsored plans, but don't worry if your job doesn't provide one. There are plenty of other options. I'll dig into the investments later in this book. What about single stocks? When most people think about investing in the stock market, their minds immediately go to single stocks. I've talked to many people who think the terms stock market and single stocks are interchangeable. They're not. Single stocks are just one option in the overall spectrum of investments, and they typically carry way too much risk for the everyday millionaires we've studied. In fact, not a single person in all the millionaires we interviewed mentioned single stock as a major contributor to becoming wealthy. And not one of the 10,000 millionaires we surveyed put single stocks in their top 3 wealth contributing factors. When you buy stock in one company, you're basically placing a huge bet on one horse. You're buying a piece of ownership in that company, and your returns will rise or fall along with the success of that company. That can be great when the company is doing really well. I know plenty of people who have made a mint in single stocks. However, I know more people who have lost their money by betting everything on one company. In fact, I've coached many people who had all their money tied up in the stock of the company they worked for. Then when that company went belly up, these shocked men and women lost not only their jobs, but also their life savings. It's tragic. The worst of these stories came from a man I coached several years ago. He was a great guy with a huge heart. He'd been with his company for 20 years, and he was a serious champion for them. The company offered a 401k, and they encouraged their employees to put their entire 401k into the company stock. It wasn't required, of course, but my friend got the impression that good company people should put all their eggs in the company basket. So this well-intentioned employee put his entire retirement savings, more than $500,000, into his company stock. Can you guess the name of the company? Enron. This guy lost $539,000 in one day, the same day he lost his job. He thought he was being a team player. What he really was, though, was an unreasonably high risk investor, going all in on the single stock. Even his own company stock cost him everything he had built over 20 years. When you invest in single stocks, no matter what the company is, you're giving up all control. You're placing a bet on that one company, and there's nothing you can do to control the outcome. Maybe that's why none of the millionaires we studied mentioned single stock as a contributing factor to their wealth. You've got no control over a single stock. It's a bet with way too much risk. Millionaires aren't scared to say no to those kinds of risks. I know I'm not. I'm okay missing out on potential gains that could bring probable pain. I'm not going to risk my family's future on a single company's performance or the whims of the average consumer. Instead, like the millionaires we've studied, I'll take a more reasonable degree of risk by investing in mutual funds. That allows me to enjoy the growth of the stock market, but in a way that diversifies my risk. Instead of putting 10 eggs in one basket, mutual funds give me the chance to put one egg in 10 baskets. That way, if one basket crashes, I've got 9 others to fall back on. If you want to know more about how all this works, check out my book, Retire Inspired. Made up money. Single stock isn't the only popular high-risk investment. In 2009, a new form of currency emerged online, Bitcoin. This started a craze of so-called cryptocurrencies, digital currency competing to replace traditional dollars. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies can seem exciting, and I understand how cool it would be to be in on something from the very beginning, especially if it becomes the next Apple or Microsoft. But cryptocurrency is the very definition of volatility. Do you even know what Bitcoin is? It's a new type of money. It is literally a new made-up form of currency that's being traded for goods and services online. No one really knows who created it. It has no oversight, no regulations, no accountability. And as of today, it almost has no widespread adoption. How many risks can we squeeze into one investment? A friend of mine got caught up in the Bitcoin craze, and now he's a nervous wreck. He told me recently that he had cashed out his entire 401k early and put it all into cryptocurrency. He said he wanted to be on the front end of something new. Well, now he's on the rear end of something dumb. He's a young guy in his 30s, so he got hit with a ton of taxes and fees for the early withdrawal. If he had $100,000 in his 401k, he immediately lost $40,000 to taxes, fees, and penalties. So this big investment opportunity cost him 40% of his money right out of the gate. Now he's watching the news every day with a desperately vested interest in how one of the most volatile investments in history is doing. Oh, and did I mention he's married with 7 kids, all under the age of 8? I don't see how this guy sleeps at night. To me, putting your money into cryptocurrencies is a lot like playing Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun. It may be thrilling for a minute, but it'll cost you everything in the end. Cryptocurrencies come with almost 100% risk, and that's exactly what most millionaires avoid. Risking it all on partnerships. While I'm talking about risks, I want to briefly touch on one that most people never consider. One of the riskiest financial behaviors I know of is engaging in partnerships with other people. I've seen friends or family members go in together on businesses and investment deals, and I've seen them go sideways more often than not. Even if you know and love this other person, a partnership can ruin your chances for wealth building. A legal partnership is basically a business marriage. You're going all in on an investment with another person, mixing your money with theirs, putting your financial well-being in someone else's hands. You're fully trusting this person to do what they say they're going to do. You're also trusting that nothing tragic or unexpected happens in that person's life, because if it does, that tragedy happens to you too. Partnerships most often fall apart due to what I call the 4 Ds: drugs, divorce, death, and debt. If your partner, for example, develops a substance abuse problem, you now have an addict controlling your financial destiny. If he or she gets a divorce, you could have someone else's crazy ex coming after a huge piece of your business. If your partner dies, their adult children may come after his piece of the company, leaving you with a second-generation partner you don't know or trust. If your partner buys a ton of expensive equipment using debt without checking with you first, you're now on the hook for it, whether you wanted it or not. I've seen all these things happen. A few years ago, I had a coaching client who was almost torn apart by a partnership. He and a good friend went in together on a real estate investment. My client was in good shape financially, but his buddy was in some financial trouble. The guy with the money problems saw this opportunity as a way out. So he convinced my client to join him in buying 133 rental units. They got a blanket loan on the deal, meaning that they had one gigantic loan to pay for all 133 units. Before long, my client found out his friend and partner was stealing. Then my client got a divorce. Things got tight, and they started having some trouble making their monthly loan payment. This was the perfect storm of theft, divorce, broken friendship, and debt. And it drove the two former friends to court. When the whole deal fell apart, everyone lost. I hate that story, but it makes a point born right out of the millionaire research. A whopping 97% of millionaires believe they control their own destinies. Each one sees his success as being completely up to himself. A partnership robs you of that power. In fact, 80% of millionaires have never even borrowed money from a friend. If they won't borrow money from them, they're certainly not going to go into business with them. Partnerships turn self-responsibility into joint responsibility. And sadly, the world is full of people who can't be fully trusted. I don't mind failing and making mistakes, but I refuse to be taken down by someone else's failures and mistakes. I, like almost all the millionaires we talk to, control my own destiny, and you do too. Millionaires avoid unnecessary risk. Of the 10,000 millionaires we studied, we found that the number one contributing factor to their high net worth is investing in retirement plans. As we've seen, nearly 8 out of 10 of them did this through their company plans. Doesn't sound so risky, does it? In fact, it sounds a little boring. That's because it is. Here's what we know about millionaires, though. They understand some risk is necessary, but they aren't stupid and reckless. They simply tread carefully, weigh the risk and potential reward, and then move forward cautiously and confidently, knowing that their success is in their own hands. That's exactly the case with Clark, a millionaire that we talked to from the Washington, D.C. area. Everyday millionaire. Clark was raised in a suburban middle-class family, but he describes his parents as having been terrible with money. They didn't give him a good example of wise money management. And even though they appeared to have a good life, Clark remembers money always being a struggle for them. After serving in the Air Force, Clark completed degrees in aeronautical engineering and math, and he had a successful career as an applied physicist in the plastics industry. Clark has worked hard, invested wisely, avoided debt, and slowly grown his net worth from $0 when he first started tracking it on an Excel spreadsheet 20 years ago to over $3 million today. He stayed away from flashy, high-risk investments and instead maxed out his company 401k plan. Once he and his wife hit 50 years old, they kicked things up a notch and maxed out their allowable catch-up contributions, throwing even more money into their 401ks. They stuck to mutual funds, which let them enjoy the growth of the market without the risks of single stocks. Through all this, Clark knew his financial success was in his hands and no one else's. He says, if I'm a success, I can pat myself on the back. If I'm a failure, I have no one else to blame but me. It's amazing how many millionaires told us something similar. Clearly, self-reliance is a key part of the average millionaire's character. Although his focus on mutual funds and 401ks may seem extremely cautious to some, he sees it as a good balance between risk and reward. He's taken enough risk to build his net worth to a millionaire level, but not so much that any one mistake could wipe him out. It's all been part of the plan he set for himself as a young man. Clark cautions other future millionaires not to be too scared to take some risk in their investing strategy. When we ask him what keeps most people from becoming millionaires, he broke it down into 2 things: playing things too safe, that is, avoiding all risk, and not having a long-term plan. When you have a good plan that you've thought through and researched, he says you should be able to take some non-fatal risks to hit the goal. However, if you're flying by the seat of your pants or always getting distracted by the next new opportunity, you'll always be moving 1 step forward and 10 steps back. Successful people like Clark know that's not the path to millions. Myth number 4. Wealthy people take stupid risks to get rich. Truth. The average millionaire hits the $1 million mark at 49 years old. This is after decades, in fact, of hard work. Only 5% of millionaires got there in 10 years or less. As I travel for speaking engagements and media appearances, I get the chance to talk to a lot of people about their wealth-building goals. One question I hear over and over again from all types of people is, Chris, how do wealthy people get rich quickly? What should I be doing to put myself in the millionaire column in the next 5 years? Whenever I hear this question, I can be sure of one thing. They won't like my answer. The idea that wealthy people have some secret fast track to wealth is a myth. The typical millionaire, like the ones that may be hiding in your own neighborhood right now, didn't strike it rich overnight. In fact, if someone earning the median U.S. household income of $59,000 started investing the recommended 15% of their income at age 30, they'd have over $1 million by the age 55. And that's if they never got a single raise. Just doing the exact same thing for 25 years would make them a millionaire. Now, most people do get raises. They're able to contribute more to their investments over time. So if that's the case, they could get there faster than 25 years. But it's not going to be immediate. This example lines up with what we found in our research. We discovered that the average millionaire hits the $1 million mark at 49 years old. That's after decades of working, saving, and investing. Only 5% of millionaires got there in 10 years or less. That's the reality of building a $1 million net worth. Yes, it's absolutely possible, but it takes time. People don't want a 20 or 30-year plan, though. They want a 3-year plan. But that's not how most millionaires made their money. When it comes to building wealth, the microwave approach doesn't cut it. Practically all the millionaires we studied made their millions slowly over many decades. There is no get-rich-quick scheme. There are a few legitimate reasons for someone trying to get rich quickly, but more often than not, it's the result of impatience, fear, or plain old greed. Even if you're on a solid long-term plan that's working, it's easy to get distracted by a new opportunity or a friend's sure-thing investment. Trust me, I've been down that road. Back in the late 90s, a friend convinced me to put some money in AOL stock. Now, I've already told you how risky single stock is, but I went for it. I started with a few $1,000s, and that doubled quickly. I added some more, and that doubled too. I was betting on luck, but eventually, my luck ran out. I ended up losing about $25,000 before I finally woke up and got off that roller coaster. When it was all said and done, I was left scratching my head and wondering how I'd gotten so distracted. That AOL mess pulled my attention and my money away from the slow and steady mutual fund investments I had been focused on. If I had put that $25,000 into a good growth stock mutual fund, instead of risking it all on a get-rich-quick stock deal, I'd be $168,000 richer right now. That $25,000 could have grown to about $1.1 million by the time I retire if I had just trusted the plan that I was working on. But seeing my buddy's quick, easy returns got the best of me. I thought, if he can do it, why can't I? Building wealth is a long-term play. That's the difference between the words wealth and rich, at least from my perspective. Getting rich just means falling into a pile of money. All of the focus is on the cash, not the person. Building wealth, however, is about a patient, hard-working person's journey to millions. It's about the character they developed over many years of dedication and persistence. When you work for your wealth over years and decades, you'll usually find yourself with character to manage it wisely. When you suddenly become rich overnight from a risky investment or a lottery ticket, you haven't changed at all. Your bank account has. That means all the money is now at the mercy of your impatient, risky behaviors. I imagine that's why most lottery winners are broke in a few years after their jackpot. They didn't become wealthy. They just got rich. Today, when people ask me how to get rich quick, I always go back to their motives. Why do they need to get rich quick? Whose life are they looking at that seems so much better? What measuring stick are they using? Why do they think they need to pick up the pace? People want to experience all the cool stuff they think wealth can buy, but they don't want to work for it. Well, I've got some bad news, though. If you don't work for your money won't work for you. Sure, I want people to build wealth as quickly as possible, but I don't want them to do it in a way that puts everything they've worked for at risk. Millionaires don't use leverage. Because I'm often on TV talking about finances, I keep an eye on what other financial folks are saying. Usually their advice is the exact opposite of mine. Just in the past few weeks, I've heard other financial experts talk about borrowing money from a bank to invest in stocks, using a home equity line of credit against a paid-for house to purchase rental properties, taking out loans to flip speculative properties out of state, and loaning your money out to others to fund someone else's scheme. Are you noticing a theme here? Most of the financial wizards out there want you to use leverage to get rich. Like I've said, though, I don't want to help you to get rich. I want to help you to build wealth. The wealthy people I know don't rely on debt. The home equity line of credit, or HELOC as it's called, is probably one of the greatest marketing success stories of the last 20 years. I hear people talk about their HELOC all the time, like it was an investment they're proud of. They're so excited to tell me how smart they are with this magic wand called a HELOC. Let me clear something up for you. A HELOC is a second mortgage, period. Sure, no one calls it a second mortgage, and the banks selling it certainly don't want you to see it as a second mortgage, but that's exactly what it is. When you take out a line of credit against your house, you're putting your home at risk. You're using it to secure a loan with the bank. Come on, people, that's the definition of a mortgage. Everyday millionaires, not the flashy rich people you may see on television, stay away from debt masquerading as leverage. They see home equity loans, home equity lines of credit, business loans, and private lending for what they are, debt. And wealthy people avoid debt. We found that 63% of millionaires have never taken out a home equity loan or a line of credit, and 90% do not currently have a home equity loan. So that means some of them may have made this mistake in the past, but then they course corrected and got out of that mess as quickly as they could. Similarly, 9 out of 10 have never taken out a business loan. They don't have credit card debt, student loans, or car payments either. I'll talk more about that in Chapter 7. Everyday millionaire. The millionaires I know are like Larry, a retired insurance professional our team got to know during our millionaire study. Like many of the people we talked to, Larry came from humble beginnings. His parents were Wisconsin dairy farmers who never got past the 8th grade. They were hard workers who hated debt, and they taught their children to hate debt as well. Becoming the first person in his family to graduate college, Larry left the dairy farm and began a 35-year career in insurance. Throughout his working years, Larry kept his spending in check, just like his parents taught him. He avoided all forms of debt except a mortgage, saying, "I'll never buy anything I can't afford to pay cash for." He and his wife lived well below their means throughout their marriage, making saving money a priority from Larry's first full paycheck. Even when he was only making $5,500 a year early in his career, he still prioritized saving and managed to set aside $100 a month. When he got a raise, he increased his savings. When he got an annual bonus, he saved it. When his company introduced the 401k, Larry maxed it out. He never played around with debt, and he never got distracted by risky investments that others tried to push on him. He worked hard, stuck to his plan, drove old paid-for cars, and didn't pay attention to what other people had. The end result? He retired early at age 55 and has a current net worth of over $4.2 million. Now he gets to travel, play golf and tennis several times a week. visit his children and grandkids whenever he wants, and enjoy long walks and bike rides with his wife. He absolutely loves his life, and he knows one stupid investment decision or a car loan could have cost him big. There will always be new investments, opportunities, and strategies that promise the world, but will most likely lead you further away from millionaire status. If there's one thing I've learned from the millionaires we studied, it's that shortcuts are for suckers. The long road may not get you there as quickly as you want, but it will get you there. Building wealth, low and slow. The financial industry is full of salespeople, advisors, and gurus who are lining up to offer you advice. The problem is, most of the advice is about getting rich, not about building wealth. They'll tell you that leverage is a powerful tool in wealth creation, that OPM, other people's money, is the secret weapon to unlock your wealth-building potential, and that saving is for suckers. The millionaires we've studied over the past year would disagree. Sure, there are people who've taken those risks and have struck it rich, but many more have gone down that road and lost it all. The thing is, you never know which one of these two people you'll be. Low and slow may not be the fast, exciting, or sexy way to build your net worth, but it's what practically all millionaires we've studied have done. None of them gained $5 million in a single year, but none of them have lost $5 million in a year either. They balanced risk and reward with a long-term mindset, and now they're sitting pretty. Chapter 4, Millionaire Myth. The wealthy have a leg up in education and careers. The thought hit me like a freight train. Am I qualified to do this? There I was, about the same age as most of the players on the field, but they were calling me coach. How in the world did that happen? I went to college on a football scholarship and had the privilege of helping my team win a national championship back in my glory days. The championship ring on my finger is one of the few material things in the world that I'd say I treasure. It's not because I've got a big head about being on a championship team, though. Instead, it's a daily reminder that I was a part of something special, that I served on a team of other high-achieving players working toward a common goal. That experience taught me more than I could ever put in a book, and I've taken advantage of the countless opportunities from my time on that field. One of those opportunities came right after college, when I was offered an assistant coach position at a school in Pennsylvania. Throughout my college football career, I had hoped to go pro with the NFL, but I ultimately went back to pursuing my then lifelong dream of becoming, wait for it, an FBI agent. From the time I was 11 or 12 years old, I dreamed of being a federal agent. Now sure, my journey has led me in other directions, but I was serious back then. Of course, to become an agent, I needed a master's degree, and that meant even more school after my championship days were over. My former college coach had just accepted a head coach position at California University of Pennsylvania, and he asked if I'd come up to be his assistant. The school threw in a free tuition for my master's degree as part of the deal, so I packed up and moved up north. I started there as a full-time defensive coach, academic monitor, and strength and conditioning coach. That opportunity put me back on the field. Only this time, I had a whistle around my neck and a team of young men looking to me for answers. From the first day, I felt like I was in over my head. I was blessed with some amazing coaches throughout my high school and college career, and I honored those men. I looked up to them. They were giants in my mind, and now I had a team of young men looking at me the same way. It was the first time in my life when I truly felt unqualified for the task I'd been given. I had played the game fairly well, but I didn't know if I had the wisdom, experience, and patience to coach others. I didn't believe I had the qualifications other coaches had, so I doubted whether or not I could be successful in my new position. It took a few months and several wins before I realized I had what it took to be a good coach. And once I had that confidence, I never looked back. I think many people look at millionaires the same way I used to look at my former coaches. They see someone who is winning financially, and they assume that the person has some special qualification, some trick or training that isn't available to normal people. They've fallen for the myth that wealthy people have some specific advantage over others for wealth building. Maybe with an expensive private school education, or with a high-paying, powerful job. Sure, highly paid doctors and executives can become millionaires, they think, but not me. Bull. As I've said several times already, I know for certain that anyone can build wealth, and it's time for you to accept the fact that you, yes you, are qualified to become a millionaire. So if you think you need a permission slip to become a millionaire, here it is. Myth number 5. Wealthy people have prestigious private school educations. Truth. 79% of millionaires did not attend prestigious private schools. 62% graduated from public state schools. 8% attended community college. And 9% never graduated college at all. There's a huge myth being perpetuated that you must attend a prestigious private school in order to become a millionaire. That's just not true, not even by a long shot. Now, I'm a huge fan of education. My sons already know I expect them to go to college, but they also know why. I'm not under the illusion that a college degree from a private university is going to set them up to win. I believe a college degree's greatest value comes in other forms. Can a private school graduate become a millionaire? Sure. But can a state school graduate with a plan for building wealth do just as well, if not better? Absolutely. Let's see why. The myth of the brand name. Not too long ago, I got a nasty sinus infection and had to get a prescription. When I dropped the doctor's note off at my pharmacy, the lady at the counter asked me if I wanted the brand name drug or the generic option. I asked her what the difference was, and she said about $50. The medicine is the same, you just be paying extra for the brand name. You see, the medicine in the bottle works just as hard no matter what brand is on the label. That made my decision a whole lot easier. As we take a quick look at education, it strikes me that the university choice works in much the same way. The name on the diploma can make the degree a lot more expensive, but that doesn't mean it's more effective. The truth is, 88% of millionaires did graduate with a bachelor's degree, compared to only 33% of the general population. Moreover, millionaires are more than twice as likely to pursue advanced degrees than the general population. We found that 52% of millionaires have a graduate or terminal degree, compared to only 12% of the general population. What's really interesting, though, is that these men and women were often the first in their families to go to college. Only 25% of millionaires had both a mother and father who went to college or trade school, and 46% said neither parent went at all. Despite the high number of millionaire college grads, most of them didn't get those degrees from private universities. Instead of 62% of them graduated from public state schools, similar to 58% of the general population who attended public state schools, but with a 33% graduation rate. Another 8% of millionaires attended community college, and 9% didn't graduate from college at all. One of those rare individuals shared his millionaire story on the Dave Ramsey Show Millionaire Theme Hour. Bobby called in from North Carolina. He was 53 years old and only had a high school diploma. He didn't let that hold him back, though. After working about 20 years for a supermarket chain and another 20 in his own real estate business, he was sitting on a net worth of $4.6 million with zero debt. He said he credits his wealth to hard work, staying out of credit card debt, and writing his goals down. Bobby didn't need a degree from a private school to become a multimillionaire by age 50, and neither do you. And if you're thinking the average millionaire, state school or not, was an academic superstar with a perfect grade point average, let me bust that bubble for you too. Almost half of the millionaires we studied had a B average or less in school. So if your grade reports had some B's and C's, don't let that fool you into thinking you aren't qualified for a $1 million net worth. As Tom Stanley, author of The Millionaire Mind, discovered through his research, in the real world, economic productivity is not defined by GPA. Grades only tell part of the story, though. If you look at the total picture, you'll see that millionaires are more likely to be involved in extracurricular activities in high school. 40% were involved in sports or cheerleading, the most common extracurricular activities. 18% were involved in student government, compared to 12% of the general population. 15% were active in the student newspaper, compared to 7% of the general population. And 17% were involved in academic teams, compared to 11% of the general population. It's clear that even in high school, these high achievers demonstrated the drive and initiative that would ultimately lead to their financial independence. The cost of prestige. To be clear, I'm not completely against private schools, and someone who wants to go to one and who can afford it should. I've got no problem with that at all. However, let's understand what I mean by afford. That means the student has the cash or scholarships to pay the tuition and other expenses without student loans and without completely destroying his or her financial life in the process. If that's you, great, go do it. However, most of us wouldn't qualify. According to CNN Money, the average all-in cost for a private school is around $45,370 per year, which includes tuition, room and board, and other expenses. Let's compare those costs to the average state school. The average cost of tuition, fees, room and board for a student at an in-state university is $20,090. That means the private school education costs more than twice as much as the state school. For what? The same degree with a different school seal stamped on it? Of course, grants and scholarships can bring college costs down for most families. The average true cost of an all-in private school education is $26,080 per year, compared to $14,210 per year for an in-state degree. There's still a huge price gap between the two, but it starts to make college look easier for most families to manage. I want you and your kids to set yourselves up to win by getting a solid education. I just don't want you to break the bank or bury yourself under a mountain of student loans to make it possible. In fact, spending your first 2 years at community college can give you a great start, and you can do that for less than $8,000 a year on average. Plus, some states now offer free, yes free, community college tuition to in-state residents, which means you can get a huge head start on your education while working to save tuition money for years 3 and 4 at a different school. Planning ahead and setting reasonable expectations for where you go to school can enable you to earn your bachelor's degree with absolutely no student loans hanging over your head. That's the best way I know to get your career off to a great start and immediately start building wealth right out of school. The bottom line is, education can definitely fuel your success, but let's not confuse degree with pedigree. Too many people get themselves in trouble chasing after a particular school's name, location, or even football team. The most important thing is the education, not the school seal on the diploma. Speaking of student loans, I cannot stress this point loudly enough. Stay away from them. Don't be fooled by the marketing either. Sallie Mae and Navient aren't in the education business. They're in the debt business. That tuition money isn't free. It comes with a price tag that will wreck your life for decades. Getting out of college with $40,000, $60,000, or heaven forbid, $200,000 in student loan debt will negatively impact your ability to build wealth throughout your life. Because of the power of compound interest, your first decade out of school will be critical to your long-term investing. Sending all your hard-earned money off to pay for student loans will rob you of your wealth-building potential for years. Millionaire-minded people know this. In fact, 68% of the millionaires with a college degree that we studied never took out a penny in student loans, compared to 49% of the general population. They understand that wealth building is a long-term job, and they don't want to waste any time with student loan payments. They'd rather do whatever it takes to get out of school debt-free. That way, they can actually keep the money they make early in their careers. Now, I know college costs have gone up significantly in the last 10 to 15 years, but that's still no reason to take on student loan debt. Get creative with scholarships, community college classes, and working while also going through school, because taking out student loans to pay for school has a huge long-term impact. Let's do the math. The average monthly student loan payment for someone in their 20s is $351. If that student avoided student loans, started his or her career without that payment, and invested that $351 into a mutual fund every month instead, they'd have almost $3 million by age 65. Don't miss that. We live in a world where most people believe they could never become a millionaire, but they don't think twice about signing up for student loans. If someone only invested what they'd otherwise spend on student loan payments, they'd retire with millions. In some cases, the education someone thinks will make them rich is the very thing that puts millionaire status out of reach. This lesson was brought home to me in a recent interview my team did with a millionaire named Curtis. Everyday millionaire. Curtis was a smart kid and was the valedictorian of his high school class. While he had done well enough in high school to get the attention of some prestigious schools, Curtis was happy with the full scholarship he received to Louisiana State University. For him, getting a good education without breaking the bank was more important than the name on the degree. He graduated, went on to earn a master's degree, and settled into a long career in the oil industry. Because he had no student loan debt, Curtis was able to start investing early in his career. He took advantage of his company's 401k and built wealth slowly and steadily throughout his working life. Because he started saving early and kept his spending habits in check, Curtis is now worth over $5 million and is enjoying a fun and comfortable retirement. Though his college selection is more than 40 years behind him now, he knows that a misstep at that point in his life could have derailed where he wanted his life to go. The true value of a college degree. I firmly believe that getting a college degree gives you an edge in life and in business, but not in the way you think. Too many people see a degree from a certain school as a magic wand that will pave the way for their future. They see a piece of paper with the prestigious private school's name written on it as a golden ticket to 50 years of success. They think doors will be thrown open and that the wealth will come their way if they only graduate from that school. I don't buy that at all. In the real world where I live and work, a private school education gives you the same benefits as a degree from anywhere else. Georgetown University reports the lifetime earnings for people with a bachelor degree are 31% greater than those with an associate's degree, and 74% greater than those with only a high school diploma. Why is that? Personally, I think that wherever you go to school, a college degree gives you a couple of advantages. First and most importantly, it shows that you have what it takes to work toward and accomplish a long-term goal. That is gold in a culture full of distractions and half-hearted efforts. Second, a college degree gives you opportunities that you may not have otherwise. If you want to work your way up in an established company, you may need a degree to get in the door. However, if you're an entrepreneur and want to build your own business, this is a non-issue. Like I said before, I'm planning on my kids to go to college, and we have money set aside for that. However, if they choose not to go, or if they would rather go to a trade school, I still know they'll build wealth throughout their lives. While a college degree makes someone more likely to become a millionaire, it doesn't guarantee future wealth. Likewise, not getting a degree doesn't mean someone can't become a millionaire. Remember, 9% of millionaires don't have one. The degree simply gives some advantages. That said, I don't believe college alone will give my kids a financial advantage. It's not the school's job to teach them how to build wealth. It's mine. That's why we talk about money at home. Despite whatever education they receive, I know they'll be smart when it comes to money. Educated versus smart. Educated and smart, by the way, are two totally different things. Educated means you've gone through a formal training program and have completed the requirements for a particular field of study. It doesn't necessarily mean that you excelled in that field of study or that you showed any general proficiency for it. It just means you showed up, did the work, and got the certificate. Smart, on the other hand, means that you not only have some knowledge, but you also know how to apply it. We talked about this in the introduction of this book. Smart is simply putting your knowledge and experiences to work for you, and anyone can learn to be smart. That's where the rubber meets the road. And it's why the world is full of smart, successful men and women who never stepped foot in a prestigious university, or any other university for that matter. I have known many educated, not so smart people, and I have known many uneducated, smart people. Between the two, I'll take the smart person, educated or not, every day of the week. You see, if you're smart, if you know how to apply knowledge to gain wisdom, you'll succeed in life no matter how educated you are. But no amount of education will make up for someone who is content to live an unmotivated, unknowledgeable life. Wealth will always seem just out of reach to that person. Let me tell you what this looks like in a real-world example. I work with Dave Ramsey's company, Ramsey Solutions. We've become a pretty big organization, and we keep growing by leaps and bounds every year. As I write this, the company currently employs over 700 people in our Tennessee office. If you count those who used to work here but have since left, Ramsey Solutions has hired well over 1,000 team members over the past 20 years. Now, with more than 1,000 hires behind us, how much importance do you think we place on where a candidate went to college? None at all. That's right. Even though we're a company worth over $175 million and a nationally known brand, we've never hired a single person simply because of where they went to school. Sure, we look at their history, but we're more concerned with what they did than where they went. We want to see a track record of success. A candidate with a $50,000 degree has the same shot as getting hired as a candidate with a $250,000 degree. I know that because we've hired state school graduates over graduates from more prestigious schools hundreds of times. In fact, some of the most successful people in the company's history didn't have a college degree at all. What made them win in their positions here? It was their hunger to learn and grow and their work ethic. If you have those things, you can win pretty much anywhere. One of the best examples we saw in our research of someone who was both smart and had a strong work ethic is Jack, a millionaire from California. Everyday millionaire. Jack was born right after World War II and was raised in a blue-collar family. Jack's father and grandfather were both steel mill factory workers, and the family never had much money. He said he was raised to believe that most people don't have money, and those who do should be extremely grateful and wise in managing it. Advice he still values to this day. Seeing his family struggle with money motivated Jack to get a quality education. That motivation paid off, as he was the first in his family to go to college, graduating with a degree in mathematics. There was no nepotism or family money involved in his school selections. He set his sights on where he wanted to go, and he busted his butt to get the grades and tuition money he needed. Not surprisingly, this go-getter got a great job right out of school, but he was drafted and sent to Vietnam 6 months later. Jack served as an Army officer during the Vietnam War, and he was determined to bring every one of the people serving under him back in one piece. He did. After the war, he took that determination back into the workforce, taking a position with a large technology company. He stayed at the one company for the rest of his career, racking up promotions and having the chance to try new things every few years. At his leadership peak, he led 250 people and managed a $250 million budget. As Jack's income grew, he stayed faithful to the investing plan he and his financial advisor drafted when he returned from Vietnam at age 28. Throughout his 32-year career, his motto was, with every paycheck, pay yourself first for the future. He did exactly that, investing into company retirement plans, taking advantage of matching dollars, managing risk, and keeping a watchful eye over his diversified portfolio. As a result, Jack was able to retire at age 50 with a current net worth of over $2 million. He now spends his days traveling, picking up odd jobs for fun, and spending time with his kids and grandkids, and volunteering in his community. Looking back on his life, Jack knows that his education was the thing that enabled him to change his family's financial legacy. He's grateful for the educational opportunities he had, and he knows that those opportunities are there for anyone. If someone from a poor, blue-collar steel mill industry can do it, anyone can. Of course, he made sure his 2 children prioritized their educations as well, and now his son runs a private biochemistry lab, and his daughter is a teacher. Education is really important, he said, and can really help someone build wealth. Jack's education gave him an advantage in his career, but he had to work for that education. Nobody gave it to him, and no one forced him into it. His father and grandfather would have welcomed him at the steel mill, but Jack had different plans for his life, so he gave himself the advantage he needed to get ahead. The bottom line is this: a prestigious education may be one indicator of potential success, but the plain old smarts, fueled by hunger, drive, and grit, is so much more important. And the good news for most of us is that anyone can become smarter, and for free. Books, podcasts, online training, magazines, journals, workshops, seminars, classes, and more provide wonderful free opportunities to increase our knowledge, but only if we put all that new information to work. You may not get a degree certificate for your homegrown education, but the rewards could be greater than you'd ever get from a $200,000 diploma. All the millionaires I know are lifelong learners. They're always looking for ways to increase their knowledge, because they know every new idea they can put into practice will make an immediate positive impact on their lives, business, and wealth. That's true whether they went to a private college or not. Myth number 6: wealthy people have high-paying jobs. Truth: 1/3 of millionaires never had a 6-figure household income in a single working year. Only 31% of them averaged a $100,000 household income a year, and only 7% averaged over $200,000 household income over the course of their career. If I asked you what are the top 3 careers where you're likely to find millionaires, you may think about a doctor, business owner, or a senior executive in a big company. Sure, those jobs can bring in a big paycheck, but that's not what the typical millionaire does for a living. Contrary to what you might expect, only 15% of millionaires are in senior-level leadership positions in their companies, vice president, senior vice president, and the like. And only 7% are C-suite executives, chief executive officer, chief financial officer, etc. On top of that, only 18% own a business. Believe it or not, the average millionaire is a regular man or woman in a regular job. Want to know what those regular jobs are? When we asked 10,000 millionaires what they did, the top 3 answers were engineer, accountant, and teacher. The last one blows my mind. Teachers are often notoriously underpaid, especially considering how hard they work and how important their jobs are. And yet teaching is one of the most common professions among America's millionaires. That's awesome. Clearly, teachers not only know how to work hard, but also how to plan ahead with a long-term view. That's critical for future millionaires. As for income, you may think all of these millionaire families earn 6 figures a year at minimum, and that would make sense. Remember, 88% of them graduated from college, and education often leads to higher incomes. So yeah, their salaries are a little higher than the national household average, and many of them did, in fact, break the 6-figure ceiling. We found that 31% of millionaires had an average household income of $100,000 or more a year over the course of their careers. If that's not where you are, though, don't worry. Take a closer look at the numbers. If 31% did average $100,000 in household income, that means 69% of millionaires, almost 7 out of 10, did not average $100,000 or more in household income per year. Plus, 1/3 of millionaires never had a six-figure household income in a single working year. Don't miss that. Many people working regular blue-collar jobs fall for the myth that they need a high-paying job to build wealth. But don't buy the lie. A low salary won't disqualify you from millionaire status if you use it wisely. Sure, salary is a factor in building wealth, but it isn't the biggest factor. Millionaires know that how much you make isn't nearly as important as what you do with it. Salary versus value. People sometimes tend to equate their salary with their value. If an office worker makes $35,000 a year, for example, they may start to believe that they are worth $35,000. And if this office worker believes that long enough, the thought of one day becoming a millionaire may seem like a fantasy. Millionaire status will always seem out of reach because that person doesn't believe they're worth $1 million. That low sense of personal value can grow into discouragement, hopelessness, and ultimately bitterness. They see others enjoying a rich life, but they can't imagine getting there themselves. They say things like, "I don't make enough money to save," or "I'm not qualified to make enough money to build wealth," or "Someone in my position can never get ahead." I can't tell you how many people quit the millionaire journey before they ever got started, just because of these false beliefs. Wake up, people. Your income today is not a reflection of your personal value. It's simply a reflection of how much your employer can afford to pay you to do a particular job, and how much the marketplace thinks that job is worth. A $35,000 income today doesn't mean that that's all you'll ever make. It also doesn't mean you're disqualified from building wealth. Don't believe me? Fine. I'll let the math do the talking. For simplicity's sake, let's say you get a $35,000 job out of college at age 22, and you stay in that same job, never getting a raise until you're 65. If you stay out of debt and live within your means, you should be able to invest the recommended 15% of your income, which comes to $437 a month. Putting $437 into a retirement account every month from age 22 to 65 will leave you with nearly $3.5 million at retirement. And that's if you never got a raise, never saved any extra, never became a two-income household, never paid off your house, and never invested more. With that nest egg, your annual retirement income would be about 5 times greater than the $35,000 you made throughout your life. Are you starting to realize that anyone can do this? I hope so. Everyone wants more. Even though I know practically anyone can become a millionaire over time, at almost any income level, I'm not stupid. I know that more money can make it easier to reach your goals. You'll become a millionaire a lot faster with a $100,000 salary than you will with a $50,000 salary, right? Well, maybe, and maybe not. If you're sitting at $35,000 or even $60,000, you may think all your problems will be over if you could hit the six-figure mark. Many families who have gotten there, though, have been disappointed by what they discovered. NPR ran a story in which they interviewed several families who earn more than $100,000 a year. Their question was simple: what does living on $100,000 a year look like? You may be surprised at what they found. Emma Bowman, who reported on the findings for NPR, explained, "On paper, that kind of salary is considered well off. But as we heard from many, it often takes just one major expense for that not to feel like enough." One family they interviewed acknowledged their $100,000 income made them far from destitute. But then they said they had recently declared bankruptcy because they couldn't pay their bills. Despite their high income, they were forced to take extra jobs and admitted, "We haven't been able to do Christmas in 10 years. We don't even have a tree." Another six-figure family reported, "It's embarrassing to say that you have to work overtime in order to make enough money to live on. Working second and even third jobs to try to put together the money just to stay in the middle class where we've been in the past." Family after family reported big incomes and the same amounts of debt, stress, and anxiety, if not more, than they had when their incomes were much lower. Hearing families whine about only making $100,000 can be confusing, not to mention infuriating to families making it work on half that. Even though these high-income families seem completely out of control, though, I understand where they're coming from. The problem they're having is the same problem I had early in my career. They increase their lifestyles in proportion to their increased incomes. So a 20% salary increase came with a 20% increase in lifestyle spending, and often a 20% increase in financial stress. Think about it. How often have you seen someone get a raise at work and then immediately celebrate by buying a new car? Their raise may have been $400 a month, but their new car payment is $500. All that pay bump did was put them $100 more in the hole every month. That's because they didn't adjust their mindset and make a plan for their money. If you don't have a plan, more money will simply bring you more problems. In many situations, more money is the last thing you need. That's why I'm all about busting the millionaire myths and talking about the attributes that will set you up for wealth building. So get your head in the game. You need to learn the ins and outs of handling money, but none of that will matter if you don't change your thinking. If you aren't mentally and emotionally prepared for wealth, you're going to miss or waste every opportunity you get to become a millionaire. Instead, I want you to become more like Brian, a retired millionaire in the Northeast who our team recently interviewed. Everyday millionaire. Brian came from a working-class family he describes as not rich, but not poor. His father was a small business owner and taught Brian the value of work at a young age. He told us that he mowed lawns in the summer, shoveled snow in the winter, and washed dishes at a local restaurant as a boy. If you wanted money, you went to work, he says. It's just what you did. That solid work ethic and respect for hard-earned money served Brian well, especially after he went through an unexpected career change in his late 30s. After his employer was forced to eliminate his position due to financial reasons, Brian picked himself up, went back to school, and learned an entirely new field. That enabled him to start a second career at a time when many of his friends were at the peak of their success. Through it all, Brian never earned more than an average middle-class wage, but he also kept his spending and lifestyle in check. He knew from his father and grandfather that real wealth comes not from a high-paying job, but from solid, consistent investments. So throughout his career, Brian lived on 80% of his income and saved the other 20%, no matter what his salary was at any given time. That discipline, commitment, and reasonable lifestyle enabled this normal, middle-class guy to retire early at age 59 with a net worth of over $2.3 million. When we asked him why more people don't achieve what he was able to, he said it was simple. The main things that keep people from becoming millionaires are their spending habits and their saving and spending ratios, he explains. If you save 1% and spend 99%, you aren't going anywhere. I think ratios is the key word here. Brian made the commitment to himself early on to save 20% of his income, no matter how much or how little he made. By doing that consistently, always keeping his spending and saving ratios in check, he became a millionaire almost on autopilot. Despite the images that many people have about millionaires, Brian's conservative lifestyle and long-term wealth-building plan aren't that unusual. In fact, that combination of hard work, goal setting, and percentage-based savings is something we saw over and over again in our research. Hiding in plain sight. By now, I hope you're realizing the image that most people have of millionaires doesn't line up with reality. Too often, we focus on what we think rich people have: an expensive education, a powerful high-paying job, a big house, nice cars, or fine jewelry. Listen, there is nothing wrong with having those things, and I have plenty of millionaire friends who look, live, and act just like that. What I want you to see, though, is that most millionaires are hiding in plain sight. You'd never notice them because they don't look like what you'd expect. I'm talking about the insurance agent who sold you a policy on your car, the overall wearing farmer who you buy eggs from at the farmer's market, and the teacher who works with your kids all day. In fact, from what I've learned in these millionaire interviews, I'd say there's a good chance a high-income doctor is facing more financial stress than his middle-class office staff. The everyday millionaires I know prove that an expensive education and a high-paying job aren't requirements for building wealth. Sure, I'd love for you to make more money, but I don't think more money is what most people need. In fact, I know from experience that more doesn't equal better if you aren't ready for it. Instead, the only qualification for becoming a millionaire is a mindset that makes the most of every opportunity. If I can get you to adopt a millionaire mindset, no matter what your income is, I know you can build wealth over time, and that'll be a real leg up on millionaire status. Chapter 5. Stop making excuses and start believing. Okay, now it's time for a gut check. There's no point in us continuing with this book until we get something out of the way. I need you to stop right where you are and ask yourself a critical, life-changing question. You ready? Here it is. You need to ask yourself right now, do I believe I have what it takes, that I can and I should become a millionaire? That's it. That's the question. If you haven't dealt with this issue yet, now's the time. Go ahead. Spend a minute or two answering that question for yourself. Stop believing lies. At the start of this book, we established that we'd been lied to about millionaires. And I've just spent several chapters debunking the most common millionaire myths we discovered in our research. Let's do a quick review. Myth number 1. Wealthy people inherited all their money. The truth, 79% of millionaires receive zero inheritance, meaning only 21% received any inheritance at all. Only 16% of millionaires inherited more than $100,000, and only 3% inherited $1 million or more. Myth number 2, wealthy people are just lucky. Truth, 76% of millionaires say that anyone in America can become a millionaire with discipline and hard work. Myth number 3, wealthy people make risky investments. Truth, 79% of millionaires reach millionaire status through their employer-sponsored retirement plan. Myth number 4, wealthy people take stupid risks to get rich quick. Truth, the average millionaire hits the $1 million mark at 49 years old. This is after years, decades in fact, of hard work. Only 5% of millionaires got there in 10 years or less. Myth number 5, wealthy people have prestigious private school educations. Truth, 79% of millionaires did not attend prestigious private schools. 62% graduated from public state schools. 8% attended community college. And 9% never graduated college at all. Myth number 6, wealthy people have high-paying jobs. Truth, 1/3 of millionaires never had a six-figure household income in a single working year. Only 31% of them averaged a $100,000 household income a year, and 7% averaged over $200,000 household income over the course of their career. So now that we've established the real truth behind these myths, are you still going to believe that you could never become wealthy, or are you going to believe the hard data and personal stories of over 10,000 millionaires? Myths are lies, remember? And I normally don't waste my time dealing with someone else's lies. I usually just hear them, laugh, and move on with my life. But I didn't unpack and tear apart these myths for myself. I did it for you. Maybe you've stumbled over these lies in the past. Maybe you've always believed that millionaires were born into money. And since you weren't, you thought you missed the boat. Maybe you thought millionaires got rich by taking crazy risks or using super secret investments that aren't available to normal people. Maybe you've been held back by the false belief that millionaires are somehow uniquely qualified for wealth building and you don't think you made the cut. Or maybe you've let the fear of trying something new scare you off. But not anymore. Now you know that you have the power to make millionaire status happen for yourself. You see, all these lies make people nervous about investing and wealth building. The stock market, for example, can seem like the world's riskiest roller coaster, and the thought of buying a ticket may freak you out. I can understand that. In the past 10 or 20 years, we've seen the market bounce all around all over the place. The 2008 market crash left people scared and scrambling. The Enron fiasco destroyed a lot of people's lives. The record-breaking gains of 2017 left many scratching their heads and wondering if we were in a bubble getting ready to pop. Add that to the high-profile scandals like Bernie Madoff, who stole an estimated $64 billion from his investors, and Martha Stewart, who went to jail for insider trading, and the whole system starts to look a little too suspicious. If you were in high school or college during these ups and downs, you may have seen the frightened looks of your parents and determined then and there to never trust the market with your money. I understand, but if I only looked at the past 20 years, I'd be nervous too. But you can't do that with the stock market. You have to look at the entire history of the market. This is something I go into great detail about in my previous book, Retire Inspired. If you're curious about or scared of how the stock market works, you can learn all the ins and outs in that book. I get it. I've believed the lies. I've been scared to try something new. I've wasted a lot of money on shiny object syndrome. Seriously, I've been there. But thank God I'm not there anymore. Wise teachers and mentors have shown me the truth behind these myths. And one of my goals in this book is to pass that truth along to you. Now, as we put these myths to bed once and for all, it's time to zero in on the power of belief and what it means for your wealth building. Once I turned my back on the lies and started believing I could be a millionaire, the whole course of my life began to move in that direction. Yours can too. Going against the flow. In Chapter 2, I talked about Michael Phelps and how his body was practically designed for swimming. Way down at the opposite end of the made-for-swimming spectrum is Chris Hogan. I mean, Phelps is built like a torpedo. I'm built like a tank. And tanks typically aren't that effective in the water. So needless to say, I've never been whitewater rafting. One of the things that keeps me off those rapids is the high current of the water. A friend once told me that he was knocked out of a raft, went underwater, and was immediately shot several rafts away from the one he started in. A group of strangers had to pull him into their raft because there was no hope of him getting back to his. Another buddy told me how he once fell out and got sucked underneath his own raft. He had to push off the bottom of his own boat in order to get free, and when he did, the current sent him downstream like a missile. Okay, sorry, but that's just not my idea of fun. This body belongs on dry land, or at least in a sturdy boat with an engine, preferably a cruise ship. I don't like being at the mercy of a current I can't control. On one hand, it's easy. The current does all the work. On the other hand, you don't get to choose your destination. If you stay in your raft, the river will take you where it wants you to go. And at the end of the ride, you'll find yourself surrounded by everyone else who took the same trip you did. That's how I view these myths society tells us about building wealth. The culture is flowing one way, pushing us along with lies about debt, credit cards, student loans, home equity lines of credit, and overspending. It's easy to buy into the fear, myths, and lies we hear every day. Because going with the flow and believing what everyone else believes doesn't require anything of us. We can just hang on, take the same ride as everyone else, and get the same rewards. When it comes to building wealth, though, the ones who come out on top aren't the ones who merely survive the ride. It's the ones who went against the flow and chose a new destination for themselves. That's what I want you to do with your money. Guaranteeing failure. I can't say this enough. Believing the myths about wealth and the wealthy will prevent you from ever becoming wealthy yourself. Saying I can't, or it's not possible for someone like me, will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. You'll be shortchanging your potential and guaranteeing your own failure. By now, the phrase "someone like me" should have a whole new meaning to you. We've seen over and over again that the typical millionaire in this country is someone just like you. These men and women are regular people. They didn't have special advantages. They weren't born rich. They come from little or nothing and still came out on top. Rob, who we got to know in Chapter 1, grew up on a farm and only had one good pair of pants for each school year. Sandra in Chapter 2 grew up in a frugal family who had just enough to meet their needs and nothing more. Neither of these folks were content with the hand they were dealt, so they changed the game. Instead of letting their backgrounds hold them back, these two used their experiences as a springboard to shoot them further than their parents had ever hoped to go. The millionaires we studied didn't have an inside track on some mysterious investment scheme. They simply used commonly available retirement plans. Remember, they viewed the standard, boring company retirement plan as the #1 contributor to their high net worth. In Chapter 2, we saw that Mac, a retired military man and insurance professional, was able to become a millionaire and retire at 56 just by consistently investing into his company retirement plan. Clark in Chapter 3 intentionally stayed away from high-risk investments and focused almost exclusively on the 401k through his company. He retired wealthy too. The average millionaire also doesn't have a crazy high salary. He or she has a regular job. In Chapter 3, we saw that Larry retired with millions in his 401k at age 55, and he did it by making saving a priority throughout his career, regardless of his income level. In fact, this guy was saving $100 a month when he was only making $5,500 a year. And of course, we saw Brian in Chapter 4, who never earned more than a typical middle-class income and went through an unexpected career change in his late 30s and still retired in his 50s with millions to live on. You want to know why Rob, Sandra, Mac, Clark, Larry, Brian, and the over 10,000 millionaires we study made it to the millionaire finish line? It's because they rejected the myths that told them someone like them couldn't do it. They chose a different path. They chose to swim upstream. That's the very definition of courage, as far as I'm concerned. Psychologist Rollo May once said, "The opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice, it's conformity." Average millionaires refuse to conform to the norms of society. Instead, they boldly and bravely stand apart from what everyone else is doing and where everyone else is going, and tell themselves, "There's a better way, and I'm going to follow that instead." As a result, they're experiencing the thrills the rest of the crowd will never know. The skin of a lie. So why do some people allow themselves to believe these myths? Personally, I think it's just easier to make excuses. Some people need to imagine a villain working against them to excuse their own failings or lack of motivation. They can't or won't say, "It's my fault I'm not winning." So they parrot the same tired old phrases they might have heard from their parents. There's a problem with this fallback position, though. You'll never make any progress as long as you're making excuses. Back when I played college football, I can remember making a mistake on the field and letting an opposing player get past me. My coach, a wise man named Ernie Horning, asked me what happened, and I had all kinds of excuses for why it wasn't my fault. Coach Horning looked at me and said, "Son, an excuse is the skin of a lie wrapped with a reason." As I thought about what he meant, I realized he had given me one of the most important life lessons I'd ever received. An excuse is a lie dressed up as an explanation. It's a way to justify my own mistakes and failures by blaming someone or something else. That's the easy way out, and it comes at a price. Wonderful mentors like my mom, uncles, grandparents, and the late great Coach Horning helped me realize that excuses will steal any chance I have at success. If you want to get past the myths and set yourself on a path toward millionaire status, you've got to have the courage and conviction to say, "I'm the reason I'm not winning yet, and I'm the reason I will win in the future." With that shift in mindset, you'll start to see all the wealth-building opportunities that you used to think only came to other people. Only this time, they'll be coming to you. Different starting lines. I believe we get to choose our finish line, but I also understand we're not all starting at the same spot. There are people who do have some advantages working for them. That's just life. Someone will always have more advantages than you seem to have, no matter who you are or what you've got. The point isn't where you're starting from, though. It's where you're going. We are all born with the same power of choice, and how we use that power will have a huge impact on our destination. In fact, one of the most interesting things I saw from our research was all the different backgrounds these 10,000 millionaires had. They came from all walks of life and all types of family situations. They lived in all parts of the country, from California to New York, including plenty in the flyover states like Ohio and Illinois. They came from upper class, middle class, and lower class families. There was almost an even split personality-wise, too, with 53% identifying as introverts and 47% as extroverts. But no matter who they were or where they started from, these millionaire-minded men and women weren't content to go wherever the current took them, and they didn't feel bound to stay in the same place they started from. Like Clark says in Chapter 3, "If I'm a success, I can pat myself on the back. If I'm a failure, I have nobody else to blame but me." Oftentimes, the problem isn't where we came from. It's the mistakes we've made ourselves. For example, if you're already in your 30s and are under a mountain of car loans, interest payments, and credit card debt, then you're going to have a harder time hitting the millionaire mark. You've got to clean up the mess you made before you can refocus your energy on building wealth. You spent years putting yourself in a hole, and now it's going to take some time to climb out, but you can do it. It's not going to be impossible to reach millionaire status. It just means it'll take longer. Picture it this way. You may have spent the first several years of your adult life running in the wrong direction. Once you turn around and face the right way, you've got more ground to cover on your way to the finish line. Don't use that as an excuse to give up. Use it as motivation to run even harder. You can make progress, or you can make excuses. You can't make both. Truth changes you. It's easier to live in a lie if no one has ever told you the truth. When I was a kid, my dreams weren't much bigger than the house I grew up in. As I said earlier, I came from an amazing family, and we always had enough. Early on, that's all I thought was possible for me. So I really didn't think about building wealth or moving on from that small town. Then one afternoon after baseball practice, I experienced an unexpected paradigm shift. My coach took me and some other players home, and he dropped off one of the kids from the nicer part of town first. And I remember looking out the car window at the house my teammate was walking into. It was big and beautiful, had a perfectly manicured lawn. It had nice cars in the driveway. It looked a lot different than my house. And I remember thinking something like, it must be nice to have all that. Then, probably sensing what I and another teammate in the car were thinking, my coach turned around and looked at us in the back seat. He said, "Boys, this life is possible for you." I couldn't escape what he said. No one had ever told me that before. No one had ever mentioned the possibility of me living in a house like that, or having the things my wealthy friends had. It was hard to believe because I didn't have the advantages they had. But I went home that night and realized I had two options. I could pout and be upset about what I didn't have, or I could start getting a clear picture in my head of what I wanted to chase. Seeing how someone else lived could have been either my fuel or my finality. It could drive me to where I wanted to go, or it could leave me sitting where I'd always been. I chose to drive forward, and I haven't stopped since. If you're where I was back then, allow me to do for you what my coach did for me that day. It's my job and my joy to tell you that building wealth is possible for you. Will it be easy? Heck no. Nothing worth doing ever is. I never said becoming a millionaire was easy. I just said it was possible. If you aren't ready to put in the work and take control of your money, you won't make it. If you just sit on your butt all day and whine about what everyone else has, you won't make it. But if you're ready to break free of the culture's lies and step into the truth, you have just as good a shot as anyone else. This is your permission slip to become a millionaire. All you have to do is take it, sign it, and own all the responsibilities that come with it. If you can do that, I promise you can get there. The truth about millionaires. When I first started working with, talking to, and studying millionaires, my eyes were opened. And maybe now that you're a few chapters into this book, your eyes have been too. All the myths and lies that I heard my entire life started falling away. But things weren't changing for me yet. Then as I got my finances under control using Dave Ramsey's simple baby steps, my vision for where I wanted to go and how I wanted to get there came into focus. At that point, I fully believed that I could achieve my millionaire goals because I had both the vision and the plan. After trying and failing to get rich for years, I realized it was time for me to try doing things the right way, by building wealth slowly. I knew from Dave and others that becoming a millionaire is something I could do, but I had been going about it the wrong way. Once I got the information that I was missing, I paired that with my belief that I could build wealth, and I was off to the races. So, what information are you missing? If you need to learn how to manage your money and get out of debt, pick up a copy of Dave Ramsey's Total Money Makeover. If you need to learn how basic retirement options work and how to put a plan together for yourself, check out my previous book, Retire Inspired. And if you need to learn what 10,000 millionaires believe are the keys to blasting past a $1 million net worth, then stay right here. We're going to spend the second half of this book displacing the lies with truth. Specifically, the truth about what millionaires believe and what they do to get to millionaire status, and how you can implement those same things in your own life. You see, my team and I just weren't interested in what these men and women had and how they got there. We wanted to really get to know them. That meant going beyond the superficial details and asking character-driven questions. It meant talking to them in person or on the phone, taking the time to listen to their stories and understand what was important to them. Finally, it meant processing all that information from over 10,000 people and distilling it into a picture that truly represents the heart of the average American millionaire. As we did that, 5 key characteristics rose to the top. These are 5 attributes that we believe are remarkably consistent across all types of millionaires from all over the country. By this point, you probably won't be surprised by how simple, even basic, these attributes are. First, average millionaires take personal responsibility for their money decisions. They know that success is up to them, and they own it. Second, millionaires practice intentionality with their finances, living on less than they make and exercising discipline in their budgeting. Third, typical millionaires are goal-oriented. They think ahead and refuse to be swept away by the current of life. Fourth, and not surprisingly, millionaires are hard workers. They do what it takes, even when what it takes isn't easy. Fifth and last, we found that millionaires know that wealth building takes consistency. They know from experience that wealth building is a long-term gain, and they've seen that sticking to that plan over decades leads to millions at retirement. These aren't character traits I think can lead to millions. These are the attributes we found in the 10,000 millionaires we studied. As we walk through the next several chapters, I'll give you the cold hard facts about what these men and women believe compared to the general population. And when you see these 5 attributes working in high gear, you'll get a clear picture of what financial independence really looks like and what it could look like for you. Over the next 5 chapters, I'm going to unpack each of these attributes for you. I'll show you not only the characteristics that have led to so many millionaire success stories, but also the actions to take to get there yourself. By getting to know these millionaires and applying these attributes and actions to your life, you'll be well on your way to writing your own millionaire story someday. The Strangest Secret. Earl Nightingale is legend to authors, speakers, and radio hosts like me. In 1956, he produced a spoken word record, the early ancestor of today's audiobook, that became the first spoken word record to go gold in sales. It sold more than 1 million copies, which was unheard of for a recording of this type in the 50s. The name of that recording is The Strangest Secret, and it has changed countless lives over the past 60 years. What is the strangest secret? What is it that makes some succeed where others fail? For Nightingale, it all comes down to one simple truth. We become what we think about. He compares it to planting a seed, saying, "The ground will always return what is planted." Therefore, if you plant tomatoes, you'll get tomatoes. In the same way, if you plant a seed of success in your mind, you'll get success. If you plant a seed of fear and doubt, you'll get a crop of fear and doubt. The ground doesn't care what you plant, but it will always return what you planted. Now that we've destroyed the myths about millionaires that hold many people back, I want to challenge you to replace those myths and lies with truth. The truth matters. Every day you are planting seeds in your mind, seeds of hope, wealth, and success, or seeds of doubt, fear, and failure. If you want to reap the same harvest that our 10,000 millionaires have reaped, you've got to plant the seeds that they've planted. So let's get a better look at the key attributes of the everyday American millionaire. We'll start with something we've already noticed in the stories I've shared, something 97% of millionaires agree on: the power of personal responsibility. You'll see that you, yes you, are responsible for your money, your financial choices, and your dreams of reaching financial independence. Chapter 6. Own It. Millionaires take personal responsibility. We have a crisis of responsibility in this country today. More and more it seems like we as a society care more about assigning blame for our problems than finding solutions for our problems. Can't get a job? It's the economy's fault, even if you never went to college and haven't read a book since high school. Can't lose weight? It's the food industry's fault, even if you've never worked out and eat nothing but fast food. Can't get ahead financially? It's the wealthy's fault, even if you've maxed out credit cards and car loans to support your high-end lifestyle. Can't win a golf game? It's because of the wind. Rear-end another car at a stoplight? It's because the other guy hit the brakes too fast. Fail a test? It's because the teacher's out to get you. Does any of this sound familiar? Ronald Reagan once said, "We must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It's time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions." That doesn't seem likely in our culture today. We love holding others accountable for our missteps. However, while personal responsibility seems completely MIA in many circles, there's one population where it's not only evident, but also dominant: America's everyday millionaires. The men and women we've studied have embraced personal responsibility in a way we haven't seen anywhere else. And that sense of responsibility is driving them up to and beyond the millionaire mark. Everyday millionaires. Take Mike and Stephanie, for example. These millionaires from South Carolina are now retired and enjoying the life of their dreams. And they have only themselves to thank for it. Mike came from a middle-class family with two working, well-educated parents. His father was a scientist in the space program, and his mother was a preschool teacher. Because his parents grew up during the Great Depression, they were intentional about teaching Mike the value of hard work, the dangers of debt, and the importance of saving. Mike and his siblings never got an allowance. They had to work for their spending money as children. He even started his own window washing and shoe shining businesses at age 16. That taught him early on that his finances were up to him and that no one was going to hand him anything he didn't earn for himself. After completing a PhD in theater, Mike spent his time directing plays and teaching theater classes at a local college. He eventually became a dean of the College of Arts and Humanities at the school, and later accepted a position as the dean of arts at a school in South Carolina. During his time, he met and married Stephanie, who worked her way through medical school. Throughout their marriage, Mike and Stephanie lived like his parents taught him. They never had a dime of credit card debt, and they maintained a comfortable yet modest lifestyle. Mike said, "It just wasn't important to me to have the best cars or stay at the best hotels." What was important to him? Saving. Mike and Stephanie made saving a priority throughout their marriage, especially when their incomes increased at the top of their careers. When everyone else was spending, they were building wealth. They took advantage of company-sponsored retirement plans and company matches, along with their other investments over a long period of time. Even now, in retirement, with a net worth of $2.6 million, they are making smart decisions by holding off on Social Security distributions until age 70, when they can get the maximum benefit. Mike and Stephanie attribute their success to their lifelong saving habits, avoiding debt, and working with an investment professional. Their commitment to improving themselves and their earning potential through education. They both knew early on what they wanted their lives to be, and they did whatever it took to make their millionaire dreams a reality. If you want to join them in millionaire status, you need to get a handle on one of the most prevalent character traits we've discovered about millionaires: an extreme sense of personal responsibility. A crisis of responsibility. Most people aren't doing well with their money. Our research team did a study on the state of retirement in America and found that 56% of Americans are losing sleep over retirement. They aren't sure how they're going to support themselves when they stop working, if they're ever able to stop working. Only 1 in 10 are saving the recommended 15% of their income toward retirement. People in or approaching their 60s are starting to freak out. As we found, 50% of baby boomers have less than $10,000 saved for retirement. And even the youngest generation of working Americans, the millennials, are feeling the pressure. We found that 8 out of 10 of them already wish they were investing more toward retirement and wealth building. That last statistic really stands out to me. 8 in 10 say they wish they were investing more. You want to know what I tell people when they say something like that to me? I look them in the eye and say, well, why aren't you? If you want to invest more, then invest more. You're the only person who can make that happen. That's when they usually hit me with all the reasons why that's not possible, all the things that make their situation uniquely challenging, and all the excuses they're used to spouting for why they aren't winning yet. Now, I understand that our young people are facing real economic differences from previous generations, but each generation has experienced its own unique set of challenges. And no matter what challenges we're facing as a society, we still have to be accountable to and for ourselves and work as hard as we can to overcome those challenges. If you struggle with the blame game, let me give it to you straight. Wherever you are financially, it's because you allowed it. Whatever you've accomplished, it's because you did it. Whatever you failed at, it's because you messed it up. Like Theodore Roosevelt once said, if you could kick the person in the pants responsible for most of your trouble, you wouldn't sit for a month. If you want to change your circumstances, you've got to change your mindset about what's really going on here. Your money choices? Well, they're on you. I know there are obstacles out there, but I also know millionaire-minded people don't let those obstacles get in their way. Instead, they find a way around, or better yet, through whatever gets in between them and their goals. Focused, driven, and responsible people find a way to get the job done. And that starts with taking responsibility for solving problems themselves. Remember, you can do this. The buck stops here. Our research revealed a huge difference between the typical millionaire and the rest of society when it comes to personal responsibility. As we've already seen, a whopping 97% of millionaires agree with the statement, I control my own destiny. Let that sink in for a minute. Do you believe that? Do you believe you're in the driver's seat? That you are the one charting your course toward or away from success? Or do you think you're being pulled around by other people? When you experience a victory, you want to be able to look at yourself in the mirror, hold your head up high, and say, I did that. And when you make a mistake, you need to be able to do the exact same thing. Personal responsibility is about owning your wins and losses, and then moving forward with the lessons you've learned. Your destiny, good or bad, is in your hands. As we saw in Chapter 2, luck has nothing to do with it. The wealthy don't rely on luck. They rely on tried and true methods for building wealth. A surprise bonus at work or an inheritance from an aunt you forgot about is great, but these unexpected windfalls usually won't make or break you financially. Millionaires know It's a daily grind. The step-by-step actions over the long haul that lead to a high net worth. They don't count on anyone else to make them rich, and they don't blame anyone else if they fall short. They focus on things they can control and align their daily habits to the goals they've set for themselves. Then one day, these hard-working men and women cross the millionaire mark, and they only have themselves to thank for it. The bottom line is, today's millionaires understand that taking personal responsibility for their finances is the first step in getting where they want to be. Motivation drives responsibility. We've seen that personal responsibility is a key characteristic trait of the wealthy. But what if you aren't naturally prone to taking responsibility for yourself? What if your parents programmed you to blame someone else for all your problems, or taught you to look to others to take care of you? Are you doomed to live a sad, victimized, paycheck-to-paycheck life? No. You can change. You get to choose right now to take responsibility for your own life. You can replace the negative thoughts swimming around in your head with new, positive, wealth-building thoughts. That's what millionaires do, as 82% describe themselves as optimists. They're taking control of their thoughts and turning those negative voices into their motivation for change. Find your fuel. Years ago, when I first showed an interest in becoming a speaker and author, a friend pulled me aside. He said something like, "Listen, Hogan, I just don't think you can do it. I don't think you have what it takes to drive a brand, write books, and own a national stage." Now, an experience like that would have shut a lot of people down. They'd go home and convince themselves that their friend was right, and they'd never even try to accomplish their big goal. Well, not me. To be honest, I got mad, real mad. Instead of shutting me down, the experience fired me up. If there was any doubt in my mind before then, it was gone after that conversation. I went home and thought about it for a while. Ultimately, I decided, he doesn't think I can do it. I'm going to prove him wrong. And I did. Several years later, a group of us got together to watch a football game at his house, and he pulled me aside. He apologized for what he had said that day, and he admitted that I'd blown past all of his expectations. I love this guy, and I've long since forgiven him. However, even though his apology wasn't necessary, I'll admit it was good to hear. That experience was one of many times in my life when someone sized me up and tried to tell me no. The problem with that kind of no is that it's not really about the circumstances or the opportunity. Instead, that kind of no is about me. It's not someone saying it can't be done. It's someone saying you can't do it. There's a huge difference between those two statements. I don't want to sound childish, but when someone tells me I can't do something, it just adds fuel to my fire. It drives me forward and kicks my efforts into an even higher gear. If you want to push me further, just tell me I can't do something. From that point on, I'll make it my goal to make you eat those words. I just don't want to prove the other person wrong, though. I want to prove that I'm right. That's what I call looking for chips. I never want to be weighed down by a chip on my shoulder, so I'm constantly looking for them, taking them off my back and throwing them into my motivational furnace. I will accept compliments from everyone, but I will accept limitations from no one. Instead, I turn those limitations into fuel, and you need to do the same. As you begin your millionaire journey, you've got to figure out where your motivation comes from. What's driving you forward? What's fueling your wealth-building engine? Maybe you didn't have much growing up, and that old sense of financial stress is driving you. Or maybe your parents were successful, and their success has driven you to pursue your own. Maybe you're starting to get anxious about your retirement, or better yet, starting to dream about your retirement. Maybe you've gotten the encouragements of friends and mentors pushing you forward. Your motivation can come from anywhere. Wherever it comes from, though, you've got to harness it and turn it into energy to accomplish your millionaire goals. Motivated by our kids. Millionaires are also motivated by what they learn from their parents and what they hope to pass on to their children. Our study found that 86% of millionaires learned the importance of saving and taking control of their money from their parents. Those parents knew how to save money too. In fact, 85% of millionaires describe their parents as savers. And of those, 13% said their parents were extreme savers. That living example made an impact on the next generation, as those savers' children grew up to be millionaires. This clearly shows that parents have the power to fight back against the destructive messages their kids hear from other people and to replace those messages with encouragement and hope. If you want your children to grow up to become millionaires, not counting the millions you may leave them one day, then you need to model millionaire behaviors for them. It's like my friend Rachel Cruz always says, more is caught than taught. Your kids will learn how to handle money by watching you. Those healthy or unhealthy behaviors are passed down from generation to generation. If your parents didn't model healthy millionaire habits for you, you can be the one to turn things around in your family tree. Even if you don't leave your children a pile of money when you die, you can leave them with the attitude and attributes that will enable them to reach millionaire status for themselves. This point was driven home to me as I was writing this. I had received an email from Cindy, a lady that I had met several years ago at a speaking engagement in North Carolina. She and her husband James had good incomes, but they weren't being intentional about what they were doing. By attending the event I led, they learned the basic principles of wealth building and put those principles to work immediately. They stopped excusing their own financial laziness and took ownership of their finances. As they got their act together, they involved their children and passed down what they were learning about money. Cindy had emailed me to let me know that they had hit their goals years earlier than they ever expected. She had just turned in her notice to retire at work at age 45. She wrote, "Chris, you changed our family tree. Our kids are growing up on a completely different trajectory than we were headed." And I wrote back immediately and said, "No, Cindy, you and James changed your family tree. I was just a cheerleader." You see, once this couple stopped buying into all the excuses for why they weren't winning, they turned their entire family's future around. And instead of hiding their mistakes and course corrections from their children, they included the kids in the process. Their passion for giving their kids a great start in life was their motivation to get the job done for themselves. Now, Cindy's retired at 45. The family's doing great, and the kids got to watch it happen. It wouldn't surprise me at all if she wrote back in 20 years to let me know all 5 of her kids were millionaires too. Know where you are. By now, I hope you're starting to get a vision for where you want to go financially. You've seen that millionaires are regular people, and the stories from our research should encourage you that you can get to where they are. To do that, though, you've got to know where you are today. Taking responsibility for your millionaire goals begins with taking responsibility for where you are right now. That means facing your stuff head on with no fear, guilt, shame, denial, or excuses. You've got to own it 100%. Own your mess. Ready for some truth? You are ultimately responsible for how well you're doing right now. Wherever you are, however you got there, you've got to own it. It's your responsibility. If your finances are a mess right now, though, that's still good news. Like Dave Ramsey says, if you're the problem, that means you're also the solution. Taking ownership of how you got to this point may hurt, but when you do it, you're also taking ownership of the power to turn things around. This is a key characteristic of millionaires. Our study found that 95% of millionaires, almost all of them, are willing to quickly admit when they're wrong. They don't lie to themselves or others. They don't waste time looking for someone to blame. Instead, they own up to their mistakes and start looking for ways to turn things around. That's what personal responsibility is all about. So if you've driven your finances into a ditch, don't look for someone else to come along and pull you out. It's your problem to fix. And nobody, no charity, boss, or government program will be more motivated to solve your problems than you are. So let's fix them. Owning your situation begins with getting a clear picture of where you are, which, when it comes to money, means calculating your net worth. In Chapter 1, I explained that net worth is simply everything you own minus what you owe. It's all your assets minus your liabilities. This is the bare bones, most basic way to track your progress toward millionaire status. Your net worth is essentially the blue dot that shows exactly where you are on the financial map. You'll never know where you are or how much progress you're making until you start tracking this figure. Calculating this number is just basic math, and it won't take long to do. But don't put it off. Do this right now. We're starting a journey with this book, and I want you to be able to look back on this day in a few years and know exactly how far you've come. To help, I've put a great net worth calculator on my site. Go to chrishogan360.com to check it out. Better is available. Once you get a clear picture of your starting point, you'll probably have one of three reactions. I discuss these in detail in my book, Retire Inspired, but I'll quickly recap them here. The first, oh crap. This is the realization that you're in pretty bad shape. If your net worth is a negative number, these will probably be the first words out of your mouth. The second, oh boy. This is the reaction when you see you've got the ball rolling, but you still have a long way to go. This is where you wipe your forehead, dig in, and get back to work. The third, oh yeah. If you've been diligent about saving and investing for a while, your net worth may make you jump out of your chair and high-five your spouse. This is the realization that you're doing great so far, and you're on pace for a sweet finish line victory. Most of the people who read this book will have one of the first two reactions when they look at their net worth for the first time, and that's okay. Remember, wealthy people don't lie to themselves or make excuses for screwing things up. They face the truth, admit that they've made some mistakes, own them, and move on. That's what I want you to do right now. Whatever your net worth reveals, no matter how awesome or how terrible things look today, remember this statement: better is available. Take a deep breath and say that out loud. Better is available. If you're standing in a deep hole, you've got nowhere to go but up. If you're standing at the top of a mountain, you can go climb a higher mountain. You can always improve your situation. You just have to stay hungry, take responsibility for where you are and where you want to be, and be willing to go after it. When you truly believe better is available for you, you're doing two things. First, you're accepting the fact that something better is out there. You're refusing to close yourself off to opportunities and planning long term. Second, you're making a decision about what you need to do next. It's your responsibility, remember? No one else can do it for you. You're looking at the destination and telling yourself, that's where I want to go, so I'm going to figure out how to get there. Replace negative voices with positive voices. Of course, once you take responsibility for where you are and set your sights on something better, the world will try to knock you off course. I'm not talking about losing a job or going through a personal tragedy. I'm talking about a friend trying to crush your dreams by making a sarcastic statement about how people like us can't become wealthy. You know what I'm talking about. It's like a buddy finding out you're on a diet and immediately offering you a slice of cake. Even if you don't talk openly about your financial goals, you'll be bombarded with messages about how wealth is exclusive and how people like you can't get there. You'll hear all the myths about millionaires that we've already debunked. These things will get stuck in your brain, playing over and over again as you try to make progress. Here's my advice for when those messages play on a loop in your mind. Change the tape. Whatever track plays long enough and loud enough in your mind will start to sound like the truth. You can take control of your thoughts and replace false messages with the truth of what we're discovering about millionaires, and the truth that you can become one too. In the previous chapter, I shared the wisdom in Earl Nightingale's message, The Strangest Secret. He thought that we become what we think about, that we are always planting seeds of belief or doubt in our minds. If that's true, then we not only need to remove the junk from our brains that's getting in our way, but we also need to replace those false messages with encouragement and truth. For that, you need to be intentional about having a team of positive thinkers in your life. Our research has shown that we all need to build a network of encouraging, like-minded, and challenging people to support us on our millionaire journey. While almost all the millionaires we studied are self-made, they aren't completely isolated. They are, however, careful about who they allow to speak into their lives. In fact, 98% of them say they actively integrate feedback from other people. Despite their success, they know they always have more to learn, and they look to a supportive network to teach them new things and encourage them along the way. There are 4 key relationships you need to incorporate into your life as you work your way up to and beyond the millionaire mark. First, you need a coach. This is someone who stands on the sidelines and challenges you to keep making progress. When you fall, this is the voice you hear yelling at you to get back up. When you're running the wrong way, this is the one who is screaming to get your attention. This is the person who tells it like it is, who won't blow smoke just to make you feel better if you're being stupid. I've had athletic, business, and financial coaches my entire life, and these men and women have played a huge role in the man I've become. Find someone who does the same for you. Second, you need a mentor. Our study revealed that 86% of millionaires actively get advice from mentors. This is someone who has done what you want to do. They're on the same journey, but they're a few miles ahead of you. They've seen the dangers and overcome the obstacles that you haven't reached yet, and they're happy to share what they've learned. Of course, books and seminars are a great way to learn, but nothing beats a wise mentor taking you by the hand and showing you how to do what they've already accomplished for themselves. And no, I'm not talking about a boring, forced, semi-uncomfortable weekly breakfast meeting. If that works for you, great. But I personally prefer to keep things more casual. The mentors who have meant the most to me are the ones who seem to pop up in on my life every now and then, dropping wisdom in the moment. Now, don't overthink your mentor strategy. Just be on the lookout for someone who can speak into your life and take them out for coffee once every few months. Save up some questions over time so you can have a deep, meaningful conversation when you meet. Ask them their stories. Learn what makes them tick. Ask them to tell you their biggest failures and what they learned from them. Keep things informal and learn as much as you can. Third, you need a cheerleader. This is someone who believes in you and is there to encourage you no matter what. All the years I spent on the football field made me realize the value of having cheering fans on the sidelines. Sure, I had coaches yelling at me, giving me instructions, calling plays, trying to keep my head in the game, but sometimes I didn't need marching orders. I just needed encouragement. I needed someone to call out my name, smile, and cheer me on. For people trying to become a millionaire, the best cheerleaders are millionaires who have already crossed the line themselves. They know the challenges you're up against, and they'll be a constant reminder that you can make it. That's something even our closest friends sometimes can't do, especially if they don't think your millionaire aspirations are possible. Fourth, you need a friend. This one is simple, but it is so powerful. Sure, you need to focus on your goals and aim your efforts in that direction. But you don't want to spend every waking minute thinking about, dreaming about, or worrying about your millionaire journey. You need to have some fun. Friends remind us that life is more than just building wealth, and especially true for old friends. They remind us who we are and where we've come from. True friends care about us as individuals. They help keep us rooted so we don't lose sight of who we really are. Don't underestimate the quality of life value in that. You never want to build wealth at the cost of your relationships. Plot your course. One of the most interesting speaking gigs I've ever had was with an elite group of military service members. When our time was done, I felt like I had learned more from them than they had from me. After a session, I was talking to some of them about military preparation. I asked them how they're able to adapt so quickly when something goes wrong. They said something like, actually, things never really go wrong because we plan for and train for everything. If something happens that derails one plan, we just move on to the next. And for example, they told me about an incident they had on a mission in enemy waters. One of their boats became disabled, so the guys in the second boat immediately jumped into action. They threw all their unnecessary gear into the water to make room for the other men. They went from 2 boats loaded with men and gear to 1 boat carrying twice as many people and half as much stuff in a matter of seconds. And of course, they knew exactly what pieces of gear they could toss overboard without endangering the mission. My day can feel ruined if I have to stop to change a flat tire. But these guys made crucial decisions, consolidated their resources, and got on with the mission in less than a minute without missing a beat. But like they told me, this is something they had trained for. They explained that when you plan for obstacles, they don't shake your confidence or interrupt your progress when they happen. I left that speaking engagement with a new attitude about wealth building taken straight out of the Special Forces playbook. I am going to win no matter what. To ensure that victory, though, I must make a plan and stick to it. Set your destination. When you program your GPS, you need to know 2 things: where you are and where you're going. You should have already identified your starting point earlier in this chapter by calculating your net worth. Now it's time to get a picture of where you want to go. If you're married, you and your spouse need to have what I call a dream meeting, in which you work together to paint a crystal clear picture of your retirement vision. If you're single, you're not off the hook. You just need to paint the picture for yourself. I want you to envision every part of your retirement lifestyle: where you want to live, where and how often you want to travel, what car you want to drive, what kind of health care you want to be able to afford, and how much money you need each month to support your dream retirement lifestyle. Account for all of it, and don't let any negative voices hold you back. Remember, this is a dream meeting, so don't be scared to dream. Once you have that retirement vision clear in your head, it's time to figure out how much money you'll need to accomplish as much of that dream as possible. To clear away any guesses and speculation, I've developed a tool that will make these calculations drop dead simple. I call it the RIQ, which stands for Retire Inspired Quotient. You can use this tool for free at my website at chrishogan360.com. When you're done, you'll know exactly how much money you'll need in your nest egg to support the life you want and how much you need to save each month between now and then to make that happen. We take all of the guesswork out of it. Once you have your retirement vision locked and loaded, head over to my site to take the RIQ. Get help. Next, you need a plan for how to hit the numbers you set for yourself in the RIQ tool. Unless you're a professional investment advisor, I strongly encourage you to get some help with this step. The theme of this chapter is personal responsibility, but that doesn't mean you have to do all this alone. Like I said previously, you're solely responsible for the outcome, but you can get as much help as you want to reach your goals. That's what millionaires do. We found that 68% of millionaires use an investment professional to achieve their high net worth. Remember, these are regular people with regular jobs, not investing geniuses. Even though they took ownership of their actions and outcomes, they didn't shy away from getting help and counsel when needed. Everyday millionaires. Take Michael and Valerie, a millionaire couple from Philadelphia, for example. They both worked in the human resource field for 30 years before retiring. They came from middle-class backgrounds and admit that their families had enough, but neither family was particularly skilled at handling money. Michael and Valerie set out to learn how to handle money for themselves, and their efforts paid off. Like most millionaires we've highlighted, this couple lived modestly and saved like crazy. They didn't drive fancy brand new cars, live in big houses, or take expensive vacations. Instead, Michael says their saving habits were the most important factor in becoming millionaires. They maxed out their 401k contributions, and they even deferred their financial bonuses at work into a special savings account. Over time, this aggressive saving paid off, and they began to build real wealth. At that point, the couple enlisted the help of an investment professional to help them reach their financial goals. This person became a trusted mentor to the couple over the years and was instrumental in their wealth building. Today, Michael and Valerie are retired with a net worth of nearly $3 million, and they are still with the same investment professional more than 20 years later. They have discovered the power of a long-term, trusted investment professional as part of their wealth-building team, and they see no reason to break those ties now that they're living their retirement dream. If you need help finding an investing pro in your area, visit chrishogan360.com and try SmartVestor, a program that connects you with financial professionals who can put together a plan for your wealth-building goals. This is someone who can guide you on your millionaire journey and help you identify risks and opportunities. Getting the help of a professional may seem intimidating, but don't let intimidation stop you from reaching your goals. Millionaire-minded people don't let the unknown scare them off. Instead, 94% of the millionaires we studied say they're willing to try difficult things to get new results. They know that a little change and challenge are necessary at times. Getting some guidance from a financial pro may seem difficult now, but the rewards are worth it. You'll want to meet with your investing professional once or twice a year to review your investments, discuss new risks and goals, and make sure your investing plan is still taking you where you want to go. Too many people take a set it and forget it approach to their investments, but that leaves too much potential money on the table. Stay plugged into your investments and let your investing pro mentor you on how to play the game. Remember, your wealth building is a long-term play, so settle in with someone you're comfortable with and enjoy the ride. If it's to be, it's up to me. I was blessed with a great mother who poured into me. She never let me overlook opportunities. She always stressed how much potential I had in school, sports, and business. She was also a huge proponent of personal responsibility. She taught me from an early age that I was ultimately responsible for my wins and losses. One of her favorite sayings was, "If it's to be, it's up to me." I heard that at least once a week growing up. It was her fallback statement whenever my brother and I felt like whining about whatever trouble we were facing at the time. She didn't have any time for our little pity parties, and she didn't want us to make time for them either. When I was in high school, Mama Hogan made a cross-stitch of that quote and encouraged me to keep it with me throughout high school, college, and into my adult life. It was her little reminder that wherever I was and whatever I was doing, no one was going to hand me anything. If I wanted to accomplish something, it was my responsibility to make it happen. Sitting in our little Kentucky home, she'd say, "Chris, you're bigger than this town." Now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my hometown. It's a great place to live with great people. But my mother was teaching me to think bigger. She wanted me to believe that I could go anywhere and do anything that I put my mind to. She believed in me and in my ability to become successful, and she made me believe that for myself. My mom filled me with these messages throughout my entire life. So that's the mindset I have now toward every goal I want to accomplish. As I'm typing this in my home office right now, the little framed cross stitch that she made 30 years ago is prominently displayed on the bookshelf right beside me. It's a constant reminder of the millionaire mindset of a single mom in middle-class Kentucky. If it's to be, it's up to me. It's a lesson I learned early on and one I still believe to this day. And more importantly, it's a characteristic of every millionaire I've ever met. If you want to bust through the $1 million barrier, you've got to accept the fact that you're the only one who can make it happen. No one is going to break down your door and force $1 million into your hands. It's up to you to own it, to get out there and do it for yourself. Chapter 7. Live on less than you make. Millionaires practice intentionality. In 1991, my college football team won a national championship. We had worked hard and played hard all season, and we became the first team in the school's history to win a national title. We were pumped. All the blood, sweat, and tears we left on the field all year had paid off, and those teammates had become like brothers to me. To commemorate the incredible year we'd had, all the guys decided to get a team tattoo on their legs, a constant reminder of what we had achieved together. I wanted that tiger paw tattoo more than almost anything, but I couldn't do it. As the guys left for the tattoo parlor, I could hear some of them saying, "Hey, Hogan's not coming." I don't think I've ever felt more left out in my life. So why didn't I go? Well, I mentioned earlier that I had planned on becoming an FBI agent. That meant, even as a college student, I had to be intentional about the decisions I made. I couldn't get a victory tattoo because I couldn't get any permanent distinguishing marks on my body. That tiger paw, cool as it was, could have gotten me killed in the line of duty. Now, as much as I wanted to join my brothers in celebrating our victory, I had another goal in mind, a long-term goal that directed many of the decisions I made as a young man. I knew if I really wanted to be an agent, I had to be intentional about how I acted, my grades, where I went to school, and the people I hung out with. The picture of myself as an FBI agent became the lens through which I viewed different choices and opportunities. If I had the chance to do something that put my career goal in jeopardy, I said no. Being aware of what I wanted in life gave me the clarity and perspective I needed to stay on track and make wise choices. I didn't know it at the time, but I was practicing one of the key millionaire attributes: intense intentionality. What is intentionality? In the previous chapter, we saw that millionaires take full responsibility for their lives, good or bad. Now we're going to focus on another millionaire mindset that goes in hand with personal responsibility. That's the quality of being intentional. You see, nobody accidentally ends up retiring with millions in the bank, just like no football team accidentally wins the big game. Those victories come from a ton of hard work and thousands of daily decisions. And as we studied over 10,000 millionaires, we noticed a pattern of intense intentionality that dominated their lives. We saw that they viewed their lives through a lens, just like I did when I had FBI aspirations, and they measured every decision through that lens. I'll share several of those findings throughout this chapter as we get a clear picture of the typical intentional millionaire. Deciding versus sliding. I like to describe intentionality in terms of deciding versus sliding. When you decide to do something, you're in control. You're making a conscious choice about what you want to do, and you're taking the time to measure the pros and cons. You may not get it right every time, but you're being intentional about what you want to do with your life. You're happening to things instead of letting other things happen to you. Instead of drifting through life, you're hopping in the driver's seat with your GPS locked on your destination. Compare that to what I call sliding. When you slide into a decision, you're being a passive passenger in your own life. You're just going with the flow. drifting wherever the current takes you. You aren't in control of anything. You aren't directed toward anything. And you have no idea where you'll end up. I don't know anyone who would outright say that that's what they want for their lives. And yet, that's exactly how they're living. They let life knock them around for 40 years, and then they're surprised they hit retirement flat broke. In contrast, the millionaires we studied weren't surprised by where they ended up. They arrived at the destinations they had worked toward their whole lives. And they did it one decision at a time. Frank and Alice are great examples of this. Everyday millionaires. Frank and Alice, a millionaire couple from New York, understood the difference between deciding versus sliding. As a boy, Frank lived with his parents and grandparents, who were German immigrants. He remembers his father and grandfather not only as hard workers, but also as frugal spenders. His grandfather especially hated debt in all forms, and his warnings against the dangers of debt and living beyond your means still ring in Frank's ears half a century later. When he graduated high school, he skipped college and went to work on Wall Street. He went on to hold several different types of jobs in the financial industry, teaching himself the ins and outs of investments and wealth building along the way. No matter how sophisticated some of the things he saw on Wall Street appeared, though, Frank never moved too far beyond his grandfather's simple way of life. He and Alice spent their entire working lives saving, investing, avoiding debt, and sticking to their plan, which led them to a net worth of $6 million. When we asked why they thought there weren't more millionaires in the country today, they said most people are more concerned with keeping up with the Joneses than they are about leaving a legacy for their own children. As for intentionality, Frank says too many people focus on now instead of thinking about later. But if you don't think about and plan for the future, you won't have any money for retirement. Frank touched on something that came up in many of our millionaire interviews: spending versus saving. First, we found that 94% of millionaires say they live on less than they make, compared to 55% of the general population. Second, 95% of millionaires say they plan ahead and save in advance for big expenses, compared to 67% of the general population. Millionaire-minded people like Frank and Alice have a picture in their heads of where they want to be financially, and they know that sliding behaviors like thoughtless spending and credit card living won't get them there. Instead, they choose to decide their way into wealth, and that usually comes down to living on the plans they make for themselves. That's why 93% of millionaires we studied say they stick to the budgets they create, compared to 77% of the general population. Millionaires know that building and maintaining wealth come down to how well they manage their money. And sticking to a budget is the most basic way to do that. Sure, if you've got $2 million in the bank, it'd be easy to excuse busting the budget on a big, unplanned purchase, but that's not what the typical millionaire does. They decide beforehand how they want to spend their money, and they stick to the plan. We found other examples of the millionaire deciding versus sliding mentality and how they chose to spend their money. Contrary to what you may see on TV, the average millionaire lives a modest life without many extravagances. For example, the typical millionaire spends $200 or less per month on restaurants. I wish I had known this 20 years ago. When I first started to take control of my money, I was shocked to discover how much money I'd been wasting on restaurants every month. Talk about sliding. It ticks me off to think of all the money I let slip through my fingers because of careless, thoughtless restaurant spending. Millionaires don't do that. They put a modest restaurant budget down on paper, and then they stick to it. They aren't that concerned with what anyone else thinks either. Only 7% of the millionaires we studied felt pressure to keep up with their friends and families when it came to spending. The rest were content with their older cars, modest homes, and average $35 pair of jeans. That's right. We asked 10,000 millionaires how much they spent on jeans. I told you before that we wanted to know everything about these folks. Live on less than you make. More than half, 51% of the millionaires in our study, believe that the top factor holding people back from becoming millionaires is a basic lack of financial discipline. These wealthy men and women demonstrate their discipline with habits you wouldn't normally attribute to millionaires. We've already seen that 94% of millionaires live on less than they make, and 95% plan ahead and save up for big purchases. That planning takes different forms, but most of them, 64%, still live on a budget, even though they're financially independent. And believe it or not, 93% of millionaires use coupons all or some of the time while shopping. That means there's a good chance the crazy coupon lady holding you up in the grocery store line is a millionaire. Speaking of shopping, 85% of millionaires still use a shopping list when buying groceries, even though they could afford to buy anything they want in the store. Millionaires also make a habit of actually paying for what they purchase. We found that 96% of millionaires never carry a balance on a credit card. So let's break it down. Millionaires live on less than they make, save for big purchases, and spend wisely. Or, to make it crystal clear, they live on a budget and stay out of debt. It's not rocket science. Budgeting for abundance. As a regular guest on several national TV news programs, I'm often on panels with other financial experts. Not surprisingly, I disagree with my fellow experts more often than not. However, I was listening to a rental real estate podcast recently and almost spit coffee out of my mouth when I heard something especially dumb. They were talking about building wealth through real estate, and then they went off on a rant about how self-defeating the act of budgeting is. They said a budget represents a scarcity mentality, where you're trying to maximize every nickel and dime, while an abundance mentality gives you freedom from a budget. Your goal, they suggested, should be to build enough wealth and cash flow that you don't have to put the restriction of a budget on yourself. There is no other way for me to say it. That's crazy. That's the kind of ignorant, uninformed, and dangerous advice that leads people into careless spending and clueless money mismanagement. I've seen it over and over in my time as a financial coach. And that's not how real millionaires behave. Millionaires don't accidentally live on less than they make. They do it on purpose because they have a plan. They're deciding. Living without a budget, though, is the very definition of sliding into misfortune. It represents spending your hard-earned money with no real plan in place. Your budget is your financial roadmap. It shows you all the twists and turns that are coming up each month. If you're going through the month without a plan, you're driving without a map and hoping to end up in the land of millions. Take it from me and the 10,000 people we studied, that's not going to happen. A budget helps you to identify what I call money leaks. Those are all those little holes and cracks in your spending habits that let your money leak out of your wallet without you even realizing what's going on. You know what I'm talking about. How many times have you gotten to the end of the month without a dime to your name with no idea where your whole paycheck went? A few extra groceries here, a couple of restaurant meals there, a few stops at Starbucks every week, and then boom, you're broke. I've seen this happen with high-income, two-income couples. I've even seen it happen with minimum wage single parents. Even though this looks and feels like a money problem, most of the time it's not. Instead, it's a behavior problem, one that you have the power to change. No matter what kind of income you have, if you stay disciplined and make a plan for where your money is going, you'll find your pockets full long after payday. Budget with intentionality. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, let me clarify what a budget is. It's simply a spending plan, a way to track all the money coming in and all the money going out in a month. It can be as simple as a sheet of paper or as complex as a multi-page spreadsheet. Or you could use an online budgeting tool and mobile app to create and track your spending. There are several of those available, but my personal favorite is EveryDollar at everydollar.com. Whatever format you use, the goal is the same. You want to plan for the month ahead by writing down everything you need to spend money on and making sure your monthly income will cover it all. This is how you can emulate the millionaire behavior of living on less than you make. If you don't know how much you have coming in and how much you have going out, you'll never know if you're overspending, especially if you're spending blind by using a credit card. While creating a monthly budget is absolutely vital, your work isn't done once you've got the plan on the page. The next step is just as important. You have to stick to the plan. Again, that's what millionaires do. Remember, 93% of millionaires stick to the budgets they create, compared to 77% of the general population. These people take the time to make a plan, but then they throw it out the window with impulse purchases and lazy spending. Why even bother? That's like programming your GPS when you get in the car and then throwing it in the back seat when you put the car in drive. It just doesn't make sense. Because of their dedication to sticking to the budgets they make, almost none of the millionaires we studied, 96%, have ever had a past due bill. They pay their bills on time because they know when they're due and how much they are, and they've accounted for it in their spending plan. The budget gives them built-in accountability and keeps them on track. Also, don't miss the fact that these millionaires stick to their budgets, even though they can afford anything they want. Now, I didn't say 93% used to stick to their budgets. I said they still do. That means you never outgrow the need for a budget, even after you've become a millionaire. In fact, I'd argue that the more money you have, the greater your responsibility is to manage it well. Losing $1,000 due to sloppy spending is bad enough. I don't even want to think about losing $100,000 just because I was too lazy to manage it. Redeeming the word budget. I found that many people hate the word budget. It can carry a lot of bad emotional connotations or bring up painful memories of old family drama. It can also sound restrictive or feel like a financial cage. I wonder if that's why the hosts of the rental real estate podcast episode I listened to hated the idea of a budget. If you're coming to the table already predisposed against creating a budget, let me help you reframe the whole idea. First of all, a budget is not a financial straitjacket, and it's not surrendering all your control. Instead, a budget is a tool that will give you more control over your money than you've ever had. It enables you to make your money work harder and go further than you can imagine. If you don't believe me, then believe the 10,000 millionaires we studied, most of whom built their wealth by living on and sticking to a budget. I don't think all those thousands of millionaires feel caged in by a budget they can't control. Rather, based on the overwhelming number of millionaires who stick to their budgets, even after hitting millionaire status, I imagine they see the budget as the tool they use to exercise complete control over their money. Second, a budget eliminates all the confusion and mystery around where your money goes each month and replaces it with a hyper-awareness of how hard your money is working for you. It makes the financial slide impossible because you're tracking every dollar. The first time we created a monthly budget, we realized we'd been spending almost $1,200 a month on groceries. I had no idea we were wasting so much money on garbage we didn't need. As we settled into our monthly budget, we kept finding new money because we had cut off the financial slide for good. Third, a budget puts your money to work. If you want to become a millionaire, you must be intensely intentional about every dollar you have coming in and going out. A budget makes the intentionality easy. As you get started, I want to suggest 3 priorities to get the biggest bang out of your budget. These should be the first things you spend money on each month. First, you need to practice generous giving. I'll talk more about the power of giving and its relationship to wealth building later in this book. But for now, put giving at the top of your budget and start experimenting with it. Second, make sure you're planning for your saving and investing. Too often we pay ourselves last, meaning we pay all the bills and then save and invest anything that's left. The problem is, when you put saving last, you probably won't have any money left to save after you plan for everything else. Don't be ashamed to make yourself a priority. Third, if you have any type of debt except a mortgage, you need to squeeze every dollar you can out of your budget to pay that debt off as quickly as possible. Debt, as we'll see below, will kill your millionaire aspirations. Wealthy people don't waste time and money on debt, and neither should you. Budgeting requires teamwork if you're married. If you're married, your budget must be a team effort. Too often in my coaching career, I've seen one spouse try to control the finances while dragging their partner along for the ride. I've also seen plenty of disinterested spouses surrender control of the family finances to their nerdier, better half. But that's a bad plan too. What happens if the nerd in the relationship dies unexpectedly? Losing a spouse is tragic enough on its own, but you don't want to completely wreck your family's financial progress too. When you work together on the budget, you're working together on your dreams. Ideally, you'll both achieve your goals together. But if you don't, you want to make sure your spouse and kids will be able to enjoy what you've worked for, even if you're not there to enjoy it with them. When I coach couples on how to start the budgeting process, I always suggest that they have one big budgeting meeting every month. In that meeting, they work together to plan out their spending for the month ahead. They account for every penny of their income, both incomes if they both work, and they write down every penny they'll need to spend. Then, when they're sure that they have the budget just right, they agree to act like millionaires and stick to the plan. As they get used to living on a budget, I also suggest they have weekly mini meetings to check in on how it's going. No budget is perfect, and minor adjustments should be expected throughout the month, especially if budgeting is a new practice. So I recommend weekly touch points so the couple has dedicated time to review the spending a week at a time, make any adjustments that are necessary, and hold each other accountable to the budget commitment they made to each other. On that note, let me introduce you to Ted and Diane, one millionaire couple who are a perfect picture of financial teamwork. Everyday millionaires. Ted and Diane admit they were completely broke when they got married. They each brought a pile of student loan debt into the marriage, and neither had a strong financial background. However, they had something that made all the difference in the world: each other. From the start of their married life, they sat down at the kitchen table with a basic paper budget, doing their best to live on less than they made and attack debt. Our starting salaries weren't great, Ted said, but we thought it was more money than we'd ever seen. After years of living as broke college and grad students, they didn't let their new incomes go to their heads. Instead, they were intentional about maximizing every dollar. First, they saved up an emergency fund, something they maintain to this day. Then they declared war on their student loans, throwing every dollar they could at them. They decided to delay the purchase of their first home until the loans were paid off, because they didn't want any distractions. We avoided stuffitis and practiced delayed gratification, they said. When the student loans were paid off, the couple purchased a home and started investing 15% of their income into retirement accounts. They worked together every step of the way, and neither ran ahead of the other. They wanted to win as a team, and they did. Today, Ted and Diane are in their mid-40s. They just recently paid off their 15-year mortgage on their $300,000 home. They have college savings accounts for their kids' upcoming college expenses, and they have more than $1 million in retirement accounts. With all those things taken care of, and with at least 26 years to go before retirement, Ted and Diane are sitting pretty. Ted said, "We have piled up our blunder, and now we're going to live a life full of options while maintaining our commitment to giving to the church and others." The budget was the cornerstone of Ted and Diane's financial plan from day one. And that hasn't changed now that they've hit the $1 million mark. And they say it never will. There are a million other things I could say about budgeting, but I'll leave those to other books and authors. If budgeting is new to you, though, I strongly suggest two things. First, pick up a copy of Dave Ramsey's Total Money Makeover. It's the best book out there on taking control of your money and getting on a plan to beat debt. Second, check out the free budgeting tool called EveryDollar. The website and mobile apps are great, and it's an easy way to build and track a budget with just a few clicks. Millionaires stay away from debt. I want to be as clear as I can here. The average millionaire stays away from debt. As we saw earlier, 96% of millionaires never carry a credit card balance, and 95% plan ahead and save up for big purchases. I can hear the excuses now. But Chris, of course they don't need to use debt. They're millionaires now. If that's what you're thinking, you aren't hearing me. I don't just mean these men and women don't use debt now. I mean they have lived their whole lives by these basic principles. In fact, nearly 3/4 of millionaires we studied have never carried a credit card balance in their lives. Millionaires know what most people in our society don't. Debt will hold you back and prevent you from reaching your financial goals. I'm not just talking about credit card debt either. Let's look at the driving habits of most millionaires for a minute. Do you think the typical millionaire drives a shiny new Lexus or Mercedes? Not likely. Do you think the typical millionaire wakes up on a Sunday morning, decides to buy a new car by lunch, and drives a brand new SUV home by dinner? The stats say no. When I say 95% save up for big purchases, that includes cars. Rather than hitting the lot and buying a brand new car, we found the average millionaire drives a 4-year-old car with 41,000 miles on it. And 8 out of 10 millionaire car buyers drive it away debt-free without carrying a car payment behind them. These wealthy people know that car payments and loan interests won't move them forward to financial independence. If you've never calculated what a lifetime of car payments is really costing you, this will blow your mind. Cars.com reports that the average new car payment is $509 a month. If you did what millionaires do and paid cash for slightly used cars instead, you'd have $509 a month to invest toward retirement and wealth building. In 30 years, that $509 per month investment would break the millionaire mark at $1.1 million. In 35 years, it would hit $1.82 million. And this is crazy. That same $509 per month investment would be worth $2.97 million in 40 years. So if you're in your 30s or 40s right now, I just showed you how to become a multi-millionaire with one simple trick. Like I've been saying, anyone can become a millionaire in America, even if you only invest the average car payment. Debt is a mindset that will wreck your wealth building goals no matter where you are financially. If you genuinely want to become a millionaire someday, then you need to start acting like a millionaire today. That means taking control of your money, making a plan for your spending, and staying far away from debt in all its forms. Sure, that's countercultural advice, but we want to be millionaires, remember? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Budgeting and staying out of debt aren't only used to achieve financial independence. They're the same habits millionaires use to maintain it. Maggie and her husband Tom are great examples of this long-term, intentional living. This millionaire couple spends part of the year in Colorado and part of the year in Florida. Sounds nice, right? But Maggie would be the first one to tell you this here and there living situation didn't happen accidentally. It took decades of planning and sacrifice to make their long-term goal a reality. Here's their story. Everyday Millionaires. Maggie was raised on a farm in rural Illinois, in what she calls a financially conservative, frugal household. The family never had much when she was young, and Maggie didn't even have indoor plumbing until she was 9. Her mother sewed clothes for Maggie and her siblings, and the family grew their own vegetables and raised livestock for food. Restaurants were a luxury that they almost never experienced. In fact, Maggie's first restaurant meal was at age 11, and she paid for it herself with money she saved. Maggie met and married Tom while in college, and the Colorado couple shared a millionaire dream from the start of their relationship. Neither came from wealth, but they dreamed of one day passing the millionaire mark and having a vacation home. They kept that goal in mind for decades, and it was always a part of every big financial discussion they ever had. They sacrificed a lot of luxuries to make that dream a reality, and they used intentional decisions to take them closer to their goal. While working, the couple lived only on Tom's salary and saved Maggie's salary from her job as a dietitian in the public school system. Maggie is a master couponer, and she says she never pays full price for anything. They only go out to eat once a week, if that. They make their own coffee instead of visiting coffee shops, and stick to a shopping list whenever they're at the grocery store. They're always vigilant against impulse purchases and unnecessary spending. By keeping their goal in mind and being intentional about their financial decisions, Maggie and Tom hit their retirement goals in their 50s and topped it off by buying a vacation home in Florida where they spend part of the year. When we asked Maggie what her advice was to someone who wants to do what they did, she simply said, "Decide what's important to you and stick to it." This couple, worth $2 million, knew early on that their decisions had the power to take them closer to their dream or further from it. They chose to decide their way into wealth, just like all the other millionaires we studied. Then, even though they had plenty of money, they maintained their wealth by doing the same simple, intentional things that got them there. Choosing intentionality. Intentionality comes down to 2 things: sacrifice and choices. You have to know what you're willing to let go of. If I haven't been clear in this chapter, let me break it down for you. You've got to let go of the stupid things that are stealing your potential. Things like debt, inattention, and wandering aimlessly through life. Instead, you've got to take on millionaire behaviors, living on less than you make, budgeting, and making active, intentional decisions about who you want to be and how you want to live. Being intentional gives you options. It opens the door to more choices than ever before. But it also demands some sacrifices. And some of those sacrifices will hurt. If you've been walking around with your head in a fog, unplugged from the day-to-day reality of your life, then I've got a 3-part plan that will wake you up and shake you out of your unmotivated stupor. I call it the AAA process for improvement. Assess, acknowledge, and activate. Number 1, assess your current situation. Be honest about where you spend your time, money, and attention. Ask yourself if those investments are paying off for you. Are they taking you closer to or further from your goals? Don't lie to yourself. Remember, millionaires are honest with themselves even when faced with their own failure. Number 2, acknowledge what kind of life you want to have. This is where your high-definition millionaire dream comes into play. Imagine exactly the life you want to have and hang on to that picture. Number 3, activate your plan to get there. Intentionality demands activation. Nobody ever crossed the $1 million mark by sitting on the sofa watching TV for 40 hours per week. That's how you slide further and further away from your goals. What are you going to do? Are you going to settle for the slide, or are you bold enough to decide your way into wealth? The choice is yours. But you need to choose right now. You have to decide if you want to live out of control or if you want to be the CFO of your household by living on less than you make, budgeting, and avoiding debt. We've seen that a life of intentionality requires a lot of choices. And this is the first one. You can do this. It's up to you. Don't blow it. Chapter 8. Think ahead. Millionaires are goal-oriented. One of my favorite stories from my research is about Catherine, a millionaire from Seattle. She understood the power of setting goals for herself, goals that would stretch her beyond her comfort zone and would be the fuel to make her dreams a reality. Here's her story. Everyday millionaire. Catherine grew up in a single-parent household after her mom passed away when she was young. As a little girl, Catherine idolized her dad and wanted to be just like him, a pilot. Even though women weren't commonly accepted as pilots at the time, Catherine set that goal for herself and never let it go. After college, she went to work in the airline industry, but because female pilots were unheard of, Catherine spent 5 years as a flight attendant while she honed her piloting skills. By age 26, she started working as a pilot for a small regional airline. She continued to break down the barriers in her way and was hired to fly for a large commercial airline at age 30. From a young age, Catherine never lost sight of her piloting dreams. She just kept hammering away at them until the world caught up to her. Her goals weren't restricted to flying either. As she began to earn greater income, Catherine set her sights on financial independence. She started reading books on real estate and even took a class to learn about investments. Her education turned into concrete financial goals, and she began investing regularly into mutual funds. She kept her eye on the prize over the years as she continued to advance in her career, weighing all of her financial decisions against her millionaire goals. She cut back on her restaurant budget to free up more money to invest. She even stopped buying coffee when she wasn't flying because she could drink as much coffee as she wanted for free on the plane. She was committed to putting every dollar to work for her millionaire goals because she was determined to keep the millionaire promise she had made to herself. Today, of course, Catherine has reached her goal of financial independence with a whopping $3.4 million net worth. With those goals met, she's already looking to the future again and setting concrete goals for what she wants her wealth to do after she's gone. Not only will she leave money to her loved ones, but she'll also leave a nice scholarship for students who want to learn to fly. Even when she's gone, Catherine's knack for setting and crushing goals will be a blessing to her family, friends, and a whole new generation of pilots. Do you think Catherine believed this was possible when she was 21 years old and couldn't find work as a pilot? I do. I think she had a crystal clear image of her future, even when the odds seemed stacked against her. She had the heart and determination to make it a reality. That's what millionaires do. They set goals. They have to, because becoming a millionaire takes a long time for most people. Remember, real millionaires don't bother trying to get rich quick. They strive to build wealth over many years. If that's your plan too, then you need to set financial goals for yourself. Let's take a look at how to do that and what those goals should be. Millionaires are planners. Our research found that 92% of millionaires developed a long-term plan for their money, compared to 60% of the general population. That means these men and women are always thinking ahead, not just to next week or next month, but well into the next decade. They know what they want to accomplish, and they're putting their money to work to make it happen. Their plan helps them avoid distractions and the shiny object syndrome that the general population suffers from. Because millionaires aren't focused on what might make them happy today. They're focused on their long-term wealth-building plan. I know it sounds like that might be hard to do if you don't naturally think that way, but it's pretty simple. Millionaires don't react on impulse. They don't care about impressing anyone. Instead, they stick to their plans and their principles. And anyone can do that with determination and grit. We found that 97% of millionaires say they almost always achieve the goals they set for themselves. These hardworking people understand the purpose and the power of a goal. If they're bold enough to set a goal for themselves, you can bet they're going to take that goal seriously. In fact, 98% of millionaires, practically all of them, say they don't leave things undone and always finish what they start. They may not enter into a commitment lightly, but when they commit, you can count on them to see it through to the end. And that's why they're all millionaires today, because they put the goal of financial independence in front of themselves years ago, put a plan in place to reach that goal, and didn't even think of quitting until the job was done. Guidelines for goal setting. There are some incredible books out there that can teach you strategies for goal setting. So I won't go too deep into how you set goals. I can at least give you a few handy tips to get you started. Mix it up. First, you need to have a mix of long-term and short-term goals. The long-term goals are the ones with huge payoffs, like hitting the $1 million net worth mark or paying off your house. I love long-term goals because those are the ones that really move the needle. Changing your life and your family's legacy doesn't happen overnight. That's the result of years and decades of focused intensity. So your biggest goals will be long-term, way off in the distance. As important as these big goals are, though, you also need to regularly add in short-term goals. You can't expect to stay motivated through a 20, 30, or 40-year journey unless you're seeing wins all along the way. These wins come from short-term goals, such as saving up for a great vacation or buying a car with cash. Knocking out short-term goals gives you a sense of accomplishment and encouragement as you continue to attack your long-term goals. It lets you see that your plan is working, even if you don't have a $1 million net worth yet. Write them down. Second, your goals need to be written down, not just floating around in your head. If they're in your head, they're still hopes and dreams. They don't really become goals until you take the bold step of putting them on paper. That simple act has a huge payoff too. Dr. Gail Matthews, a psychology professor who conducted a research study on goal setting, found that we are 42% more likely to achieve our goals just by writing them down. There's something about the act of putting goals down on paper that instantly gives you a sense of accountability and commitment. It's as though we're taking our dreams out of the clouds and bringing them into the real world. Once they're real, it's up to us to go about the hard work of making them happen. Set SMART goals. Third, your goals need to be SMART goals. Now, this is an acronym authors and teachers have used for decades to teach people how to set good, well-thought-out goals. For your goals to be SMART, they need to be specific. Leave no room for ambiguity. Write out exactly what you want to accomplish in detail. This is where your high-definition retirement dream comes into play. Measurable. How will you know if you've achieved your goals? Use specific facts, milestones, and metrics so you'll know for sure if you're hitting your goals or not. Achievable. Be realistic with your goals. Sure, we all want to be billionaires, but that's unlikely for most. Hitting millionaire status, though, is totally achievable. I want you to dream big, but not so big that you'll never be able to accomplish your goals. Relevant. Your goals need to be focused. They need to take you closer to where you ultimately want to end up. Having a few random goals here and there is fine for variety, but your big goals need to work together to bring you into the life you've envisioned for yourself. Time sensitive. Every goal needs a deadline. Challenge yourself to get the job done by a specific date. In retirement planning, for example, this could be the age when you want to retire. And don't be scared to make the timeline ambitious. You'll be amazed how efficiently you can work towards your goals when you know you have a deadline coming up. Now, let's see what this looks like in practice. Assume you want to pay off your mortgage early. You wouldn't simply write, "I want to pay off my house early," and leave it at that. That goal isn't smart, it's dumb. It's missing at least two key ingredients: specifics and a deadline. To make your goals smart, you need to hit all 5 points by writing something like, "I want to pay off my house in 8 years by sending an additional $500 per month toward the principal balance." That goal tells you what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and how you're going to do it. That's a great goal. And incidentally, it's one I'm going to challenge you to set for yourself a little later in this chapter. Setting goals for your money. High-achieving, proactive people set goals in every area of their lives. That includes setting goals for their health, spiritual growth, career, relationships, education, and of course finances, just to name a few. While I want you to excel in every part of your life, the focus of this book is to set you on a path to achieving millionaire status. With that in mind, let's focus the rest of this goal-setting discussion on your financial goals. Sure, you can apply the following tips to other goals, but I'm going to frame them in terms of your money. If you've never set clear goals for your money before, it's your time to start. Dave Ramsey's book, The Total Money Makeover, outlines 7 crystal clear financial milestones that should be at the heart of any successful financial plan. If you aren't familiar with Dave's 7 baby steps, here's a quick review. Baby step number 1, save $1,000 for your starter emergency fund. Baby step number 2, pay off all debt except the house using the debt snowball. Baby step number 3, save 3 to 6 months of expenses in a fully funded emergency fund. Baby step number 4, invest 15% of your household income in retirement. Baby step number 5, save for your children's college fund. Baby step number 6, pay off your home early. Baby step number 7, build wealth and give. I love that Dave's baby steps provide several sequential financial goals. When you follow the plan, you know exactly what step you're working on and what comes next. You'll see that several of these steps involve saving money. That's crucial. This may sound like an obvious point by now, but I need to say it anyway. Millionaires save money. They don't spend everything that they make, and they have a plan for what they want their money to do. In fact, we found that 70% of millionaires saved more than 10% of their income throughout their working years. 30% of them saved more than 20% of their income. When we asked what factors contributed to their net worth, 83% said saving money. If you want to be a millionaire, you've got to save money. You may be thinking, "Chris, how in the world can I do that? I make a modest salary and big unexpected expenses always seem to come up." You need an emergency fund to cover those. Get that in place first. That way, you're in control when life throws something at you. Once your debt is all paid off and you have a full emergency fund with 3 to 6 months of expenses, you need to invest at least 15% of your income toward retirement while you work to pay off your house. Remember, millionaires don't sit around and wait for one giant payday that's going to solve all their problems. They save money every payday and put that money to work for them. It takes hard work, but you can do it. Remember, setting the goal and sticking to it are half the battle. As you work through the baby steps, you'll find that the first 3 steps can happen a lot faster than the last 4. Baby steps 1, 2, and 3 are short-term goals. Many people can go from neck-deep in debt to debt-free with an emergency fund in 2 or 3 years on average. From there, they hit the often frustrating stretch of long-term goals. These are the things that people spend 10 or more years working toward. And that kind of far-off vision takes a lot of commitment, not to mention patience. To make the road a little smoother, Here are some strategies for finishing your financial marathon with gusto. Visualize results. Get a clear picture of where you want to go. This goes back to the dream meeting I talked about. You and your spouse, if you're married, need to know exactly what you're working toward. And like your goals, you need to write this vision down. It may be the only thing that keeps you going on days when your energy is down, the road seems long, and the effort doesn't seem worth it. In those times, you'll need to remind yourself why you're working so hard to begin with. Break down your goals. Breaking through the $1 million net worth barrier is an enormous goal that can seem insurmountable at times. That's why I recommend breaking down your big goals into smaller, more manageable short-term goals. These are the milestones, the mini victories that will ultimately deliver you the big win you're chasing. If you want $2 million in your retirement accounts by age 60, for example, you can use the RIQ tool, the Retire Inspired Quotient, that I mentioned earlier to figure out exactly how much you need to save every month. With that one action, you'll break a huge $2 million goal into smaller, less intimidating monthly goals. Track your progress. Once you've got a plan in place and settle into the long haul of working toward it, it can be easy to lose track of where you are on the journey. Instead, stay focused. The best way to do this is to recalculate your net worth every month or two. You can even create a visual chart to track your progress on your way to the big goal. Whether it's a boring spreadsheet or a giant poster hanging in your house, figure out some way to track your progress and look at it regularly for motivation. Having a tracking system enables you to quickly see how far you've come and motivates you to find new ways to move further, faster. Reward yourself. Celebrating your accomplishments should not be a once-and-for-all event when you finally hit financial independence. Instead, you need to build in incremental milestones and reward yourself for reaching them. No, I'm not saying you should spend $100 for every $200 you save. However, there's nothing wrong with saying, when my net worth hits $250,000, I'm taking my family to Disney World to celebrate. Stopping to celebrate the small wins will keep you excited about pushing through to the next milestone, and all those little victories add up over time. Get encouragement. Sometimes even the most motivated person starts to lose faith that the sacrifices are worth the effort. That's when we need some encouragement from people who have met and conquered the obstacles we're still up against. This is where the mentor and cheerleader we discussed in Chapter 6 come into play. Or you could use the millionaire success stories, such as the ones in this book, and the ones on the Everyday Millionaire theme hour of The Dave Ramsey Show, to keep your motivation up. Whatever the source, find something or someone who will keep your spirits high and your eyes fixed on the goal. Learn from winners. We've seen that building wealth isn't easy per se, but it's also not that complicated. Most of the millionaires we studied built their wealth by doing the simple things, such as investing in their company retirement plan, over and over again for an extended period of time. That simplicity, however, doesn't mean there aren't more things to learn. You can stay motivated and make even stronger strides towards your millionaire goal by learning tips and tools to take your wealth building to the next level. Books, mastermind groups, and investing classes are fantastic resources to keep your tools sharp. Just be careful not to be pulled off course by a risky opportunity that could endanger your millionaire goals. Long-term wealth goals. As you begin to set goals for your financial future, there are a few key areas you should focus on right off the bat. Again, these are long-term goals, but you can't put them off. Building wealth is a long-term play, but it can't be a long-term delay. The actions and steps you take today will shape the kind of life you'll have 20 or 30 years from now. So let's make sure you're doing everything you can to get your financial house in order. But first, One quick word before we dive into these long-term goals. I want you to start working on these things as soon as possible, but not before you're ready. That means you need to be out of debt, except for the house, and have a fully funded emergency fund of 3 to 6 months of expenses in the bank. If you haven't hit those two financial goals yet, that should be your focus right now. Trying to build wealth while dragging around a car note and student loan payments is like trying to run a marathon with an anchor tied around your ankle. All that debt will do is slow you down and split your efforts. Get your immediate financial situation in good shape first, then move on to the long-term goals we're about to discuss. Got it? Invest for long-term wealth building. The main long-term goal as you work toward financial independence is to invest wisely. Remember, the millionaires we studied didn't build their wealth in risky investments, sophisticated market strategy, or crazy real estate schemes. More millionaires say the 401k has played the largest role in their building their net worth compared to other investing products. In fact, the 401k has made more of a difference than basic saving, real estate, inheritance, and selling a business combined. Focusing on that slow and steady, long-term goal isn't always easy, though. Building wealth requires personal responsibility, intentionality, and goals, not to mention sacrifice. But you, yes you, have what it takes. In order to invest, you must make daily decisions to not spend your money on something fun or flashy, something that would make your life more enjoyable today. Although it can be difficult in the moment, it's really that simple. And when you invest, you're choosing an unbelievably awesome future over a marginally improved present. Millionaires work hard for their money, but they also know how to let their money work hard for them. That only happens when you inject some discipline into your budget and make whatever sacrifices you need to make it in the short term to free up money to invest for the long term. That echoes the advice that Will, one of the millionaires we interviewed in our study, gave us. Not having a plan to become a millionaire will keep people from ever becoming one, he warns. Becoming a millionaire is a goal, and it's a goal that Will work toward for most of his life. Everyday millionaire. Will, a millionaire from Chicago, grew up in a blue-collar family and always watched his parents struggle with money. Seeing their constant money stress pushed Will to pursue financial independence for himself when he graduated college. He started out as a history teacher. When he saw that accounting offered a more likely path to his financial goals, he went back to school to earn an accounting degree. He took an accounting job when he graduated, and he stayed with the same company for 31 years, eventually working his way up to the chief financial officer position. He married early in his career, and he and his wife Holly shared the goal of complete financial independence. Throughout their marriage, they lived frugally and drove older cars despite good incomes. They also prioritized saving and investing in their 401ks and other investments. As the 401k plan administrator for his company, Will saw how other employees failed to take advantage of the simple wealth-building tools at their disposal. He knew everyone's salary, and he was shocked and saddened to see that they weren't investing much, if anything, into the company 401k, despite the generous company match. People would rather spend money than save money, he says. That plus the instant gratification mentality he sees all around him is why he thinks most people don't hit the millionaire mark. By avoiding these traps and keeping their long-term goals in mind, Will and Holly are now enjoying their dream retirement with a net worth of nearly $4.5 million, something his parents couldn't have imagined. Build a bridge. One thing that often gets overlooked by a lot of future millionaires is the bridge period. That's what I call the period between the time you stop working and the time you're able to start withdrawing funds from your retirement accounts. If you plan to retire early, this warning is for you. Let's say you want to retire at age 55. That's great, but only if you've planned for it. You can't withdraw funds from your retirement accounts without incurring a penalty until you're age 59 and a half. So in this example, you'll need about 4.5 years of investment savings outside of your retirement accounts to live on. While I and almost all the millionaires we talk to love the 401k and similar retirement accounts, you need to plan for a little extra to cover your bridge years. For this, I recommend setting some money aside in good growth stock mutual funds outside of your retirement accounts. As you plan your retirement dream, simply set a retirement age target. Figure out how much money you'll need to live on and make sure you're on track to have as much set aside for each year of your early retirement until you can access your retirement accounts without penalty. This shouldn't be intimidating, but it can be a little tricky. I suggest working with both an investment and tax professional to make sure this part of your plan is locked in tight. The big goal: pay off your house. For most people, paying off their home mortgage is the last massive hurdle in reaching financial independence. However, millionaires think differently because they know that normal too often means broke. They know that thinking differently and actually doing the math cause money to stay with them and grow instead of leaving them to go to others. Think about it. How would it feel to not have a house payment for the first time in your life? Most people sign up for 30-year mortgages in their 20s or 30s and never stop to imagine what it would be like if they didn't have that huge monthly payment hanging over their heads every month. They think it's simply part of life. That's a straight-up lie. Throughout the rest of this chapter on goal setting, I want to challenge you to set one of the most significant, gratifying, and wealth-building goals you can imagine: paying off your house for good. I want to challenge you to think differently, radically, and begin to see how paying off your home can actually help you achieve millionaire status. The typical millionaire home. Earlier in this book, I asked you to imagine what a millionaire looks like, including how they act, what they drive, how they dress, and where they live. If you started with images of Richie Rich and Scrooge McDuck in your head, it's time to wake up. We've seen over and over that millionaires are regular people. And now I want you to know that these successful men and women live in regular homes. According to our research, the average millionaire lives in a 2,600 square foot home that they've lived in for 17 years. Depending on what part of the country you live in, that could sound gigantic. However, the average square footage of all homes built in 2015 is 2,687 square feet. That means despite their wealth, millionaires live in average-size homes that they've lived in for a long time. These aren't super fancy neighborhoods either. Nearly 1/3 of millionaires live in a zip code where home values are below the national average, $205,000 or less. And 51% live in neighborhoods where the average household income is $75,000 or less. Like I've been saying, these are regular people who live in predominantly average homes. Millionaires don't feel the need to upgrade, and they aren't looking for bigger and better simply because they can afford it. Instead, they stay put and actually pay the darn things off. We found that it took millionaires an average of 10.2 years to pay off their homes, and 67% of them live in homes with paid-off mortgages. This is important because it puts their home entirely in the asset column of their net worth and wipes their biggest debt off the liability column. On average, 1/3 of a millionaire's net worth comes from their primary residence. So if you're sitting in a paid-for $350,000 home, that entire $350,000 counts toward your net worth. If you've got that plus $650,000 in retirement accounts, you're a millionaire. Mortgage games. 30-year mortgages dominate the home loan industry. And I mean dominate. Why is this? Well, it's pretty simple. The 30-year mortgage is what makes banks and mortgage companies the most money. So, of course, that's the term of mortgage that they're going to promote, market, and offer to consumers. Freddie Mac reports that 90% of all home buyers choose a 30-year mortgage when buying a house. Only 6% of buyers select a 15-year loan. This absolutely blows my mind. If you want to know why most people don't become millionaires, look no further than the 30-year mortgage. People throw away tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars on these loans without ever stopping to do the math. If you've never faced the numbers, buckle up. It's time for me to make you hate your mortgage. Let's look at a $225,000 mortgage at a 4% interest rate, for example. If you, like 9 out of 10 home buyers, went with a 30-year mortgage, your payment, principal and interest, would be $1,074. If you went with a 15-year mortgage, your payment would be $1,664, $590 more per month. Look, I get it. Saving $590 every month sounds great, but that's a short-term view. We're looking out in the distance and setting long-term goals now, remember? So let's see what $590 a month actually costs you. After 10 years, the balance on a 30-year loan would be $177,264. You would have paid a total of $128,880 on the 30-year mortgage. But you only would have knocked $47,736 off the principal balance. That means you would have thrown away more than $81,000 in interest payments just in the first 10 years. And you'd still have 20 years to go. Compare that to the 15-year loan at the 10-year mark. Your balance would be $90,369, and you would have paid $65,049 in interest. Sure, that's still a lot of interest, but don't miss a few things. You still would have paid less in interest. You would have paid off almost twice as much of the principal balance. You'd only have 5 years left to go. And these numbers only represent what's going on at the 10-year mark of these loans. If you really need more convincing that the 15-year mortgage is the way to go, let's see how much money would have gone to interest over the entire course of the loans. The 30-year mortgage would have cost you a grand total of $161,640 in interest. That's money you basically would have given to the bank for the pleasure of doing business with them. That's $161,640 that you wouldn't have had going towards your net worth or in your investments. Compare that to the 15-year loan. With that option, you would have come up with $590 more per month, but you'd be finished with payments 15 years sooner, and you would only have paid $74,520 in interest, more than $87,000 less than the 30-year loan would have cost you. So just in this example, going against the flow and choosing a 15-year loan would have saved you more than $87,000 and would have put you in a paid-for home in half the time. How on earth can anyone look at this and still choose a 30-year mortgage? I may have answered my own question. No one ever looks at this. Well, no one except for your average millionaire, that is. So if you really want to become a millionaire, then you need to start acting like one. We told you earlier that it took millionaires an average of 10.2 years to pay off their homes. How quickly could you pay yours off if you got super serious about it? What would it take? Well, I'll tell you. It would take a little planning, a big goal, and a lot of commitment over an extended period of time. So remember, at this point, you're investing 15% of your income in tax-favored retirement plans, and you're saving for college if you have kids. Once you have those two things in motion, you need to look at your budget and figure out what you have left over. Any extra money you can squeeze out of your budget, and I mean everything but the kitchen sink, should go straight toward paying off your mortgage. This is not the time to take your foot off the gas. This is the very last debt standing in your way of becoming completely debt-free. Don't stop now. Make every penny count. Now that's acting like a millionaire. Avoid mortgage traps. Besides dragging out a mortgage longer than necessary, there are two other huge mortgage-related mistakes that can drive your millionaire aspirations off a cliff. First is the belief that you should keep your mortgage because of the tax advantages. People ask, why would I want to pay off my mortgage? I get a great tax break by writing off the mortgage interest. I can't believe how many people think this is a good idea. Can these people not do basic math? Here's the deal. Yes, you get to write off your mortgage interest on your tax return, but that write-off will never save you more than it costs you. Here's a quick example. If you have a $200,000 loan at a 5% interest rate, you'll pay $10,000 a year in interest. Because mortgage interest is tax deductible, you get to write off that amount, meaning you won't pay income tax on the $10,000. If you're in a 25% tax bracket, that deduction will save you $2,500 a year in taxes. Well, all right. Who doesn't want to save $2,500 in taxes? Case closed, right? Wrong. If that's as far as you take it, you can fool yourself into thinking it's a smart thing to keep the mortgage just for the tax deduction. You need to open your eyes, though, and see the bigger picture. In that example, you sent the bank $10,000 that enabled you to save $2,500 off your tax bill. Don't miss that. You traded $10,000 for $2,500. That's like asking a cashier to break a $10 bill for you, but he only gives back $2.50. And you thank him for it. If you want to build wealth, you have to be smarter than that. Wealthy people know that it's better to save the whole $10,000. Of course, you absolutely should take advantage of the tax deduction as long as you have a mortgage. That's smart. But don't use that deduction as an excuse to keep the mortgage any longer than necessary. The second mortgage-related mistake that can completely derail your millionaire goals is the home equity line of credit. Oh, the HELOC. This little gem has gotten a lot of attention over the past 20 years or so. But as I said in Chapter 3, the HELOC is nothing more than a second mortgage. Worse, it's a second mortgage tied to an easy access debit card that enables you to chip away at your home's equity one vacation or kitchen upgrade at a time. A HELOC basically takes two incredibly stupid ideas, a second mortgage and a credit card, and jams them together into one destructive opportunity to sabotage your financial independence. Don't fall for the sales pitch. This isn't a tool of the wealthy. It's a crutch for the broke and ignorant. Remember, 63% of millionaires have never taken out a home equity loan or line of credit. And only 9% of millionaires currently have a home equity loan. The majority of millionaires don't fall for this garbage, and neither should you. Make yourself rich, not the bank or mortgage company. Stop and dream for a minute. What would life be like if you didn't have to send $1,500 or $2,000 to the bank every month for the next 20 years? What could you do? What difference would that extra income make for you, your family, and your community? What impact would it have on the legacy that you're building? On the financial dream you're imagining? If you planned, worked, and sacrificed to pay your 30-year mortgage off in only 10 years, you would give yourself 20 extra years of wealth-building power. Let's say your mortgage was $1,500 a month. If you paid the house off in 10 years and invested the $1,500 a month for the next 20 years, that investment alone would make you a millionaire with $1,134,000. And going back to what we learned about compound interest, 68% of that $1.1 million would be growth. That is, interest that you earned over and above the money you actually put in. Even better, at that point, you would also have a paid-for home with 30 years of appreciation on top of that $1.1 million. You'd be a net worth millionaire. And that doesn't even count what you'd have in your retirement accounts by then. At that point, you'd be like David, a retired college professor and millionaire our team interviewed. Everyday millionaire. David, a millionaire from Oklahoma, was born to parents who taught him the basics of money management from an early age. His father was an engineer. His mother was a school teacher. Together, his parents made enough to meet the needs of the family. But David remembers them as frugal. They taught him how to save money and the importance of staying away from debt, two lessons that shaped his financial future. After high school, David went on to pursue a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a PhD in aerospace engineering. He settled into a long 35-year career as a college professor, and in his spare time started 2 different software companies. All of these things were in pursuit of a goal he'd had most of his life: to become financially independent. David learned early in his working life that there's a big difference between wealth and income. He figured that his income could either come from a job or come from his wealth, and he set his sights on a wealth-based income stream, picturing a day when his investments would support the life he and his wife dreamed of. To make that dream a reality, they maxed out their 401k, 403b, and IRAs. They carefully considered other opportunities as they came along, always weighing the risk against the long-term goal they were chasing. They also used an investment professional to help make the best investing decisions throughout their working lifetime. Today, David has crushed his goal of financial independence with a net worth of $2.2 million. He and his wife have not one, but 2 paid-for houses, spending part of the year in their Colorado vacation home. David still works, but he does it for fun and only part-time. When we asked him what he tells his students about building wealth, he said he always points back to the goals he had early on. He explained that most people have unrealistic expectations of retirement and eventually find themselves unprepared. You can't enjoy retirement or reach financial independence, he warns, if you don't plan ahead. You need to know how much you want to spend, and then you need to make sure you have more saved than you plan to spend when you get there. Simple advice that I hate to say too many people just don't or won't follow. Working toward millionaire goals. Again, anyone can become a millionaire in this country, but it won't happen by accident. It takes time, intentionality, a little financial intelligence, and goals. If you have those things, anything's possible. Understand that a goal is simply a promise you make to yourself. I hope by now that you've made that promise, that you've accepted the call to join the ranks of America's millionaires. It may seem like a lofty goal to set, but trust me, it's possible. My purpose in this chapter has been to get you to start picturing that millionaire life for yourself and to help you set some long-term goals to get there. If you take these things to heart, I know you can cross that millionaire finish line. Too many people look at the challenges and distractions all around us and ask, how can I ever become a millionaire? That's not your question, though. From now on, I want you to start asking yourself, how soon can I become a millionaire? Equipped with your new mindset, you can start setting those short and long-term goals that will get you there. Chapter 9. Do what it takes. Millionaires are hard workers. As we've poured through our research on America's millionaires, we haven't seen any big educational or intellectual advantages. We have not seen huge inheritances or lottery payouts. We haven't seen crazy strike-it-rich, once-in-a-lifetime risky investments. You know what we've seen? Work. Lots and lots of meticulous, often grueling and gritty, dirt under the fingernails, nose to the grindstone, hard work. Wherever they are and whatever they're doing, these men and women work with intensity, and all that hard work has paid off. Have you noticed how many of the millionaire stories we've seen in this book contain the word farm? I have. I swear, it seems like every other millionaire we've featured grew up on a farm. I don't think that's an accident. There's no such thing as a lazy farmer. Farms require you to put in the work day in and day out. If you stop or even slow down, you could ruin whole crops. You could end up with nothing to sell or eat. A farm background develops the solid, lifelong work ethic that's required to build wealth. I understand that. I actually worked on a farm myself when I was a teenager. I baled and loaded hay, worked in the barn, and kept up the property for a huge farm back in Kentucky. I remember taking the weed trimmer to a mile-long stretch of fence in one pasture, knowing I'd have another bigger pasture to deal with the next day. The work never stopped, and if I slowed down, I knew all the work would overtake me. But at the end of a long day, I used to love sitting back and looking at the fields I had worked. I could see the progress and the payoff. I could tell exactly how my work made a difference that day. My fingerprints were all over that farm. I was proud to contribute to its success. My farming experience as a teenager made such an impact on me that I'm looking for farm jobs for my 3 sons this summer. They may not enjoy every aspect of all the hard work, but they're going to learn the value of a good day's work under the sun. They're going to learn what I and millionaires in our study have learned. Your commitment to hard work will shape the course of your life forever. Millionaires work hard. I've heard excuses from so many people about why they can't get ahead financially. They whine, "I don't have the time," or "I'm not smart enough," or "my job doesn't pay enough." Whenever I hear this garbage, I always tell people it's not about how much time you have, how smart you are, or how much you make. It's about what you do with what you have and how hard you're willing to work. That's usually when someone will come back with the excuse that really burns me up. "But Chris, you don't want me to become a workaholic, do you?" Oh, please. I've said over and over in this book that anyone can become a millionaire in America today, but I may need to clarify that a bit. I believe anyone who's willing to work hard can become a millionaire in America today. The average millionaire agrees with me, as 76% say that with hard work and discipline, anyone can become a millionaire. Does that mean you might need to work 80 hours a week, forsake your family, and destroy your health chasing wealth? No way. But do I think you can work better, smarter, and more efficiently in the 40 hours you're already working? Absolutely. Remember, only 7% of the millionaires we studied are C-suite executives, meaning they have a high-paying chief something officer title. And 93% of millionaires said they built wealth by hard work rather than big salaries. These people aren't looking for the government or anyone else to take care of them, and they certainly aren't sitting around griping about why the little man can't get ahead. Millionaire-minded people don't have time for that kind of self-pity. They're too busy working. Hard work disguised as luck. 99% of millionaires said their friends and family members would describe them as hard workers. This is the behind-the-scenes reality that most people never consider when they think about how a typical millionaire built their wealth. The truth is, hard work looks like luck to the outside world. In fact, I'd say hard work is practically invisible to those who don't work hard themselves. They can't picture themselves sacrificing and saving for 20 or 30 years straight, so they think no one else can either. What some people see as luck is just a matter of discipline, sacrifice, persistence, and good old-fashioned hard work. Which sounds a lot like Pam, one of the hard-working millionaires we interviewed. Everyday millionaire. Pam's parents struggled financially for most of her childhood, but throughout that time, she was blessed with a hard-working father who worked his way up from the mailroom to a factory manager position for a phone company. While he always made a lower middle-class income with just enough for their basic needs, Pam's father consistently taught her the value of hard work and self-sufficiency. Now retired with a net worth of nearly $2 million, Pam can still hear his voice echoing in her head. Don't look to someone else to get something you can get for yourself. And don't work harder at getting out of work than actually working. Those are lessons she learned and applied from a young age. With no money for college after high school, Pam went to work and saved for her own tuition. She started college at age 20 and worked on her degree steadily, as her income allowed, for 11 years before graduating at age 31. During that time, she purchased a home, saved for retirement, got married, had 3 kids, and even paid for her husband's college degree. From age 19, Pam saved 10% of every dollar she earned, putting the power of compound interest, what she calls the 8th wonder of the world, to work for her. She lived below her means, never drove a new car, and stayed away from debt. When she lost a good bit of money in an unfortunate divorce from her first husband in her mid-40s, Pam picked herself back up and kept herself and her goals on track. Even though she was starting again from zero, she never gave up, never slowed down, and never stopped working for what she wanted to accomplish. Now remarried, Pam recently sold a company she built from the ground up and is enjoying a wonderful retirement filled with traveling, visiting art exhibits, writing poetry, and going scuba diving whenever she wants. But don't think this retired millionaire has gotten lazy. She's still working to improve herself by taking college classes in her retirement. That's the thing about people who aren't scared to work hard. Even when they retire, they're still looking for ways to learn, work, and grow. Learning how to work. Pam's story resonates with me. I think her father and my grandfather would have gotten along. I spent a lot of time with my grandparents as a kid, and my grandfather taught me the value and dignity in a good day's work. This guy was tireless. He was up at 3 a.m. every day to go work in a factory. He'd get home late in the afternoon, eat some dinner, change his clothes, then move on to some project around the house. I'd find him under a car, up on the roof, painting a bedroom. Wherever there was work to be done, my grandfather was there doing it. He never seemed to get tired, and he never sat still for too long. He was a man of few words, but no one ever taught me more about the value of work than he did. I can't quote any catchy one-liner or specific piece of advice he gave me about work, though. He taught me by showing me. It's a lesson that shaped my life. Maybe you had a parent or grandparent like that. You know, someone who was always shuffling around from one task to another, teaching you by their words and actions what it meant to work hard. I've heard things like, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing right. Or maybe it's always easier to do the job right the first time than to redo it a second time. Or one of my favorites, don't do anything halfway. Either do the whole job or don't bother. These little bits of wisdom aren't simply dad speak. They actually go back hundreds and thousands of years. Ben Franklin was thought to have said, motivation is when your dreams put on work clothes. And Thomas Edison is known for the adage, opportunity is missed by most people because it's dressed in overalls and looks like work. The Bible even has plenty to say about work, such as, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. Proverbs 14:23. These timeless pieces of wisdom point to the inescapable fact that work and our attitude about work matters more than we might think. Building a strong work ethic. Too many people view their jobs as a weight around their necks. They think their lives happen on the weekends, and that their Monday through Friday work is the necessary evil required for a paycheck. That's a terrible way to go through life, and it's something that's completely foreign to most millionaires. An unbelievable 96% of net worth millionaires enjoyed what they did for a career. 64% took it a step further and said they loved their jobs. They must love them because 56% are still working in some capacity, even though they've achieved financial independence. In fact, more than 1/3 are still working full-time. Why? Because they enjoy their work and they find fulfillment in it. Of all the millionaires we talked to, only 38% were fully retired. Why do millionaires like to work so much? I think it's because a strong work ethic has been grafted into their DNA. They work because they like to work. It's who they are. They've learned to see the moral good in a day's work. And they don't want to lose that sense of accomplishment just so they can sit on a beach, sipping fruity drinks every day until they die of boredom. That's not who they were while they were building wealth. And it's not who they are now that they've become financially independent. Hard work in action. When I think about the key characteristics of a strong work ethic, things like dedication, grit, discipline, self-control, dependability, and character, I think of Mitch, a millionaire we talked to from Ohio. Everyday millionaire. Mitch learned his incredible work ethic from his dad while working the 200-acre family farm. That's right, another farm-bred millionaire. They'd work side by side all day, and Mitch was amazed at how his dad managed to outwork everyone else. It was hard work, Mitch said, but it taught us a lot of good values, such as how to run a business, how to make money, and how to get ahead. Mitch put those lessons to use early in his life. He excelled at academics and sports in high school, and he learned that he could do anything that he set his mind to and was willing to work for. After graduating at the top of his class, he started college and developed a passion for flying. He earned his pilot's license with the intention of flying commercially, but he had a hard time finding a pilot position out of school. He took a job as an air traffic controller instead, staying there for 11 years. Until a massive industry strike cost him his job and forced him to find a new line of work. After weighing his options, Mitch decided to return to the family farm, which has since grown to 800 acres. He also began investing in real estate, building up a portfolio of 35 properties. Never wanting to worry about losing his job again, Mitch focused on building multiple income streams. He told us one of the keys to his long-term success has been working in 2 or 3 different businesses over many years. Mitch taught himself the basics of investing in his late 30s. To make the best use of his income, he invested in a 401k and an IRA in addition to his real estate investments. His wife Leah also worked throughout their entire marriage. She started investing in her company's retirement plan at age 25, jumping into the 401k when that rolled out, and worked there for 40 years. She made the 401k a priority that entire time, and she and Mitch never even considered borrowing against it or withdrawing it early, even during Mitch's career change. Today, Leah has $1 million in her 401k. The couple would be millionaires on her 401k alone, but that's just one piece of this incredible couple's wealth. When you add that to Mitch's accounts, the 800-acre farm, the 35 properties, they have a total net worth of $9 million. These two have absolutely killed it through their intense focus and hard work. Mitch's dad always told him, "Isn't it funny how the people who work the hardest are the luckiest people?" That incredible work ethic has fueled Mitch and Leah's success for decades, and now they are living the luckiest life of their dreams. The couple still works hard, but they do it on their terms, and only as much or as little as they want to. They play hard too, taking at least 5 separate 2-week vacations a year, often moving into their Florida vacation home for weeks at a time. That's the kind of life you can live if you're not scared to work hard to reach your goals. Benefits of a strong work ethic. A nice paid-for Florida vacation home is awesome, but it's not the biggest benefit you can gain from a strong work ethic. There are many more important advantages that will make you a better, more stable, more profitable person no matter what business you're in. First, a commitment to work hard builds patience. Reaching financial independence takes a long time. As we saw in Chapter 3, the average millionaire hit the $1 million mark at 49 years old. That means it took decades of slugging it out day after day for most of these families to hit their goal. The ability to work hard over a long period of time builds patience like nothing else will. It keeps you focused so you never lose sight of what you're striving toward. Second, a good work ethic enables you to experience progress. Your work should take you a little closer to your ultimate goal every single day. Every paycheck, every 401k or other retirement account contribution, every promotion, they're all individual steps on your journey to financial independence. And little by little, as you check your progress and factor in your net worth, you're able to see that you're moving the needle. Third, Work gives you a sense of accomplishment. The old expression, an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, means something. It feels good to get a paycheck for a job well done, doesn't it? Just imagine how you'll feel when your income comes solely from your investments that you've worked, saved, and sacrificed for. Although it seems far off now, those incremental investments from your paycheck add up over time. Never forget that you're building a perpetual stream of income in your investing accounts. Every dollar you save and invest today will become part of your income later. Saving enough money to live on for the rest of your life is a huge deal, so be proud of every step you take toward that goal. Fourth, good work continually builds your self-confidence. It shows us what we're capable of and reminds us of what we've accomplished so far. Consider that for a minute. Think back to a job you had to perform or a big task you had to accomplish, something that scared the crap out of you, and you thought it was impossible. Do you remember how intimidating that task was on day one? For me, it was writing my first book. I had never done it before, and the thought of writing 100,000 words that actually made sense stressed me out. But I got to work. I knocked out the first chapter, then the second. I kept plodding through it, working with the team that had come around me. Within a few months, I had a finished manuscript. The impossible task was done. I had tamed the monster. From that point on and for the rest of my life, I know that I'm capable of writing a book because I've done it. That sense of self-confidence is one of my favorite benefits of hard work. Fifth, hard work makes an impact on your career. This fifth benefit seems like a no-brainer, but don't overlook it. Working hard isn't just about doing your job. It's more than your paycheck. It's also about where you are, the work you're doing, what you're contributing, who you're doing it with, and the greater mission you're helping your company accomplish. You're showing who you are, what you have to offer, and whether or not the people around you can trust you to do what you say you're going to do. Remember, 96% of millionaires said they enjoyed what they did for a career, and 99% said the people around them would describe them as a hard worker. When you work hard at a job you enjoy, you can unlock all kinds of potential in yourself. That makes you better, not just at work, but in every other part of your life too. When it comes to your career, you want to strive to become the type of person Patrick Lencioni describes in his book, The Ideal Team Player. Someone who is hungry, a motivated go-getter, humble, knows who they are and what they bring to the table, and smart, expertly manages relationships. Isn't that the kind of person you want to work with? Isn't that who you'd want to hire onto your team? These are the kind of men and women who make a huge impact in the workplace. They get their own work done with excellence, and more impressively, they bring up the game of everyone around them. That's the power of a strong work ethic. 6. Lencioni noted, hard work builds humility. When you spend years working toward a goal, you understand at a deep level how hard it is and what it takes to achieve something big. You probably also experience enough failure along the way that you lose any arrogance you may have had about the accomplishment. That's something that I've noted in most of the millionaires I've known. Hard workers usually won't brag about themselves. It's like watching a sportscaster interview an Olympic gold medalist. You can hear the interviewer try to get the athlete to talk a big game, but the best ones won't go there. They'll thank their team members, their coaches, their families, and even God. But I've never heard a star Olympian say, "You know, I always knew I was the best at this sport, and now the world knows it too. It's about time I got this gold medal." Their years of training and countless hours of practice have knocked those rough edges off. Their hard work doesn't just make them champions, it makes them humble. They know they didn't achieve the victory alone, and they are grateful for the people who supported them, trained them, encouraged them, and sacrificed for them. I don't know about you, but I love being around humble people who just so happen to be the best in the world at what they do. There's nothing like it. All these benefits work together to completely revolutionize your character. In total, the ability to work hard gives you an advantage, builds your confidence, allows you to experience gratitude, leads to self-improvement, and makes you intentional in all other areas. What I'm saying then is that the hard work simply makes you better. If you aren't happy with who you are and what you've accomplished so far, I've got good news. Better is available, but you'll have to work for it. How to better yourself through hard work. Becoming a well-rounded, financially independent powerhouse takes effort, and that effort may be new to you. Sure, some people may naturally have more energy and grit than others, but that's no excuse for you to sit on your hands and only wish for what other people have. If you have a desire to win, you've got to put the desire to work. Let's look at some practical ways the millionaires we talked to amped up their efforts to achieve the maximum results. Better your mind. I don't care what you do for a living, how many degrees you have, or how smart you think you are, education will make you better at your job. There is always more to learn, and millionaire-minded people never stop learning. If you never went to college, you might want to consider it. We found that 88% of millionaires have a college degree. Like we saw in Chapter 4, though, the prestige of the school doesn't really matter. The important thing is the education itself, not the name of the school. In fact, you could pick up a few classes at a local community college in your spare time. That would give you access to professional instructors and an accredited curriculum without costing you an arm and a leg. If you choose to head back to school, remember to stay far, far away from student loans. That's a trap. If you rack up thousands of dollars in debt in an effort to increase your earning potential, you'll just be shooting yourself in the foot. Millionaires and future millionaires don't play around with student loans. As we saw in Chapter 4, nearly 7 out of 10 millionaires with a degree graduated without ever taking a penny in student loans. Like I've said before, the cost of higher education has increased in recent years. But remember, you need to avoid student loans like the plague. Paying for your education with student loans will limit your options, both immediately after college and for the long term. Millionaires don't take on debt, and neither should you. If you don't want to go back to school or can't for whatever reason, you still have plenty of options. Here's an idea. Read a book. You can fit 1,000 degrees worth of reading onto your iPad or Kindle, so get started. The answer to pretty much any question you can imagine is already written in a book somewhere. All you have to do is go out and find it. You can also dive into trade journals, conferences, classes, online training, mentoring programs, mastermind groups, or a million other educational options. Education doesn't necessarily mean a formal degree program or a diploma. You don't need another slip of paper or credential. You need to learn. And you can learn anytime, anywhere, any place, no matter how much time or money you have today. Better your skill set. We have a saying around our office, your raise is effective when you are. So if you want to increase your income, you need to invest some time and energy into increasing your skill set. Millionaires aren't content with how well they do their jobs. Rather, we found that 96% are always trying to learn new things. They want to find new ways to do their jobs better. And of course, as you get better at your job, you produce greater results. This makes you more valuable to your employer and often leads to higher earning potential. You bring a unique set of skills to your work, and anything you can do to make those skills more valuable makes you more valuable to your employer. Picture your professional skills as a set of tools. They're bright and shiny when you first get them, but over time, they start to wear out. They get rusty. The blades get dull. They aren't as effective as they were when you first started out. And every year, new people with brand new tools start competing for your opportunities. If you want to stay competitive, you have to keep your tools sharp, good as new, and ready to use at a moment's notice. You can sharpen your skill set in a lot of ways. Education, of course, is a no-brainer. But don't just think about degree programs. Depending on your career field, you may have a handful of certifications you can add to your resume. Those things don't just add letters after your name. They also give you a chance to learn new ways to do your job better. You could also collaborate with peers and share best practices as a group. As you open your eyes to how other people do the same job you're doing, you may be surprised to learn all the different strategies and techniques others have developed. Nothing gives you a new perspective on an old familiar job better than hearing how someone else does it. Or, and you may not like this option, you could always pick up a second job. A part-time job in a different or related field gives you the chance to earn extra income while you learn new skills. If you're smart about it, a part-time job can be a training program that pays you. Of course, it's not easy to invest time and effort into training programs or learning an entirely new method for doing a job you've already been doing for 10 years. But that shouldn't stop you. Strive to be like the 94% of millionaires who aren't scared to try difficult things to get new results. If it's easy, it probably won't help much. So don't be afraid to challenge yourself. We found that 86% of millionaires believe challenging themselves will make them smarter. Remember, if the goal is to better yourself, that's going to require some effort. Better your health. You can't build wealth if you can't work. And you can't work if your body is broken down from years of abuse and neglect. If you fuel your days with nothing but donuts and energy drinks, and if the only exercise you ever get is walking to and from the break room, then let me give you a word of advice. Get off your butt. Millionaires prioritize their personal health. 80% exercise 3 or more times a week, compared to 55% of the general population. More than a third, 35%, are basically health nuts because they work out 5 or more days a week. Compare that to the more than 1/3 of Americans who are considered obese by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Millionaire-minded people have things to do, so they refuse to let a sick, tired, old, broken, lazy body drag them down. We already saw that 99% of millionaires are considered hard workers by their friends and family. And now we know that 80% work out at least 3 days a week. When do they find time to get everything done? They don't. Millionaires don't find time. They make time. And for most millionaires, that means getting up early in the morning. 70% of them are considered early risers, compared to 44% of the general population. And they don't stay up too late either. Only 30% consider themselves to be night owls. They get the rest they need to charge themselves up for a busy day. By not staying up too late, getting up early, and prioritizing their health, millionaires have the physical strength, stamina, and mental clarity they need to power through each day's goals. Better your kids. It's clear, the average millionaire lives a disciplined life of saving, investing, avoiding debt, setting goals, and working hard. But what about their adult children? Are today's millionaires guilty of creating a new generation of trust fund babies and perpetual basement dwellers? No way. Only 6% of millionaires give monthly support to their children over the age of 25, and only 18% do so on a periodic basis. And while this may freak out many helicopter parents, 71% of millionaires never give financial support to their children over the age of 25. Not only do millionaires refuse to financially support their grown children, they also don't give them a free place to live. Only 8% of millionaires say their adult children live with them. The other 92% are happy to let the little birdies leave the nest and take care of themselves. 40 years of hard work. Millionaires constantly work to better themselves. They don't settle for what they have or who they are today. Instead, they work to increase their education and their skill set to build more for tomorrow. A great example of this is Phil, a millionaire we interviewed in our research. Everyday millionaire. Phil grew up in Missouri. Both of his parents were teachers, so education was a priority in the family. He remembers his parents as being thrifty with their finances, and he admits they were great when it came to money management. In fact, Phil learned most of what he knows about money from his folks. Work was a big deal for the family, too. As a boy, Phil spent his days working on a dairy farm and picking cotton to earn money for himself. He wasn't scared of hard work, but those early days taught him he didn't want to spend the rest of his life out in the field. So he pursued a degree in chemical engineering. And like most of the millionaires in our research, he made it all the way through school with no student loans. Phil had plans for his life, and those plans didn't include years of student loan debt payments. Looking back, Phil said, "There is no way I would have borrowed money to go to school." He made it work with what he had, graduated with a great education, and took a job as an engineer right out of college. Phil liked his company and he enjoyed his job, but he pushed himself to do more. After 8 years in his engineering position, the company moved him into management, where he continued to grow and prosper for the next 20 years. When he saw more opportunities in the company's IT area, he transitioned to that field and spent the last 12 years of his career there. Every step of the way, Phil was invested in learning, growing, and sharpening his existing skills, as well as learning entirely new skills. He was focused on making the biggest impact in his career, taking care of his family, and achieving financial independence. In all, Phil spent 40 years, his entire career, at the one company. Because he had invested so much into one company, Phil retired with a huge pension. Over the years, he also heavily invested in a 401k and an IRA. Now retired, and with a net worth of nearly $4 million, he has a great perspective on what it took to hit the millionaire mark. The most important thing, he said, is to fund retirement accounts like the 401k and IRA and to start early. Phil also said the budget was central to his finances all these years. And of course, Phil said he stayed away from credit cards and other forms of debt throughout his entire life. He knew he'd never build wealth if he wasted his money on interest payments. When you live for now and live with debt, he said, you will never become a millionaire. It's also clear that his commitment to bettering himself in his career was crucial. He never stopped learning or growing, and he made an enormous investment in one company over 40 years in 6 different cities. Now retired with millions in his accounts, he knows that investment paid off. Make today count. No matter if you've been lazy or unmotivated in the past, you can do better. It may not be easy, but there are things that you can do every single day to improve your work ethic. When you boost your work ethic and output, you immediately boost your wealth building potential. Even if you don't see an instant increase in your salary or net worth, you're making an investment in yourself. Over time, that investment will reap huge rewards. Remember, 80% of net worth millionaires believe it's possible for anyone to do what they've done, but it'll take hard work. If you want to take a step closer to that goal, then take a lesson from the Millionaire Playbook and make these 3 things a priority this week. Number 1, get up early. Don't miss what might be the most productive hours of the day. Turn off the TV, shut down social media, get to bed at a reasonable hour, and set your alarm. Try getting up 1 hour earlier for a few weeks without cutting your sleep short, and see what you can accomplish with that extra hour of productivity. Number 2, read a book. Find a book, class, podcast, or online training that can make an immediate impact in how well you do your job. Get up every day with a goal to learn one new thing that you can apply to your work. That'll be 365 improvements per year. Number 3, get moving. It blows me away how people will pamper a car but trash their own bodies. Listen, you get one, and only one, body for your entire life. Your body is a finely tuned machine, so don't fuel it with garbage and leave it parked on the couch all day. You don't have to run a marathon. A simple 20-minute walk after lunch every day can make a huge difference. Just get up and do something. If you attack every day this way, you'll be on the right track. Make sure you hit the ground running every morning, knowing what you want to accomplish and ready to get the job done. Set a precedent for each day. Refuse to be denied. Shut down any obstacles or excuses that come your way, and don't let anyone, I mean anyone, get you sidetracked. Someone may come along and try to outsmart or outperform you, but you can make sure that no one will ever outwork you. Chapter 10. Stick to it. Millionaires are consistent. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. That sounds like one of those down-home, old-school pieces of advice we've heard from many of the millionaires in our study. But it's not. That sentiment is a little older, way older. Author Will Durant summed up 4th century wisdom from the great philosopher Aristotle in that one line, explaining that the secret to excellence is simply doing the same things over and over again. We have a word for that today: consistency. Consistency is the key that brings all these millionaire attributes together. You can take responsibility, you can be intentional, you can set goals, and you can work hard. But if you don't do these things repeatedly, year after year, decade after decade, then you'll never get the results you want. Your millionaire goals won't crash and burn, they'll just fizzle and sputter out. It's like taking your foot off the gas while you're driving down the highway. Your car won't blow up, but it will gradually coast to a complete stop. All the progress you've made to that point won't matter because you'll be sitting on the side of the road. You would have lost all your momentum, and once that happens, you may never get it back. Keep your momentum. Too often we act like consistency is a bad thing. We whine about being bored with the same thing all the time. We excuse our stupid decisions because variety is the spice of life. Listen, variety may spice up your social life, but it'll spoil your financial life. It's easy to ignore the powerful force of consistency because it often fades into the background. However, consistency builds momentum, and we like consistency. We like not having to map out and meticulously plan our daily drive to work. We like being around and trusting the same people we've known for 20 years. We like having our paychecks hit our bank accounts like clockwork twice a month. We like being able to count on our coworkers who have proven themselves in the past. You know what we don't like? When things get out of whack. When we expect one thing and get another. When variety pops up and slows down the momentum we've been building. Consistency may feel boring sometimes, but when something's working, why would you want to switch gears? Patience pays off. Millionaires don't change their plan midstream if it's working for them, and they don't stop halfway to the goal. As we saw earlier, our research found that 98% of millionaires finish what they start. They don't leave things undone. That's because becoming a net worth millionaire is more than a thought or hope. It goes beyond simply saying, "I'd like to," or "I wish I could." If you want to become one of America's millionaires, you've got to commit yourself to the long, hard work of getting there. You've got to commit to it deep, in the very core of your being, and it needs to guide your decisions and actions for the next 10, 20, or 30 years. You need to attack this goal the way that Herb and Joan did, a millionaire couple from South Carolina. Everyday millionaires. Herb and Joan are the picture of consistency, and their early retirement proves it. Herb grew up in a traditional middle-class family, and his father was intentional about teaching him how to work and save. As a boy, Herb sold bags of peanuts for a dime, and his dad showed him how to allocate part of his money to savings and part to spending. His dad often said, "Always give some money to your future. Don't give it all to your present." That simple lesson guided Herb's finances his entire life. Herb earned his business administration degree at the Citadel and then took a job at a large phone company. He stayed with that company for 30 years, which is something we often don't see anymore. During that time, Herb and Joan had a goal of financial independence. They had a clear picture of what life would look like when they weren't dependent on a full-time job for their income, and they talked about that goal often. To get there, they both maxed out their 401k plans and added in some other stock market investments. Herb said the 401k with his company's matching dollars was the easiest way to hit his millionaire goal, even though it took a few decades to do it. At age 52, the couple was able to declare their financial independence in the best way possible. After 30 years with the phone company, Herb realized his job wasn't fun anymore. That's just a fact of life for most working Americans. Too many people get up every morning and drive to a job they hate because they can't afford to lose the income. Not Herb. When he realized he wasn't having fun anymore, he checked his investments, saw that he and Joan had plenty of money to live on for the rest of their lives, and left his job. He took an early retirement at 52 because he could afford to. He and Joan were millionaires by then, and millionaires get to make those kinds of decisions. Looking back, the couple says their financial success comes down to 4 key factors. First, they said it took a commitment to a long-term goal. They knew from the start that it wouldn't happen fast, but they knew it would eventually happen. Second, they said it required discipline. They had opportunities to derail their plans every day. They needed discipline to stay on track. Third, they said their agreement as a couple was absolutely vital. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Fourth, the couple knew from the outset that their plan would require patience. They knew it would take a while to get to where they wanted to be. But today, retired in their 50s, and with a net worth of $2.9 million, they know it was worth it. We asked them why they thought most people failed to become millionaires. They didn't hesitate. Herb said it comes down to a lack of planning and self-control during his military training at the Citadel. Trying to become a millionaire by playing the lottery is a stupid plan, he said. Investing may not be sexy, but it's the best way to grow wealth. Better together. Herb and Joan's story highlights something important that we don't want to miss. Their goal was to get to the millionaire finish line together. A broken marriage would have been a failure for them no matter what their finances looked like at retirement. This points to something we noted in a shocking majority of millionaires: strong, healthy, long-lasting marriages. We found that 80% of millionaires are married, compared to 49% of the general population. More significantly, 63% of millionaires are in a first marriage, compared to only 38% of the general population. Finally, only 5% of millionaires report being currently divorced, compared to 19% of the general population. So the general population has 4 times the divorce rate than that of millionaires. These successful millionaires demonstrate consistency not just in their finances, but also in their marriages and relationships, as 75% of married millionaires have been married for 32 years on average. This means most of these couples built their wealth year after year together. The result of working side by side for so long toward a common goal is apparently important for marriage too, as an overwhelming 91% of millionaires say their marriage is either good or great. And if you're wondering where they learned this, the answer probably won't surprise you: their parents. Our research revealed that 88% of millionaires come from families who had stayed married, compared to 72% of the general population. Let's flip that around and see it the other way. We're saying that 12% of millionaires had divorced parents, compared to 28% of the general population. That means a child from a committed, consistent household is more than twice as likely to become a millionaire. These numbers demonstrate something I've learned from all the millionaires I've known, talked to, and worked with. A millionaire mindset isn't just about money. The money is important, but it's not the most important thing, not by a long shot. A successful life is about character, commitment, responsibility, intentionality, hard work, and goal setting in every area of life. These people don't want to be successful only in their finances. They want to have successful marriages and friendships. They want to be successful at work, knowing they're making a difference in the world. Simply put, they want to be successful in their lives. That's the power of consistency. They get a picture in their minds of what they want their lives, their whole lives to look like, and they do whatever it takes to accomplish that vision. Consistency requires patience and passion. It should be clear by now that consistency doesn't just happen on its own in any part of your life, but especially your finances. Consistency requires planning, preparation, patience, and passion. Patience and passion are extremely important here because those are the things that will keep you committed to your long-term goals for the long haul. If you have passion, then you'll find more ways to get the job done. As you see something working, you'll get more excited and more invested, and you will go out of your way to find more ways to speed up the process. You have to keep the speeding up part in perspective, though. Patience gives you the long-term view you need to stay focused throughout the years, to keep you from getting distracted by all the stupid things everyone around you is wasting money on. Like I said before, becoming a millionaire can't simply be an idea, a hope, or a dream. It has to become a way of life, something that drives your decisions for decades. Opportunity cost is opportunity lost. I've said before that 79% of millionaires use their company-sponsored retirement plans to reach the millionaire mark, making it the #1 vehicle for wealth building. What we also learned is that 75% of millionaires make regular, consistent investing part of their ongoing personal finances. That means these people have chosen to say no to whatever flashy thing screams for their attention on any given day, and they've remained focused on their ongoing march toward financial independence. They, like Herb earlier in this chapter, have chosen to give their money to the future instead of giving it all to the present. That's what adults do. They can choose to say no to impulse for the sake of longer-term goals. Children do the opposite. Children are slaves to their desire, only focusing on the fun they can have today. We all have that battle raging within. We each have an adult and a child inside of us, but we can't let the child make our financial decisions. Kids aren't consistent. They're impulsive. When you throw your investing strategy out of the window just to buy a new car, or to choose to spend this month's investing dollars on a new TV instead, you're acting like a child. And if that goes on too long, you'll hit retirement having only what children have: big dreams and empty pockets. Make money while you sleep. You need to approach retirement the way Gary, a retired educator from Iowa, did. Everyday Millionaires. Gary and his wife Susan have done an incredible job amassing a net worth far above the $1 million mark. But it didn't happen overnight. Gary grew up dirt poor. His parents were still teenagers when Gary was born, and his father worked several different farm jobs during Gary's early childhood. They eventually moved on to a rental farm when Gary was 6 years old, and his parents put him to work immediately. By age 9, he was working full-time on a farm when he wasn't in school. The family never had any money. They had eggs every day for breakfast and lunch from the chickens on the farm. And Gary even remembers his mother cooking up a pot of weeds from the garden one night when a drought had knocked out all their vegetables. Despite these rough times, the family stuck together and made it work. Even today, Gary looks back on his parents as two of his greatest millionaire influences. He and Susan married at age 19, and Gary attended a local college, a first for his family. Afterward, he took a teaching position, and the couple started a family. Raising kids put a spotlight on his low teaching salary, though. It dawned on him that he couldn't even afford to save up for his children's college education, so he started looking for ways to boost his income. Ultimately, Gary decided to return to school and get a master's degree, which would increase his teacher's pay. If you're going to be there teaching the same number of hours, you might as well get the most money you can per hour. Susan also added to the family income by going to school for an education degree and becoming a teacher herself. In all, Gary spent 20 years teaching, followed by another 9 years in school administration. Then after his retirement, he spent another 5 years teaching part-time at a nearby college. Throughout his and Susan's careers, The couple saved consistently month after month. They lived frugally and weren't afraid to make short-term sacrifices for long-term gains. Gary believes the main thing that keeps people from becoming millionaires is failing to understand what they could do with just a little bit of sacrifice. In fact, this couple didn't even buy their first home until they had saved up enough to pay cash, something that took a while on their teacher salaries. Over several decades, they took advantage of the available pensions and invested regularly into an IRA. They also set goals throughout their marriage to buy tracts of ranch land as an investment. Their first goal was to purchase 320 acres of grass. When they hit that goal, they set a new one. When they hit that new goal, they did it again, and again, and again. Today, Gary and Susan own 5,400 acres of land in Iowa, which they rent out to farmers. That not only provides a steady stream of passive rental income, but also, along with their other investments, contributes to their incredible $10 million net worth today. Gary set these goals based on these wise words from his father. You'll never get ahead unless you find a way to make money while you're sleeping. Making money while you're asleep is one of the key strategies millionaires use to build wealth. But that only happens when you make a plan and work toward it consistently over time. So let's dig in to better understand how these men and women wake up wealthier than when they went to bed. It starts by understanding compound interest. Understanding compound interest. Albert Einstein is thought to have said compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it. Compound interest is the most powerful force in the universe. What makes compound interest so unbelievably powerful? Time. Investing early and consistently over a long period of time allows you to take advantage of the two most powerful forces in all of finance: time and compound interest. When you put money into an investment and let it sit a while, your money grows from the interest you earn. If you put $1,000 in originally, you might have $1,100 a year later. That extra $100 is the result of interest you earned. What happens in the second year? Well, now you aren't earning interest on $1,000. You're earning interest on $1,100. So that money that grew from interest in the first year is now earning interest itself. That's what compounding means. It's when your interest earns interest. Your money is basically creating more money, and it keeps doing that on its own, morning, noon, and night. The effect that time and compound interest have on your money is mind-blowing. Let me put it in perspective for you. What if I offered you a choice? You can have $1 million in cash right now and walk away, or you can have 1 penny right now. If you choose the penny, you can come back tomorrow and I'll double it, leaving you with 2 pennies. Then I'll double it again the next day, bringing your grand total to 4 cents after 3 days. Now, I'll keep doubling it every day for a month, 31 days in all. Which of these two choices sounds like the better deal? Most people would take the $1 million and run away laughing. Who would choose pennies over a cool million? Here's the thing, though. Those pennies keep doubling. After a week, you'd have $1.27, which doesn't sound great. After 2 weeks, you'd be up to $163.83. After 3 weeks, things would start to get interesting. Your $163.83 would have jumped up to $20,971.51. 1 week later, at day 28, you'd be up to $2,684,354.55. You're a multi-millionaire. But get this, 3 days later, at the end of the month, the penny you started with would now be worth $21,474,836.47. You'd have more than $21 million, 21 times what you would have had if you'd chosen the $1 million on day one. The only thing that it cost you was a little time. Sure, this is an exaggerated example. You're not going to find any investment that doubles your money every day forever. However, this illustration does show the unbelievable power of time and compound interest on your money. The point here is that people too often make decisions with a short-term view. They're too quick to choose the immediate thrill over the long-term goal. Remember, that's what children do. That's the kind of short-sighted thinking that will keep you living paycheck to paycheck for the rest of your life. I want you to start looking beyond the short term and get comfortable as you work toward the bigger, better reward that is still years ahead of you. That's how millionaires like Gary and Susan built their wealth. They didn't hesitate to put their short-term wants on hold to maximize their long-term reward. Looking back, Gary says, if someone had told me where we would be today when we were only making $6,300 per year teaching, I wouldn't have believed it. However, by consistently saving and sacrificing and taking advantage of the power of time, Gary and Susan aren't just millionaires. They're multi-millionaires. They stuck to it and got the job done. Consistent investing. Compound interest works, but it won't make you a millionaire overnight. It took years, decades of hard work, sacrifice, and consistent investing before the average millionaire hit the mark. But that's okay with them. They have time. So by this point, you're probably wondering what they're investing in. How can you do the same? If millionaires avoid risky investments, as we've seen at length, then what are the safe, proven financial vehicles they use to build wealth? Believe it or not, it all comes down to the 401k or the company plan. The company plan is crucial. We know that the employer-sponsored retirement plan is the number one way the millionaires we studied built their wealth. So, if I know that the majority of millionaires built their net worth this way and would advise me to do the same, I think that's probably something I should think about, don't you? Why would I reinvent the wheel if there's already a proven plan for building wealth that has worked for the vast majority of millionaires in this country? Despite how dumb that sounds, it's shocking how many people aren't taking this advice from the nation's millionaires. Bankrate reports that only 1 in 3 millennials invest in the stock market, including company-sponsored plans. Why not? Half of them say the fear of losing money is too great an obstacle. What they don't realize is that they're already losing money by not taking advantage of these company plans. If you're young, at this point you may be doubting your ability to invest. But no matter your income or the cost of living in your area, once you're debt-free, you need to make a way to put money into your retirement plan, whatever it takes. If you're new in the workforce, you should now be starting what will be a long career. By not investing during these critical first few years in a new job, you're robbing yourself of the power of time. And time, as you know, is the engine that drives your wealth-building investments. Delaying investing just 10 years can make a massive difference in your net worth at retirement. If you're reading this in your 20s and haven't jumped into your company's 401k yet and you're debt-free, do it today. Don't tell me you can't afford it either. If I could afford it when I was starting out, I know you can. In my first job as an assistant coach at California University of Pennsylvania, I made a whopping $13,000 salary. I was rich! Okay, not really. Even in the early 90s, $13,000 wasn't much money. It was hard to get by on just $1,000 a month, but I made it work. 6 months into my position, my boss, the head coach, told me I was eligible to participate in the school's 403B program. At the time, I had no idea what that meant. He said, that's a retirement savings program that lets you save for the future with some tax benefits. You need to do this, and you need to do it right now. I told him, no thanks. At 21 years old, I was barely making any money, and I wasn't that concerned with retirement yet. Well, that old coach made me get concerned. He sat me down, put the enrollment form in front of me, and argued with me until I finally signed the form just to get out of there. When I left his office, he said, Chris, you'll thank me for this. Now as I look back, 25 years later, I really can thank him. He taught me at a critical age that saving for the future was important. He showed me that it didn't matter how much or how little money I made, I could always afford to set some aside for wealth building, and so can you. How to invest. Financial experts, myself included, recommend investing 15% of your income into retirement savings throughout your working life. That's enough to get your wealth building off to a great start, but not so much that it'll get in the way of paying off your house. These are two goals that will take years to accomplish, so make sure you're giving each one the proper time, attention, and cash flow it deserves. Now, what do you do with that 15%? I want to walk you through a simple 3-step plan for making the most of your contributions. This includes investing money both inside and outside company-sponsored plans, which is what millionaires do. We've seen that 79% of millionaires invest in a company retirement plan, but we also found that 74% invest outside of a company plan. That means most of these men and women invest in both, and I can show you the best way. Do these things in this order, and you'll be on your way toward financial independence. First, if your company offers a match on your 401k, you should invest in your 401k up to the match. So if your company matches 4%, you'll contribute 4% of your income there to take advantage of that free money. If your company offers a Roth 401k option, that's the one to go with. I'll explain the ins and outs of the 401k below. For now, just know that the 401k match is your starting point. Second, above the 401k match, you'll move to the Roth IRA. A Roth IRA is an amazing retirement option that enables your money to grow tax-free. You'd set this up on your own, separately from the 401k, so talk to an investment professional for help. This is also where you'd start investing if your company does not offer a 401k match. The Roth IRA works pretty much the same way as a Roth 401k. The main difference is that an IRA gives you more fund options to choose from than what your company offers inside their 401k plan. There's a maximum contribution limit for Roth IRAs, $5,500 per person under age 50 as of 2018. If you're married filing jointly, though, both spouses can have a Roth IRA, even if one doesn't work. So each spouse could max out the Roth IRA in their name up to $5,500 each, or $11,000 total as of 2018. After matching the 401k and putting up to $11,000 in the Roth IRA, most couples hit their 15% contribution goal right here. Third, if you max out the Roth IRA and still haven't hit 15% of your income in contributions, then go back to the 401k and finish your 15% there. One quick note on income, though. You can't open a Roth IRA if your income is too high. That would be $135,000 individually or $199,000 for married couples filing jointly as of 2018. If that excludes you, then you just invest your full 15% into the 401k and be done with it. Make the most of your 401k or company plan. Since the company retirement plan is the most common way millionaires build wealth, let's break down how to use it and to get the biggest bang for your investing buck. These rules generally apply to the 401k as well as other company-sponsored plans, such as the 403b, you might have in a medical or nonprofit profession. First, sign up for your 401k plan's automated paycheck withdrawals. Company-sponsored retirement plans like the 401k make it easy to contribute because the investment comes right out of your paycheck. You never bring the money home, so you don't feel like it's missing. It happens automatically behind the scenes, so you can set it and forget it. In fact, 91% of 401k investors report the payroll deduction makes it easier for them to save. This is especially powerful if you're able to participate in a 401k immediately when you start a new job. Just set up your contribution to start with your first paycheck, and you'll never miss it. Even though it will be automatically building your future millions, one paycheck at a time. Second, if your company offers a Roth 401k option, you should take it. The Roth 401k allows your money to grow tax-free, which should be your favorite phrase. It costs a little more on the front end because your Roth 401k investment uses after-tax dollars. The trade-off, though, is that you won't pay a penny in taxes when you pull the money out at retirement. So basically, you're paying taxes on $100 today to avoid paying taxes on $1 million later. That's a good deal. This one option could literally save you hundreds of thousands of dollars in retirement. So don't miss it. When you see the word Roth, just say yes. Third, if your company offers a 401k match, take it. I don't want to hear any excuses about this one. Think about it. Your employer is actually offering you free money. If you make $50,000 a year and your company offers a 4% match, that's an extra $2,000 per year you could put toward wealth building. Why on earth would you not take that? That $2,000 per year alone could almost make you a millionaire. Say you start a job at age 25 making $50,000 per year, and the company offers a 4% 401k match. Now, of course, you're going to invest 15% of your income, because that's what smart people do. But just for the fun of it, let's only look at the 4% match amount and see what happens. A 4% match on a $50,000 salary means you're putting in $2,000 a year, and the company is matching $2,000 a year, giving you $4,000 a year total going into your 401k. If that's all you ever do, you'd retire at age 65 with almost $2 million. And half of that would be from the free money your company gave you. Don't be stupid. If your company wants to give you $1 million, take it. You should still take advantage of the 401k, even if your company doesn't offer a match, assuming you've already maxed out your Roth IRA like we've discussed above. Even without matching funds, your company is providing a way for you to maximize your investing dollars through the 401k because of how taxes are treated. 80% of 401k investors say the tax treatment alone, totally separate from any match, is a huge incentive for investing. If you invest in a regular non-Roth 401k, the money you put into it doesn't have any taxes taken out. So if you put $100 into your 401k in one pay period, the whole $100 goes into the investment. If you bring the money home first, though, the $100 becomes more like $75 after taxes. By bringing it home, you've given yourself less to work with. Think of it this way. Even if your employer doesn't offer a match, you're still getting the effect of a match by avoiding taxes on your contributions. You're being smart with your money by putting your education and experience to work for you. Now you're thinking like a millionaire. While 15% should be your starting point for your investing, it's not all you should ever do. Remember, the reason we start with only 15% is because you still need some extra income to throw at your mortgage. Once you finally pay your house off, though, you can fire all your cannons at your 401k. That's when you can really go for it, taking your contributions up to the maximum amount allowed. The federal limit changes every year, so you want to keep an eye on that. For 2018, for example, it's $18,500 per employee, not including employer matching. Once you're over age 50, you can take advantage of 401k catch-up contributions, which allow you to invest even more above the federal limit. The catch-up max for 2018 is $6,000. But again, it changes all the time. Talk to your investment professional or your company's 401k representative to get the current guidelines. Track your investments. While the 401k gives you an easy way to invest, you don't want to mentally check out of the whole process. Your 401k provider will keep you informed at least once a quarter of how your investments are doing. That quarterly update is your 401k statement, and it shows the state of your account, just like your monthly bank statement does. Do not, and I repeat, do not, throw this statement away without looking at it. This report shows you what kind of progress you're making towards your millionaire goals. It's a scorecard that tells you whether or not your investments are working for you. Plus, as you get used to investing, it helps you identify market trends. You may see all kinds of financial ups and downs in the news, but these things take on a new life when you see them show up on your personal investing statement. You may find out that half of what you see on TV is a lie. Or you may find out that the current events really do impact life on a direct, intimate level. All this works to turn you into a seasoned, well-informed investor, and that's what you want to be. Of course, I need to throw in a warning here. There will be times when you open up your statement and you see that you actually lost money in a quarter. It stinks, but this is going to happen. Get ready for it. It's easy to look at your statement for one quarter and freak out if the market's down. I've seen people overreact in crazy ways, from cashing out their 401ks to moving all their investments around on a whim. Don't do it. There will always be ups and downs in the stock market. Like anything else with investing, you need to focus on the long-term plan, not the short-term hiccup. So when your statement comes, you need to open it. Make sure everything is accurate and take a minute to reaffirm what you're doing and why you're doing it. Then, whether the report has good news or bad news, fold it up and file it away. Like I often say, the market is like a roller coaster. It's a wild ride sometimes, but the only way you'll get hurt is if you jump off. Get professional help. Ally Financial reports that 61% of working adults say investing in the market is scary or intimidating. Well, let me tell you something scary and intimidating. If you let fear prevent you from participating in your best wealth-building years, you're going to retire broke, ashamed, stressed out, and looking to others to take care of you. Millionaires don't let fear stop them from achieving their goals, and they don't let intimidation scare them off from focusing on something over several years and decades. That may be because they weren't too scared to ask for help. As we've seen in other chapters, 98% of millionaires integrated feedback from others into their financial behaviors, and 68% worked with a financial planner to achieve their net worth. I understand that investing can be scary. If you don't know what you're doing and you aren't familiar with all the options, anything can look too risky. But seriously, don't let fear get in the way of achieving your millionaire goals. Remember, you can do this. Find a qualified professional who will spend time with you, get to know you and your unique situation, and make solid recommendations on how to maximize your 401k and other investment options. This is someone who will be up to date on recent market trends and forecasts, so they should be able to teach you how the market works and give you some great advice. I like the way Herb, the millionaire we met earlier in this chapter, put it. I'm not a heart surgeon, so I use a professional when I need surgery. I'm not a dentist, so I go to a professional when I need dental work. And I'm not a professional investor, so I depend on a professional financial advisor to guide me. If you don't know how or where to find someone, I can help. I have a network of recommended, intelligent, well-qualified investing pros all over the country. These men and women will spend time teaching you how to make the best decisions for your money. Check out my website at chrishogan360.com to get connected with someone near you. When you meet with a pro, though, never forget that you're in charge. Your investment professional's job is to teach you how these things work so you can make your own decisions. If you ever sit down with someone who just wants to tell you what to do with your money, run. To build wealth, you need to prove that you're responsible for your own financial decisions. Never hand off that responsibility to someone else, including your investment professional. It's your money, so you've got to own your own decisions with it. Remember what we saw earlier. 84% of millionaires say achieving a high net worth is about smart habits and things they can control. You can't control anything if you let other people make all your decisions. Be disciplined and stick with it. Time and consistency can move mountains, literally. If you give a little stream of moving water enough time, it can cut a mountain in half. Most people never apply that principle to their finances, though. They don't believe building wealth simply comes down to having the discipline to set goals, start early, and work toward them day after day, year after year, and decade after decade. As we wrap up this discussion on the power of consistency, I can't think of a better example than Tori. a millionaire we talked to from Indiana. Everyday millionaire. Tori grew up in a lower middle-class family and was responsible for her own finances at a young age. She never got an allowance and always had to work for every dollar she had. Well, almost every dollar. She remembers her aunt giving her a birthday card for her 7th birthday. When she opened the card, Tori found 10 dimes taped to the inside. It was such a special, significant gift that Tori never spent the money. In fact, she still has the card, dimes included, as one of her most prized possessions. All through high school, Tori had a specific career goal. She wanted to be a CPA. Back then, she says, women weren't generally working as CPAs. She didn't let that stop her, though. She completed her degree and started working in accounting right out of college. Her family's financial background and her accounting education shaped her approach to money. Because of the money stress she constantly saw in her parents, Tori committed early on that she would become financially independent. From the day she became responsible for her own finances at age 15, she set a goal of having enough money to live comfortably, more comfortably than her parents could have ever imagined. Throughout her entire career, Tori kept that goal in mind, and it guided all her financial decisions. She never bought anything she couldn't pay cash for. She worked and saved to put herself through school and to purchase her own home. When her friends bought brand new cars, she bought 5-year-old cars. She never got distracted, and she never stopped saving. Today, she and her husband are retired multimillionaires with a net worth of $2.7 million and are living the life they've dreamed of and worked for decades. Tori knows she's lived a much different life than most people. As an accountant, she's seen people waste an unbelievable amount of money. She's seen every mistake imaginable, watching families lose millions and potential wealth by running after new cars, giant houses, and ridiculous vacations. When we asked Tori about what her secret was, though, she said everything she's accomplished is a result of starting early, sticking with it, and the power of compound interest. She knows, even now in retirement, that the decisions she made in her 20s led her directly to where she is today. Her advice to the next generation: it's simple, she says. Be disciplined early on and stick to it for at least 10 years. She's learned through decades of patience and hard work that consistency pays off big time. Be disciplined early on and stick to it. Such a simple formula, but it captures everything I've been talking about. Slow and steady, low and slow, you will build wealth if you do what these millionaires have done. Consistently invest in your 401k or other retirement accounts, consistently increase your contributions, and consistently leave it alone. I know it won't happen overnight. It didn't for any of the millionaires we talked to. But at the end of the day, it will happen. Chapter 11. The decision is up to you. 10,000 millionaires. We talked to 10,000 millionaires about what wealth really looks like in America today. And you may have been surprised by what we found. We saw that there are more millionaires in the country today than ever before, almost 11 million of them. We learned who they are, how they act, and how they built their wealth. We saw what their lives look like before, during, and after their wealth building. We've seen where they come from and where their wealth came from. We didn't just look at stats. We got to know these people. We examined story after story of America's millionaires. And like I told you early in the book, most of the stories are a little boring. These men and women didn't have crazy, bold, unusual, world-changing careers. They're teachers and accountants, military professional and mid-level management, engineers and farmers. Remember, only 15% of millionaires held senior leadership positions in their careers. The rest, a whopping 85%, were regular people working regular jobs. And now they're millionaires. In the first part of the book, we debunked 3 myth categories about the typical millionaire. We saw that what most people assume about millionaires is just plain wrong. Nothing more than prejudice, lies, and excuses. First, we tore apart the myth that wealthy people didn't earn or deserve their wealth. There were no enormous inheritances or luck involved. Second, we examined the myth that says wealthy people take crazy risks with their money, either with risky investments or stupid get-rich-quick schemes. The research showed us that the millionaires in our study all built their wealth slowly and steadily with commonly available retirement accounts like the 401k. Third, we answered the myth that wealthy people have a leg up in their education or careers. Rather than unfair advantages, we found that the typical millionaire has a public or state school degree and a normal job with a normal salary. These myths are often used by people to excuse a lack of effort to rationalize why they aren't winning with money. But these excuses don't hold water. And now you know the truth. You can do better, no matter your background, income, or education. And ultimately, you are the one with the power to accomplish your money goals. Then we dug in our heels and examined 5 key character traits of the typical American millionaire. Television likes to portray these men and women as sleazy, dishonest, unreliable, narcissistic monsters. But we know better. We saw that the average millionaires in America take responsibility for themselves, their wealth, and their needs. They're intentional about what they're doing, where they want their lives to go. They set goals, and they keep those goals front and center until they achieve them. They work their butts off and know the dignity and honor in a good day's labor. They stay consistent in the day-to-day, slow and steady progress toward their long-term goals. You may have had your doubts about millionaires and their character before, but now you know the reality. These aren't flashy, big-headed morons doing everything they can to show off their wealth. They're simple, humble, happy people who you'd never know were millionaires. Every single one of them earned and deserved their wealth, and they're using it responsibly, being blessings to their families and communities. So please, let's stop portraying these hard-working Americans as stuffy, highbrow losers living lavish lifestyles, okay? The research shows that's simply not true. Now that you know who these everyday millionaires are, how they act, and how they smash their wealth-building goals, let's tackle one more key issue. We've spent this entire book talking about, dreaming about, and working toward financial independence. We've seen how others have done it, what they look like, and how they act. It's time to turn the tables a little bit. We know what financial independence looks like for them. Now I want you to get a vision for what it would look like for you. Understanding financial independence. In the truest sense, financial independence means freedom. No, I'm not talking about some vague notion of financial freedom. I don't believe anyone is ever free from their finances. You'll always have to spend time and attention on your finances, whether they're good or bad. Your money is yours to manage, and it's impossible to manage anything that you don't stay connected to often. We've seen that millionaires never outgrow the act of budgeting or setting financial goals. So stop thinking about financial independence as some point in the future when you don't have to think about money anymore. Get over it. You'll always have to think about money. The goal is to make those thoughts and conversations exciting and fun. Freedom is powerful, and it can change your life if you understand the proper context. So what is the freedom I'm talking about? I can break it down into 3 parts: debt, assets, and income. The freedom of financial independence. First, financial independence means you're free from debt. I mean totally free, house and all. At this point, you don't owe anything to anyone. Everything you have is yours, and it all goes in your asset column. Your liability column is completely empty. There are no credit card bills, car loans, mortgage payments, or student loans, yours or your kids. There is no risk of default. No creditors barking for your money, and not a single dime wasted on interest payments. Your money is once and for all free from all other claims. Second, financial independence means your assets have grown into a mountain of wealth. We've seen how investing even a small amount consistently can make you a multi-millionaire by retirement. If you get a $50,000 job right out of college and invest the recommended 15% of your income into your 401k, you could retire with more than $3.6 million by age 65. And guess what? That happens even if you never get a raise, never get an inheritance, and never win the lottery. If you want to see something really crazy, dig into the math in this example. 40 years of saving 15% of $50,000 means you're investing $625 per month. After 40 years, your all-time contributions would total $300,000. Don't miss that. You'll have only put in $300,000, but you'd end up with $3.6 million. By starting early, staying consistent, and putting your money to work month after month, you would have literally created more than $3 million in wealth. That is free money, and it's yours for the taking. Do you think you'd be financially independent if you were debt-free, had a paid-for home, and had $3.6 million sitting in the bank? Yeah, I do too. Third, financial independence means you have a self-sustaining income stream for the rest of your life. Here, your investments have replaced your income. That's what I call the pinnacle point. When the income your investments create every year is more than the income you used to make at your job. Go back to the example above. If that was you lived on $50,000 in income throughout your entire working life. Then when it was time to retire, you started living off your investments. Even if you lived on a conservative 4% of your total $3.6 million nest egg, you'd have a retirement income of $144,000 per year. Your investments would pay you almost 3 times what your full-time job paid you. That's true financial independence, because the income happens automatically. You don't have to work for it. It rolls in no matter where you are, whether you're at work, volunteering, traveling the world, or playing golf. You can do whatever you want for the rest of your life without worrying about money. And listen, I know I've been referring to retirement a lot, but financial independence doesn't have to wait until your 60s. Financial independence isn't an age, it's just math. Whenever you hit your financial milestones and have investment income that will support your lifestyle, you're financially independent. It doesn't matter if you're 35 or 65. I've known people who have busted it for the first 20 years of their career, then retired in their early 40s. If that's your goal, go for it. Okay, let's break all this down. Financial independence means you've got no debt, including a paid-off home. Your income comes from your assets instead of a paycheck. You've hit some key milestones, and you're experiencing freedom like you've never known. That sounds awesome, doesn't it? Even if you maintain a simple, frugal lifestyle at this point, can you imagine what it would feel like to know you had enough money to live on for the rest of your life without having to work? Cliff, a millionaire from Minnesota, knows what that's like. This guy has seen a dramatic swing in his net worth throughout his life. Everyday millionaire. Cliff came from a huge family. He's the oldest of 10 children, and he remembers money always being tight as a kid. He said they always had food on the table, but there was never any extra money. That meant he was on his own when it came time for college. He worked his tail off to put himself through school, and he ultimately graduated with a double major. Cliff got a great job with an oil company right out of college, and he impressed his bosses and coworkers with his intelligence and stamina for long, hard days of work. The company promoted him every few years, and he eventually retired from there as a vice president in charge of global purchasing. Throughout his career, Cliff and his amazing wife of 48 years prioritized savings. He was used to living on little, and he never let his promotions or his rising salary go to his head. Each raise meant more money to save. Sure, they enjoyed their life and never lacked anything they really wanted, but they were never interested in spending for the sake of spending. He taught himself the basics of investing early in his career and put systems in place for regular savings. Starting early, he said, was one of the big reasons for his wealth today. He invested whatever he could every step of his career, and he watched his investment portfolio grow year after year. Cliff admits that he fell for some debt traps early in his adult life, but those days are far behind him. When we asked what advice he'd give future millionaires, he broke it down into 2 easy steps. Get debt-free as soon as possible and have a plan for investing to be able to achieve what you want to do. For Cliff, what you want to do means being able to do what he wants when he wants. That's freedom in action. He and his wife, now worth $6.7 million, are enjoying an active life of traveling, fishing, and golf. That may not be your retirement dream, but it's theirs, and they did whatever it took to make that dream happen. Financial independence versus financial dependence. Whenever I hear someone say they want to be rich, I know what they're really saying is that they want all the things that wealth enables you to do. Like I've said, financial independence means freedom, and freedom is something we all want. When it comes to financial independence, I think we're basically talking about 4 things. Number 1, flexibility. This comes down to freedom of time. You're not punching a time clock, and no boss is looking over your shoulder. This is where your calendar shifts from things you have to do to things you want to do. Number 2, margin. This refers to financial margin. You aren't living paycheck to paycheck, and no one else has a claim on your money. You are free to financially support the things you're passionate about or respond to an emergency need without worrying about putting your family in a bind. You can give generously and quickly because you can afford it. Number 3, options. By options, I mean you've got the power to make choices. You aren't weighed down by financial obligations or calendar restrictions. Instead of feeling like you're under the thumb of an employer or a mortgage lender, you're taking control of your own decisions. The only one calling the shots on your time and money is you. Number 4, availability. If you've been chained to a desk for most of your life, this is a game changer. Financial independence gives you the freedom to be there for the people you care about. If an out-of-state friend calls with bad news, you can hop on a plane immediately without asking for anyone's permission. You can respond in an instant because you have the time and money to be there for anyone, anywhere, anytime. This kind of freedom changes you inside and out. But what about those who don't become financially independent at any point in their lives? What does life look like for them? To be blunt, it often doesn't look good. Vanguard reports that the average 401k balance in America is $103,866. That takes into account all age groups, from those under 25 to those over 65. Obviously, younger folks are going to have saved less than their parents and grandparents. So let's just look at the over 65 age group. The average 401k balance in that group is $209,984. If that represents all of an average person's retirement savings, then they're in trouble. Using the industry standard 4% annual withdrawal, this person is looking at an annual retirement income of, wait for it, $8,000. That's less than $700 per month. Can you live on that now? I can't. Will that fund your high-definition retirement dream? It won't fund mine. And yet, that's how more and more families are hitting their retirement years, realizing the nest egg that they thought would support them can't. And so they keep working, depend on Social Security, and pray that they stay healthy. Even if they do stay relatively healthy, though, Medicare premiums alone can wreck their finances. CNN Money reports that the typical healthy 65-year-old couple can expect to spend $266,600 on Medicare premiums alone throughout their retirement years. And that doesn't even include out-of-pocket expenses for long-term care costs. So if the average person that age has $209,984 in their 401k, and he can expect to spend $266,600 on premiums alone for himself and his spouse, you can see the train wreck happening in slow motion. If they don't find some other source of income, they'll be moving in with their kids or falling for some trashy reverse mortgage sales pitch. Don't let that be your plan for retirement. I know that saving for the long term can seem overwhelming, especially with the immediate needs of the present. But the kinds of financial limitations mentioned above don't just hurt your future retirement. They hurt how well you can live your life in the here and now. Financial independence brings flexibility, margin, options, and availability. But you don't have those things when you're living a life stuck in debt and out of control spending. For example, many years ago, our family heard about another family in our church who had lost everything in a fire. Our hearts broke for them. We wanted to do something huge to help. But when we really thought it through, we couldn't. We couldn't afford to help them, not as much as we wanted to anyway. We were still in debt at the time. We were working our tails off to clean up the mess we had made for ourselves. In choosing to obligate myself to Visa, I had chosen not to be available to help other people when they really needed it. It felt like I was in financial handcuffs, and it added even more fuel to my fire to get my act together. Maybe you know what that feels like. When faced with a lack of freedom, you can either give up and stay there forever, or get mad and change your situation. Too many people give up. Millionaire-minded people don't. If you're determined to hit the millionaire mark, start thinking about what you will do with the freedom that comes with financial independence. Don't just daydream about it. Write down specific things you want to do. What will it look like to have that kind of freedom, flexibility, margin, options, and availability? How will you take advantage of the time and money that will be available to you? Put that vision down on paper. Make it a goal for your family and keep that goal close. Considerations for the financially independent. If financial independence is the top of the mountain you're climbing, you may be tempted when you get there to reach the top and scream, "I did it! I'm a millionaire!" Go for it. You'll deserve to celebrate. It's not all sunshine and celebrations at the top, though. Lifestyle creep, starting to spend more just because you have more, has a way of sneaking in and eating away at the wealth you've built up. So you've got to stay plugged into your finances and make sure you're continually making smart choices. That comes down to two big considerations: protecting your wealth and managing the lifestyle changes a $1 million net worth may bring. I could fill another whole book with this stuff, but let's at least get a high-level view of things to consider. Protecting your financial independence. The first step in protecting your financial independence is to make sure you have a rock-solid defense. It takes an enormous amount of hard work and years of effort to become a millionaire. You don't want to lose it all overnight because you didn't take the time to properly protect it. That protection comes in the form of insurance. I know that insurance isn't the most exciting purchase you could make with all your hard-earned money, but you don't want to work 30 years for something only to have a lawsuit-happy scumbag drive off with it after a minor fender bender. There are 8 types of insurance you need to add to your financial plan. The ins and outs of insurance are more than we can get into here, but I at least want to give you a heads up on these 8 key pieces of your wealth-building puzzle. Number 1, term life insurance. Number 2, car insurance. Number 3, homeowners or renters insurance. Number 4, umbrella policy. Number 5, health insurance. Number 6, long-term disability insurance. Number 7, long-term care insurance. And number 8, identity theft protection. If you don't have all of these in place, I want you to call your insurance agent today. Besides insurance, you also need to make sure you've got your bridge period covered. I talked about this in Chapter 8. As a quick reminder, if you think you'll want to retire before age 59 and a half, you need to have some money set aside separate from your 401k, IRA, and other retirement funds. I recommend opening a regular mutual fund and contributing over and above what you're investing into retirement accounts if a bridge period applies to you. You'll lose a ton of money in taxes and penalties if you try to crack open your retirement accounts early, so don't even consider it. Instead, make sure you've got enough money set aside somewhere else to live on between the time you leave work and when you can fully access your retirement funds. This becomes a lot easier once you pay off your home, by the way. You can throw your old mortgage payment into a mutual fund every month to build up an early retirement account. And if you max out your 401k and IRA contributions for the year, a simple mutual fund is a great option for extra investing. Even if you don't need it for early retirement, it'll still be there growing over time and adding to your net worth. Last, as I've said several times, never stop budgeting. Your budget will be the grease in the gears of your wealth building engine. It'll keep things running smoothly for the rest of your life. You will never outgrow the need for careful budgeting, so settle in and get used to it for the long haul, keeping your lifestyle in check. When you achieve financial independence, you'll discover you have more choices in how you spend money and what kind of lifestyle you want for yourself and your family. We've seen that most millionaires are surprisingly frugal with their lifestyle expenses. But that doesn't mean you should hunker down, drive 30-year-old beater cars, and never enjoy your money. At that point, you're a millionaire. It's okay to enjoy the fruit of all your hard work. You just need to do it with some wisdom and intentionality. For example, if you've got $3 million in the bank and you've always dreamed of buying that $50,000 brand new pickup truck, go for it. It's not going to wreck your finances. Think about the cost in proportion to your wealth. A $50,000 new car can destroy you when you're flat broke, but it's barely a blip on the radar when you've got $3 million. But this only applies if you've paid off your house and have truly achieved financial independence. If you're not there yet, a brand new car should be the last thing on your mind. Financial independence gives you plenty of other amazing new options when it comes to your lifestyle. Take Anna and Neil, for example. None of their family and friends, including their own children, has any idea of this Florida couple's net worth. But Anna and Neil are living their early retirement dream. Everyday millionaires. Anna was born in Germany. Her parents immigrated to the United States when she was 9 years old. The family moved in with Anna's aunt in southern Florida, and her father got a job as a property caretaker as the family got acclimated and learned to speak and read English. The immigrant family never had a lot of money, but Anna is grateful that they never lacked for the things that really mattered. Anna began working right out of college. She also met and married Neil, who she says grew up in a well-off family. Well-off or not, they never received any inheritance from either family and were on their own from day one, each working 2 jobs in the early years of their marriage to get off to a good start. Neil spent his entire career as a computer programmer working in IT, but Anna tried her hand at several different jobs. She spent the first 17 years of her career at an insurance company, then switched to part-time retail work when she and Neil had kids. She later did some IT work before moving on to a position in the admissions department of a law school, where she ultimately retired from. Looking back, she said she and Neil were both paid well throughout their working lives, but their salaries were nothing extraordinary. The key to their wealth wasn't high-paying jobs. It was what they did with those incomes. The couple originally set a goal to retire at age 45. To get there, they put as much money into their 401k plans and other investments for the bridge period as possible throughout their careers. They kept their investing strategy simple and let the 401k do its work. Their focus was on continually increasing contributions and always taking every penny of their employer matches. They never missed any money that was automatically deducted out of their paychecks. Anna said, so staying committed to the 401k was easy. The couple kept their spending in check, lived in a modest house, and even shared one car for a long time. Whatever they didn't spend, they put into their investments. Eventually, all that hard work paid off. The couple missed their early retirement goal by a few years, but they both retired at age 50 with plenty of money, over $2 million in net worth, to live on for the rest of their lives. Today, Anna and Neil are living their lifelong dream of traveling the world. Their lifestyle has changed a lot, but it's changed in ways most people wouldn't notice. They still live simple lives, but travel has become a huge part of their world. They're also enjoying the freedom that comes with financial independence. They can do whatever they want any day of the week. If they wake up on Monday and decide to head off on a spontaneous 2-week road trip, they can. They worked hard for 30 years, and now they can spend the next 30 or 40 years not working at all. The best part is, nobody has a clue. Anna said nobody would know that we are millionaires because we live very simply. That's something we've seen over and over in the millionaires we studied. It turns out, once you can afford to buy whatever you want, you may not want to anymore. Don't go backward. No matter how wealthy you become, you'll always be one bad decision away from going backward. With new options comes new temptations, and you'll find yourself with some unexpected and exciting opportunities to blow a hole through your investments. For example, I talked to a guy a few years ago who had just paid off his house. It was the culmination of years of hard work and sacrifice, and he was so excited he didn't know what to do with himself. You'll never guess what he did to celebrate becoming debt-free. He financed a boat. That's right. He was so proud of himself for paying off his house that he went back into debt on a stupid boat. You see, he wasn't thinking clearly. He got a quick taste of financial independence, and it made him a little crazy. He let down his guard for an hour, and financial stupidity was waiting for him on the boat lot. That one dumb decision set him back years of progress. I don't want that to happen to you. So you've got to pay attention to a few traps that will stop your progress and knock you backward. These tips will help you keep your guard up. First, this is just a blanket rule. Debt should never be an option for you. Never. For anything at any time. Once you become debt-free and accomplish the monumental goal of paying off your house, that's it. Never again for the rest of your life sign up for a single dollar of debt, not even for something masquerading around as an investment. If something has debt attached, it's not an opportunity. It's an obligation, and obligations limit your freedom. Second, watch out for lifestyle creep. Sure, you need to give yourself permission to spend and have a little fun with your hard-earned money, but keep that spending in check. Remember, the wealth you build will be your sole source of income for the rest of your life. Don't be scared to have some fun with it, but make sure that nice beach house won't end up stealing years' worth of your future income. Just because you can buy something doesn't mean you should. This is an area many millionaire couples have to work on throughout their marriage. It's easy for one spouse to get excited about the prospect of spending some money, but their partner may not be ready to flex those spending muscles yet. That makes sense. If you live a frugal life for 40 years, the thought of dropping $30,000 on home renovations may scare you to death. I coached a couple through an exact situation a few years ago. The wife wanted to do a massive renovation, but her husband freaked out at the thought of dropping so much money into the project. He wasn't there yet. So I helped them come up with a solution. I suggested they tackle the projects one room at a time. That way, they only had to spend $5,000 or so each month, and they could see instant results. That took the pressure off of him. She was able to enjoy their wealth, and their home got a beautiful makeover over the course of several months. It's a win-win, but it took a little effort to get everyone on the same page. That's effort well spent, though. As we saw in the previous chapter, millionaires prioritize their marriages and relationships. Don't work together to build wealth, only to let that wealth tear you apart in the end. Keep working together and enjoy the new lifestyle you chose for yourselves. Leave a legacy. We're all chasing significance. Every day we're on the hunt for it. We're looking for the thing that gives our lives meaning and purpose. We're thinking about who we are and how we matter in the world. That chase gives us purpose. It allows us to get outside of our own heads and to see beyond ourselves. When we do that, we can start to think about what kind of impact we want to have, what kind of mark we want to leave on the earth when we're gone. You see, your life matters. I don't care how wealthy or how broke you are, you matter. The decisions you make and the lives you touch every day change the world. It's like throwing a rock in a lake. There's an impact, and then there are ripples. You never know where those ripples will end up or who will feel them after the rock's long gone. Your wealth and what you do with it is just like that rock. It can make a big splash or a tiny drop in the bucket. Either way, it creates ripples in the world, and we should take a second to consider what those ripples may look like. Change your family forever. Financial independence allows you to take care of yourself and your family in ways you've never imagined before. Think back through all the stories we've shared in this book. Can you think of a single millionaire who inherited all their wealth, or even a big piece of their wealth from their parents? I can't, because none of them did. All the millionaires we featured in this book came from middle-class backgrounds at best and dirt-poor backgrounds at worst. The common denominator isn't how their story started, it's how they ended. Every one of those people ended their story as a millionaire. And that means having something their parents never did, wealth that will outlive them. We found that 92% of millionaires plan to pass their wealth to their families. Let's take a look at what that could mean for a typical millionaire family over a few generations. The implications can be mind-blowing. Let's say you started with nothing and built up a $1 million net worth before you died. You should know by now that this is completely doable for practically anyone. Imagine you have one grown child at that point, and you leave that $1 million to her as an inheritance. Of course, you would have taught her to work and build wealth herself, so she doesn't necessarily need that $1 million. So she sets it aside and lets it continue to grow. 30 years later, even if your child never added a dime to that family wealth, that $1 million would have become an astounding $17.5 million financial legacy for your grandchildren. If it rolled over one more generation, continuing to grow for another 30 years, your $1 million would have grown to more than $304 million. You would have taken your family tree from dirt poor to $304 million in 3 generations. This is truly generational wealth. All it takes is for one person, you, to get the ball rolling. From there, momentum and compound interest take over and create an entirely new life for the people you love the most. That's an unbelievable legacy. More to give. Your giving doesn't just have to be focused on your family, of course. There are opportunities all around to put your wealth to good use in the world. Our research found that net worth millionaires are much more generous than the general population, as 55% of millionaires give to others regularly, compared to 28% of the general population. Some give monthly, and some give as needs arise. But most, 70%, say they set some of their income aside every month to give to others. Only 1 in 10 millionaires says giving is not part of their personal finances. The bottom line is that millionaires are givers. If giving in large amounts freaks you out, or you don't want anyone to know you have that much money to give away, then give it anonymously. You don't need credit. The focus should be on the gift, not the giver. And if you've never practiced regular, generous giving, you have no idea what you're missing out on. No matter who you are or how much you have, giving always feels good. It's a fact. I've never known a millionaire to lie on his deathbed and say, "I wish I hadn't given so much to other people." Instead, they're more likely to look back on a life of giving and wish they could have done even more. That kind of radical giving has become a huge part of many, many millionaires' lives. A great example of this is Thomas, a millionaire I told you about earlier in the book. Everyday millionaire. As we saw in Chapter 2, Thomas had a harsh life growing up. His father had a drinking problem, and his mother had mental health issues, which caused him to spend most of his youth moving around from one foster home to another. He was surrounded by poverty for most of his childhood, and that experience had a huge effect on him. Even after he moved on to college and the military, he couldn't shake the deep sadness he felt when confronted with poverty and homelessness. After college, Thomas served 4 years in the Army during the Vietnam War. While he was there, his heart broke for the Vietnamese people who had nothing and practically no job prospects. After the war, he and his 3 Army buddies started a farm co-op that now employs 120 people. The co-op gives Vietnamese families a place to work and a steady income. 40 years later, the co-op is still running strong, and Thomas is excited to say there are third-generation co-op farmers working the fields today. He travels there twice a year and has personally donated more than $250,000 to the project, which he says has been one of his best investments. He loves seeing the life change that has occurred over 3 generations, and he's overwhelmed that he's been able to play such a big part in so many families' lives. Now retired with a net worth of $2.6 million, Thomas is looking back on the good work he's been able to do over the years while planning for even better work ahead. As a single guy with no kids, he's planning on spending the rest of his life giving away his wealth to causes he's passionate about. When you help someone else, he said, you forget about your own problems. That kind of humble, incredibly generous spirit is contagious. That's the kind of person I want to be around. Heck, that's the kind of man or woman we should all want to become. You're a millionaire in the making. Take a second to just imagine the freedom, flexibility, confidence, and joy you can have once you become financially independent. You'll be free to do whatever you want, whenever you want. You'll have options, flexibility, margin, and availability to spend time and money on the things that matter most to you. You won't get there by accident, though. You'll only get there by following in the footsteps of the nearly 11 million millionaires in America today. As we've seen throughout this book, these men and women share a special view of the world. They defy the myths our society has perpetuated, and they model key character traits that have made them become successful. Plus, they've lived out several key action steps I've called out throughout this book. They take ownership of their actions. They live on less than they make. They've paid off their house. They aren't scared to roll up their sleeves and work hard. They invest consistently for a long period of time in simple, commonly available retirement accounts. They practice generosity and plan to live a legacy while they're here and leave a legacy when they're gone. That's who they are. That's who you need to be to join them in the ranks of America's millionaires. I'm going to say it one last time. Anyone can become a millionaire in America today. Yes, that includes you. It's not magic. It's not luck. It's not about gender or race or region or profession. If you follow the lead of the millionaires studied in this book, and if you commit right now to do what they did, you are already a millionaire in the making. Whether you're a broke college student, eating ramen noodles out of a styrofoam cup, or a struggling single parent working 2 jobs to make ends meet, you can become a millionaire. If you haven't already, it's time to set aside all your doubts because the possibility is available to you. The choice is yours. You have all the tools and advantages you need to get the job done. You can reach higher, dream bigger, and go further than you ever thought possible. I've shown you what to do, and never forget, you have the power to create the financial future you want for yourself and your family. This is in your hands now. Whatever happens next, good or bad, wealthy or poor, is on you. This is your moment of decision. This is your opportunity. Make it count.
Everyday Millionaires: How Ordinary People Built Extraordinary Wealth, and How You Can Too. Written by Chris Hogan. Read by the author. Produced by Joe Lesh of Creative License Incorporated, Nashville, Tennessee. Published by Ramsey Press, Brentwood, Tennessee. Copyright 2019. All rights reserved. Unauthorized duplication is strictly prohibited.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.